माननीय सदस्यगण, मुझे अपनी ओर से तथा सदन के माननीय सदस्यों की ओर से अंतर संसदीय संघ आईपीयू की प्रेसिडेंट और तंजानिया संयुक्त गणराज्य की नेशनल असेंबली की अध्यक्ष माननीय डॉक्टर तुलिया एक्सन का स्वागत करते हुए अत्यंत प्रसन्नता हो रही है। वे हमारी सम्मानित अतिथि के रूप में भारत की आधिकारिक यात्रा पर आई है। यह हमारे लिए खुशी की बात है कि डॉक्टर एक्सन बजट सत्र को देखने के लिए यहाँ उपस्थित है। माननीय डॉक्टर तुलिया एक्सन शुक्रवार दिनांक 19 जुलाई 2024 को भारत पहुंची। उन्होंने 21 जुलाई 2024 को आगरा का भ्रमण किया और इस समय वह विशेष बॉक्स में आसीन है। हम भारत में उनके सुखद और सफल प्रवास की कामना करते हैं। हम अंतर संसदीय संघ के प्रेसिडेंट के रूप में उनकी भूमिका के लिए सफलता की भी कामना करते हैं। उनके माध्यम से हम तंजानिया गणराज्य की संसद के सदस्यों, तंजानिया की सरकार तथा वहां की मित्र जनता को बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देते हैं। माननीय सदस्यगण, जैसा कि आपको समाचार भाग 2 के माध्यम से पहले ही सूचित किया जा चुका है कि माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी के बजट भाषण की प्रतियां हार्ड कॉपी के रूप में उपलब्ध कराई जाएगी। अतः बजट प्रस्तुत हो जाने के पश्चात माननीय सदस्य कृपया बजट भाषण की अपनी अपनी प्रति प्रकाशन काउंटर से प्राप्त कर लें। आपको ये भी सूचित किया जाता है कि माननीय मंत्री द्वारा बजट प्रस्तुत किए जाने के पश्चात बजट की प्रतियां आपको मेंबर्स पोर्टल के माध्यम से भी उपलब्ध करा दी जाएगी। माननीय वित्त मंत्री श्रीमती निर्मला सीतारमण।
Honorable Speaker, I present the budget for 24-25. Introduction. The people of India have reposed their faith in the government led by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi and re-elected it for a historic third term under his leadership. We are grateful for their support, faith, and trust in our policies. We are determined to ensure that all Indians, regardless of religion, caste, gender, and age, make substantial progress in realizing their life goals and aspirations. Global context. The global economy, while performing better than expected, is still in the grip of policy uncertainties. Elevated asset prices, political uncertainties, and shipping disruptions continue to pose significant downside risks for growth and upside risks to inflation. In this context, India's economic growth continues to be the shining exception and will remain so in the years ahead. India's inflation continues to be low, stable, and moving towards the 4% target. Core inflation, that is non-food and non-fuel, currently is 3.1%. Steps are being taken to ensure supplies of perishable goods reach markets adequately. Interim budget. As mentioned in the interim budget, we need to focus on 4 major castes, namely the Garib, Mahilaye, Yuva, and Annadata, the poor, women, youth, and the farmer. For Annadata, we announced higher minimum support prices a month ago for all major crops, delivering on the promise of at least a 50% margin over costs. Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana was extended for 5 years, benefiting more than 80 crore people. Administrative actions for approval and implementation of various schemes announced in the interim budget are well underway. The required allocations have been made. Budget theme. Turning attention to the full year and beyond in this budget, we particularly focus on employment, skilling, MSMEs, and the middle class. I'm happy to announce the Prime Minister's package of 5 schemes and initiatives to facilitate employment, skilling, and other opportunities for 4.1 crore youth over a 5-year period, with a central outlay of 2 lakh crore rupees. I will speak about them shortly, while more details may be seen in the annexure. This year, I've made a provision of 1.48 lakh rupees, 1.48 lakh crore rupees for education, employment, and skilling. Budget priorities. The people have given a unique opportunity to our government to take the country on the path of strong development and an all-round prosperity. In the interim budget, we promised to present a detailed roadmap for our pursuit of Viksit Bharat, in line with the strategy set out in the interim budget. This budget envisages sustained efforts on the following 9 priorities for generating ample opportunities for all. Number 1, productivity and resilience in agriculture. Number 2, employment and skilling. Number 3, inclusive human resource development and social justice. 4, manufacturing and services. 5, urban development. 6, energy security. 7, infrastructure. 8, innovation, research and development. And 9, next generation reforms. Subsequent budgets will build on these and add more priorities and actions. A more detailed formulation will be carried out as part of the economic policy framework, about which I will speak later in this speech. This budget details some of the specific actions to be initiated in the current year towards fulfillment of these priorities, with potential for transformative changes. The budget also covers some of the previously made announcements, with intent to strengthen them and step up their implementation for expediting our journey towards the goal of Viksit Bharat. Priority 1, productivity and resilience in agriculture. Transforming agricultural research. Our government will undertake a comprehensive review of the agricultural research setup to bring the focus on raising productivity and developing climate resilient varieties. Funding will be provided in challenge mode, including to the private sector. Domain experts, both from the government and outside, will oversee the conduct of such research. Release of new varieties. New 109 high-yielding and climate-resilient varieties of 32 field and horticultural crops will be released for cultivation by farmers. Natural farming. In the next 2 years, 1 crore farmers across the country will be initiated into natural farming, supported by certification and branding. Implementation will be through scientific institutions and willing gram panchayats. 10,000 need-based bio-input resource centers will be established. Missions for pulses and oilseeds. For achieving self-sufficiency in pulses and oilseeds, we will strengthen their production, storage, and marketing. As announced in the interim budget, a strategy is being put in place to achieve Atmanirbharta for oilseeds such as mustard, groundnut, sesame, soybean, and sunflower. Vegetable production and supply chains. Large-scale clusters for vegetable production will be developed closer to major consumption centers. We will promote farmer-producer organizations, cooperatives, and startups for vegetable supply chains, including for collection and storage and marketing. Digital public infrastructure for agriculture. Buoyed by the success of the pilot project, our government, in partnership with the states, will facilitate the implementation of the digital public infrastructure in agriculture for coverage of farmers and their lands in 3 years. During this year, digital crop survey for Kharif using the DPI will be taken up in 400 districts. The details of 6 crore farmers and their lands will be brought into the farmer and land registries. Further, the issuance of Jan Samarth-based Kisan credit cards will be enabled in 5 states. Shrimp production and export. Financial support for setting up a network of nucleus breeding centers for shrimp brood stocks will be provided. Financing for shrimp farming, processing, and export will be facilitated through NABARD. National cooperation policy. Our government will bring out a national cooperation policy for systematic, orderly, and all-round development of the cooperative sector, fast-tracking growth of rural economy and generation of employment opportunities on a large scale will be the policy goal. This year, I have made a provision of 1.52 lakh crore rupees for agriculture and allied sectors. Priority 2, employment and skilling. Employment-linked incentive. Our government will implement following 3 schemes for employment-linked incentive as part of the Prime Minister's package. These will be based on enrollment in the EPFO and focus on recognition of first-time employees and support to employees and employers. Scheme A, first-timers. This scheme will provide 1 month wage to all persons newly entering the workforce in all formal sectors. Direct benefit transfer of 1 month's salary in 3 installments to first-time employees as registered in the EPFO will be up to 15,000 rupees. The eligibility limit will be a salary of 1 lakh per month. The scheme is expected to benefit 210 lakh youths. Scheme B, job creation in manufacturing. This scheme will incentivize additional employment in the manufacturing sector linked to the employment of first-time employees. An incentive will be provided at specified scale directly both to the employee and the employer with respect to their EPFO contribution in the first 4 years of employment. The scheme is expected to benefit 30 lakh youth entering employment and their employers. Scheme C, support to employers. This employer-focused scheme will cover additional employment in all sectors. All additional employment within a salary of 1 lakh rupee per month will be counted. The government will reimburse to employers up to 3,000 rupees per month for 2 years towards the EPFO contribution for each additional employee. The scheme is expected to incentivize additional employment of 50 lakh persons. Participation of women in the workforce. We will facilitate higher participation of women in the workforce through setting up of working women hostels in collaboration with industry and establishing creches. In addition, the partnership will seek to organize women-specific skilling programs and promotion of market access for women SHG enterprises. Skilling program. I'm happy to announce a new centrally sponsored scheme as the fourth scheme under the Prime Minister's package for skilling in collaboration with state governments and industry. 20 lakh youth will be skilled over a 5-year period. (1,000) industrial training institutes will be upgraded in hub and spoke arrangements with outcome orientation. Course content and design will be aligned to the skill needs of industry, and new courses will be introduced for emerging needs. Skilling loans. The model skill loan scheme will be revised to facilitate loans up to 7.5 lakh rupees with a guarantee from a government-promoted fund. This measure is expected to help 25,000 students every year. Education loans. For helping our youth who have not been eligible for any benefit under government schemes and policies, I am happy to announce a financial support for loans up to 10 lakh rupees for higher education in domestic institutions. E-vouchers for this purpose. E-vouchers for this purpose will be given directly to 1 lakh students every year for annual interest subvention of 3% of the loan amount. Priority 3, inclusive human resource development and social justice. Saturation approach. Our government is committed to all-round, all-pervasive, and all-inclusive development of people, particularly farmers, youth, women, and the poor. For achieving social justice comprehensively, the saturation approach of covering all eligible people through various programs, including those for education and health, will be adopted to empower them by improving their capabilities. Implementation of schemes meant for supporting economic activities by craftsmen, artisans, self-help groups, scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, and women entrepreneurs and street vendors such as the PM Vishwakarma, PM Swanidhi, National Livelihood Missions, and Stand Up India will be stepped up. Purvodaya. The states in the eastern part of the country are rich in endowments and have strong cultural traditions. We will formulate a plan, Purvodaya, for the all-round development country covering Bihar, Jharkhand, West Bengal, Odisha, and Andhra Pradesh. This will cover human resource development, infrastructure, and generation of economic opportunities to make the region an engine to attain Viksit Bharat. On the Amritsar-Kolkata Industrial Corridor, we will support development of an industrial node at Gaya. This corridor will catalyze industrial development of the eastern region. The industrial node at Gaya will also be a good model for developing our ancient centers of cultural importance into future centers of modern economy. This model shall showcase Vikas B, Virasat B in our growth trajectory. We will also support development of road connectivity projects, namely 1. Patna-Purnia Expressway, 2. Buxar-Bhagalpur Expressway, 3. Bodh Gaya, Rajgir, Vaishali and Darbhanga spurs, and 4. Additional 2-lane bridge over River Ganga at Buxar at a total cost of 26,000 crore rupees. Power projects, including setting up of a new 2,400 megawatt power plant at Peer Painti, will be taken up at a cost of 21,400 crore rupees. New airports, medical colleges, and sports infrastructure in Bihar will be constructed. An additional allocation to support capital investments will be provided. The requests of Bihar government for external assistance from multilateral development banks will be expedited. Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act. Our government has made concerted efforts to fulfill the commitments in Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act. Recognizing the state's need for the capital, recognizing the state's need for a capital, we will facilitate special financial support through multilateral development agencies. In the current financial year, 15,000 crore rupees will be arranged with additional amounts in future years. Our government is fully committed to financing and early completion of the Polavaram irrigation project, which is the lifeline for Andhra Pradesh and its farmers. This will facilitate our country's food security as well. Under the Act, Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act, for promoting industrial development, funds will be provided for essential infrastructure such as water, power, railways, and roads. In Kopparthi node on the Visakhapatnam-Chennai Industrial Corridor and Varavakal node on the Hyderabad-Bangalore Industrial Corridor. An additional allocation will be provided this year towards capital investment for economic growth. Grants for backward regions of Rayalaseema, Prakasham, North Coastal Andhra, as stated in the Act, will be provided. PM Awas Yojana. 3 crore additional houses under the PM Awas Yojana in rural and urban areas in the country have been announced, for which the necessary allocations are being made. Women-led development. For promoting women-led development, the budget carries an allocation of more than 3 lakh crore for schemes benefiting women and girls. This signals our government's commitment for enhancing women's role in economic development. Pradhan Mantri Janjatiya Unnat Gram Abhiyan. For improving the socio-economic condition of tribal communities, we will launch the Pradhan Mantri Janjatiya Unnat Gram Abhiyan by adopting saturation coverage for tribal families in tribal majority villages and aspirational districts. This will cover 63,000 villages, benefiting 5 crore tribal people. Bank branches in northeastern region. More than 100 branches of India Post Payment Bank will be set up in the northeast region to expand the banking services. This year, I have made a provision of 2.66 lakh crore rupees for rural development, including rural infrastructure. Priority 4, manufacturing and services, support for promotion of MSMEs. This budget provides special attention to MSMEs and manufacturing, particularly labor-intensive manufacturing. We have formulated a package covering financing, regulatory changes, and technology support for MSMEs to help them grow and also compete globally, as mentioned in the interim budget. I am happy to announce the following specific measures. Credit guarantee scheme for MSMEs in the manufacturing sector. For facilitating term loans to MSMEs for purchase of machinery and equipment without collateral or third-party guarantee, a credit guarantee scheme will be introduced. The scheme will operate on pooling of credit risks of such MSMEs. A separately constituted self-financing guarantee fund will provide to each applicant guarantee cover up to 100 crore rupees, while the loan amount may be larger. The borrower will have to provide an upfront guarantee fee and an annual guarantee fee on the reducing loan balance. New assessment model for MSME credit. Public sector banks will build their own in-house capability to assess MSMEs for credit instead of relying on external assessment. They will also take a lead in developing or getting developed a new credit assessment model based on the scoring of digital footprints of the MSMEs in the economy. This is expected to be a significant improvement over the traditional assessment of credit eligibility based only on asset or turnover criteria. That will also cover MSMEs without a formal accounting system. Credit support to MSMEs during stress period. I'm happy to announce a new mechanism for facilitating continuation of bank credit to MSMEs during their stress period while being in special mention account, SMA account, SMA stage. For reasons beyond their control, MSMEs need credit to continue their business and to avoid getting into the NPA stage. Credit availability will be supported through a guarantee from a government-promoted fund. Mudra loans. The limit of Mudra loans will be enhanced to 20 lakh from the current 10 lakh for those entrepreneurs who have availed and successfully repaid previous loans under the Tarun category. Enhanced scope for mandatory onboarding in TREDS. For facilitating MSMEs to unlock their working capital by converting their trade receivables into cash, I propose to reduce the turnover threshold of buyers for mandatory onboarding on the TREDS platform from rupees 500 crore to 250 crore rupees. This measure will bring 22 more CPSCs and 7,000 more companies onto the platform. Medium enterprises will also be included in the scope of the suppliers. SIDBI branches in MSME clusters. SIDBI will open new branches to expand its reach to serve all major MSME clusters within 3 years and provide direct credit to them. With the opening of 24 such branches this year, the service coverage will expand to 168 out of 242 major clusters. MSME units for food irradiation, quality and safety testing. Financial support for setting up of 50 multi-product food irradiation units in the MSME sector will be provided. Setting up of 100 food quality and safety testing labs with NABL accreditation will be facilitated. E-commerce export hubs to enable MSMEs and traditional artisans to sell their products in international markets. E-commerce export hubs will be set up in public-private partnership mode. These hubs, under a seamless regulatory and logistic framework, will facilitate trade and export-related services under one roof. Measures for promotion of manufacturing and services. Internship in top companies. As the fifth scheme under Prime Minister's package, our government will launch a comprehensive scheme for providing internship opportunities in 500 top companies to 1 crore youth in 5 years. They will gain exposure for 12 months to real-life business environment, varied professions, and employment opportunities. An internship allowance of 5,000 per month, 5,000 rupees per month, along with a one-time assistance of 6,000 rupees will be provided. Companies will be expected to bear the training cost and 10% of their internship cost from their CSR funds. Industrial parks. Our government will facilitate development of investment-ready, plug-and-play industrial parks with complete infrastructure in or near 100 cities in partnership with the states and private sector by better using town planning schemes. 12 industrial parks under the National Industrial Corridor Development Program also will be sanctioned.
Veggie paper, no. Please, Petty.
Rental housing with dormitory type accommodation for industrial workers will be, just 1 minute. Rental housing, I repeat, rental housing with dormitory type accommodation for industrial workers will be facilitated in PPP mode with VGF support and commitment from anchor industries. Shipping industry, ownership, leasing, and flagging reforms will be implemented to improve the share of Indian shipping industry and generate more employment. Critical mineral mission. We will set up a critical mineral mission for domestic production, recycling of critical minerals, and overseas acquisition of critical mineral assets. Its mandate will include technology development, skilled workforce, extended producer responsibility framework, and a suitable financing mechanism. Offshore mining of minerals. Our government will launch the auction of the first tranche of offshore blocks for mining, building on the exploration already carried out. Digital public infrastructure applications. Turning to the services sector, I propose development of DPI applications at population scale for productivity gains, business opportunities, and innovation by the private sector. These are planned in the areas of credit, e-commerce, education, health, law and justice, logistics, MSME service delivery, and urban governance. Integrated technology platform for IBC ecosystem. An integrated technology platform will be set up for improving the outcomes under the Insolvency Bankruptcy Code for achieving consistency, transparency, timely processing, and better oversight for all stakeholders. Voluntary closure of LLPs. The services of the Center for Processing Accelerated Corporate Exit, CPACE, will be extended for voluntary closure of LLPs to reduce the closure times. National Company Law Tribunals. The IBC has resolved more than 1,000 companies, resulting in direct recovery of 3.3 lakh crore to creditors. 3.3 lakh crore rupees to creditors. In addition, 28,000 cases involving over 10 lakh crore rupees have been disposed of even prior to admission. Appropriate changes to the IBC, reforms and strengthening of the tribunal and appellate tribunals will be initiated to speed up insolvency resolution. Additional tribunals will be established. Out of those, some will be notified to decide cases exclusively under the Companies Act. Debt recovery. Steps for reforming and strengthening debt recovery tribunals will be taken. Additional tribunals will be established to speed up recovery. Priority 5, urban development. Cities as growth hubs. Working with states, our government will facilitate development of cities as growth hubs. This will be achieved through economic and transit planning and orderly development of peri-urban areas utilizing town planning schemes. Creative redevelopment of cities. For creative brownfield redevelopment of existing cities with a transformative impact, our government will formulate a framework for enabling policies, market-based mechanisms, and regulation. Transit-oriented development. Transit-oriented development plans for 14 large cities with a population above 30 lakh will be formulated, along with an implementation and financing strategy. Urban housing. Under the PM Awas Yojana, Urban 2.0, housing needs of 1 crore urban poor and middle-class families will be addressed with an investment of 10 lakh crore rupees. This will include the central assistance of 2.2 lakh crore rupees in the next 5 years. A provision of interest subsidy to facilitate loans at affordable rates is also envisaged. In addition, enabling policies and regulations for efficient and transparent rental housing markets with enhanced availability will also be put in place. Water supply and sanitation. In partnership with state governments and multilateral development banks, we will promote water supply, sewage treatments, and solid waste management projects and services for 100 large cities through bankable projects. These projects will also envisage use of treated water for irrigation and filling up of tanks in nearby areas. Street markets. Building on the success of PM Swanidhi scheme in transforming the lives of street vendors, our government envisions a scheme to support each year over the next 5 years the development of 100 weekly huts or street food hubs in select cities. Stamp duty. We will encourage states which continue to charge high stamp duty to moderate the rates for all and also consider further lowering duties for properties purchased by women. This reform will be made an essential component of urban development schemes. Priority 6, energy security, energy transition. In the interim budget, I had announced our strategy to sustain high and more resource-efficient economic growth, along with the energy security in terms of availability, accessibility, and affordability. We will bring out a policy document on appropriate energy transition pathways that balances the imperatives of employment, growth, and environmental sustainability. PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana. PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana. In line with the announcement in the interim budget, PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana has been launched to install rooftop solar plants to enable 1 crore households obtain free electricity up to 300 units every month. The scheme has generated remarkable response with more than 1.28 crore registrations and 14 lakh applications, and we will further encourage it. Pumped storage policy. A policy for promoting pumped storage projects will be brought out for electricity storage and facilitating smooth integration of the growing share of renewable energy with its variable and intermittent nature in the overall energy mix. Research and development of small and modular nuclear reactors. Nuclear energy is expected to form a very significant part of the energy mix for Viksit Bharat. Towards that pursuit, our government will partner with the private sector for 1. Setting up Bharat Small Reactors. 2. Research and development of Bharat Small Modular Reactor. And 3. Research and development of newer technologies for nuclear energy. The R&D funding announced in the interim budget will be made available for this sector also. Advanced ultra supercritical thermal power plants. The development of indigenous technology for advanced ultra supercritical thermal power plants with much higher efficiency has been completed. A joint venture between NTPC and BHEL will set up a full-scale 800 megawatt commercial plant using AUSC technology. The government will provide the required fiscal support. Moving forward, development of indigenous capacity for the production of high-grade steel and other advanced metallurgy materials for these plants will result in strong spin-off benefits for the economy. Roadmap for hard-to-abate industries. A roadmap for moving the hard-to-abate industries from energy efficiency targets to emission targets will be formulated. Appropriate regulations for transition of these industries from the current perform, achieve, and trade mode to Indian carbon market mode will be put in place. Support to traditional micro and small industries. An investment-grade energy audit of traditional micro and small industries in 60 clusters, including brass and ceramic, will be facilitated. Financial support will be provided for shifting them to cleaner forms of energy and implementation of energy efficiency measures. The scheme will be replicated in another 100 clusters in the next phase. Priority 7, infrastructure investment by central government. Significant investment the central government has made over the years in building and improving infrastructure has had a strong multiplier effect on the economy. We will endeavor to maintain strong fiscal support for infrastructure over the next 5 years in conjunction with imperatives of other priorities and fiscal consolidation. This year, I have provided 11,11,111 crore rupees for capital expenditure. This would be 3.4% of our GDP. Infrastructure investment by state governments. We will encourage states to provide support of similar scale for infrastructure, subject to their development priorities. A provision of 1.5 lakh crore rupees for long-term interest-free loans have been made this year also to support the states in their resource allocation. Private investment in infrastructure. Investment in infrastructure by private sector will be promoted through viability gap funding and enabling policies and regulations. A market-based financing framework will be brought out. Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana. Phase 4 of the PMGSY will be launched to provide all-weather connectivity to 25,000 rural habitations, which have become eligible in view of their population increase. Irrigation and flood mitigation. Bihar has frequently suffered from floods, many of them originating outside the country. Plans to build flood control structures in Nepal are yet to progress. Our government, through the Accelerated Irrigation Benefit Program and other sources, will provide financial support for projects with estimated cost of 11,500 crore rupees, such as the Kosi-Michi intra-state link and 20 other ongoing and new schemes, including barrages, river pollution abatement, and irrigation projects. In addition, survey and investigation of Kosi-related flood mitigation and irrigation projects will be undertaken. Assam grapples with floods every year by the Brahmaputra River and its tributaries originating outside India. We will provide assistance to Assam for flood management and related projects. Himachal Pradesh suffered extensive losses due to floods last year. Our government will provide assistance to the state for reconstruction and rehabilitation through multilateral development assistance. Uttarakhand too suffered losses due to cloudbursts and massive landslides. We will provide assistance to the state. Recently, Sikkim witnessed devastating flash floods and landslides that wreaked havoc across the state. Our government will provide assistance to the state. Tourism. Tourism has always been a part of our civilization. Our efforts in positioning India as a global tourist destination will also create jobs, stimulate investments, and unlock economic opportunities for other sectors. In addition to the measures outlined in the interim budget, I propose the following measures. Vishnupad Temple at Gaya and Mahabodhi Temple at Bodh Gaya in Bihar are of immense spiritual significance. Comprehensive development of Vishnupad Temple Corridor and Mahabodhi Temple Corridor will be supported, modeled on the successful Kashi Vishwanath Temple Corridor to transform them into world-class pilgrim and tourist destinations. Rajgir holds immense religious significance for Hindus, Buddhists, and Jains. The 20th Tirthankara Muniswarata temple in the Jain temple complex is ancient. The Saptarishi, or the 7 hot springs, form a warm water Brahmkund that is sacred. A comprehensive development initiative for Rajgir will be undertaken. Our government will support the development of Nalanda as a tourist center, besides reviving Nalanda University to its glorious stature. Odisha's scenic beauty, temples, monuments, craftsmanship, wildlife sanctuaries, natural landscapes, and pristine beaches make it an ultimate tourism destination. Our government will provide assistance for their development to Odisha as well. Priority 8, innovation, research, and development. We will operationalize the Anusandhan National Research Fund for basic research and prototype development. Further, we will set up a mechanism for spurring private sector-driven research and innovation at commercial scale, with a financing pool of 1 lakh crore rupees in line with the announcement in the interim budget. Space economy. With our continued emphasis on expanding the space economy by 5 times in the next 10 years, a venture capital fund of 1,000 crore rupees will be set up. Priority 9, next generation reforms. Economic policy framework. We will formulate an economic policy framework to delineate the overarching approach to economic development and set the scope of the next generation of reforms for facilitating employment opportunities and sustaining high growth. Our government will initiate and incentivize reforms for 1, improving productivity of factors of production, and 2, facilitating markets and sectors to become more efficient. These reforms will cover all factors of production, namely land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship, and technology as an enabler of improving total factor productivity and bridging inequality. Effective implementation of several of these reforms requires collaboration between the center and the states and building consensus as development of the country lies in development of the states. For promoting competitive federalism and incentivizing states for faster implementation of reforms, I propose to earmark a significant part of the 50-year interest-free loan. Working with the states, we will initiate the following reforms. Land-related reforms and actions, both in the rural and urban areas, will cover land administration, will cover 1, land administration, planning and management, and 2, urban planning usage and building bylaws. These will be incentivized for completion within the next 3 years through appropriate fiscal support. Rural land-related actions. Rural land-related actions will include 1, assignment of unique land parcel identification number, UL PIN, or Bhu Aadhaar for all lands. 2, digitization of cadastral maps. 3, survey of subdivisions, survey of map subdivisions as per current ownership. 4, establishment of land registry. And 5, linking to the farmers registry. These actions will also facilitate credit flow and other agricultural services. Urban land-related actions. Land records in urban areas will be digitized with GIS mapping. An IT-based system for property record administration, updating, and tax administration will be established. These will also facilitate improving the financial position of urban local bodies. Labor-related reforms. Services to labor. Our government will facilitate the provision of a wide array of services to labor, including those for employment and skilling. A comprehensive integration of e-Shram portal with other portals will facilitate such one-stop solution. Open architecture databases for the rapidly changing labor market, skill requirements, and available job roles, and a mechanism to connect job aspirants with potential employers and skill providers will be covered in these services. Shram Suvidha and Samadhan portal. Shram Suvidha and Samadhan portal will be revamped to enhance ease of compliance for industry and trade. Capital and entrepreneurship related reforms, financial sector vision and strategy. For meeting financing needs of the economy, our government will bring out a financial sector vision and strategy document to prepare the sector in terms of size, capacity, and skills. This will set the agenda for the next 5 years and guide the work of the government, regulators, financial institutions, and market participants. Taxonomy for climate finance. We will develop taxonomy for climate finance for enhancing the availability of capital for climate adaptation and mitigation. This will support achievement of the country's climate commitments and green transition. Variable capital company structure. We will seek the required legislative approval for providing an efficient and flexible mode for financing leasing of aircrafts and ships and pooled funds of private equity through a variable company structure. Foreign direct investments and overseas investment. The rules and regulations for foreign direct investment and overseas investments will be simplified to 1, facilitate foreign direct investments, 2, nudge prioritization, and 3, promote opportunities for using Indian rupee as a currency for overseas investment. NPS Vatsalya. NPS Vatsalya, a plan for contribution by parents and guardians for minors, will be started. On attaining the age of majority, the plan can be converted seamlessly into a normal NPS account. Use of technology. We have successfully used technology for improving productivity and bridging inequality in our economy during the past 10 years. Public investment in digital infrastructure and innovations by the private sector have helped in improving access of all citizens, particularly the common people, to market resources, education, health and services. We will step up adoption of technology towards digitalization of the economy. Ease of doing business. For enhancing ease of doing business, we are already working on the Jan Vishwas Bill 2.0. Further, states will be incentivized for implementation of the business reforms, action plans, and digitalization. Data and statistics. For improving data governance, collection, processing and management of data and statistics, different sectoral databases, including those established under the Digital India Mission, will be utilized with active use of technology tools. New pension scheme. The committee to review the NPS has made considerable progress in its work. I'm happy that the staff side of the National Council of the Joint Consultative Machinery for Central Government Employees has taken a constructive approach. A solution will be evolved which addresses the relevant issues while maintaining fiscal prudence to protect the common citizens. Budget estimates for 24-25. For the year 24-25, total receipts other than borrowings and the total expenditure are estimated at 32.07 lakh crore rupees and 48.21 lakh crore rupees respectively. The net tax receipts are estimated at 25.83 lakh crore rupees. The fiscal deficit is estimated at 4.9% of the GDP. The gross and the net market borrowings through dated securities during 24-25 are estimated at 14.01 lakh crore rupees and 11.63 lakh crore rupees respectively. Both will be less than that in 23-24. The fiscal consolidation path announced by me in 2021 has served our economy very well, and we aim to reach the deficit below 4.5% next year. The government is committed to staying the course. From 2026-27 onwards, our endeavor will be to keep the fiscal deficit each year such that the central government's debt will be on a declining path as percentage of GDP. I will now move to part B. Indirect taxes. Sir, I start with GST. It has decreased tax incidence on the common man, reduced compliance burden and logistics cost for trade and industry, and enhanced revenues of the central and the state governments. It is a success of vast proportions. To multiply the benefits of GST, we will strive to further simplify and rationalize the tax structure and endeavor to expand it to the remaining sectors. My proposals for customs duties intend to support domestic manufacturing, deepen local value addition, promote export competitiveness, and simplify taxation while keeping the interest of the general public and consumers surmount. In Budget 22-23, we reduced the number of customs duty rates. I propose to undertake a comprehensive review of the rate structure over the next 6 months to rationalize and simplify it for ease of trade, removal of duty inversion, and reduction of disputes. I shall now take up sector-specific customs duty proposals. Medicine and medical equipments. To provide relief to cancer patients, I propose to fully exempt 3 more medicines from customs duties. I also propose changes in the BCD on X-ray tubes and flat panel detectors for use in medical X-ray machines under the phased manufacturing program so as to synchronize them with the domestic capacity addition. Mobile phone and related parts. With a 3-fold increase in domestic production and almost a 100-fold jump in exports of mobile phones over the last 6 years, the Indian mobile industry has matured. In the interest of consumers, I now propose to reduce the BCD on mobile phone, mobile PCBA, and mobile charger to 15%. Critical minerals. Minerals such as lithium, copper, cobalt, and rare earth elements are critical for sectors like nuclear energy, renewable energy, space, defense, telecommunications, and high-tech electronics. I propose to fully exempt customs duties on 25 critical minerals and reduce BCD on 2 of them. This will provide a major fillip to the processing and refining of such minerals and help secure their availability for these strategic and important sectors. Solar energy. Energy transition is critical in the fight against climate change. To support energy transition, I propose to expand the list of exempted capital goods for use in the manufacture of solar cells and panels in the country. Further, in view of sufficient domestic manufacturing capacity of solar gas, glass, and tinned copper interconnect, I propose not to extend the exemption of custom duties provided to them. Marine products. India's seafood exports in the last financial year touched an all-time high of more than 60,000 crores of rupees. Frozen shrimp accounted for about 2/3 of these exports. To enhance their competitiveness, I propose to reduce BCD on certain broodstock, polychaete worms, shrimp, and fish feed to 5%. I also propose to exempt customs duty on various inputs for manufacture of shrimp and fish feed. Leather and textile. Similarly, to enhance the competitiveness of exports in the leather and textile sectors, I propose to reduce BCD on real down-filling material from duck or goose. I am also making additions to the list of exempted goods for manufacture of leather and textile garments, footwear, and other leather articles for export. To rectify inversion in duty, I propose to reduce BCD subject to conditions on methylene diphenyl diisocyanate, MDI, for manufacture of spandex yarn from 7.5 to 5%. Furthermore, the export duty structure on raw hides, skin, and leather is proposed to be simplified and rationalized. Precious metals. To enhance domestic value addition in gold and precious metal jewelry in the country, I propose to reduce customs duties on gold and silver to 6% and that of platinum to 6.4%. Other metals. Steel and copper are important raw materials. To reduce their cost of production, I propose to remove the BCD on ferronickel and blister copper. I am also continuing with nil BCD on ferrous scrap and nickel cathode and concessional BCD of 2.5% on copper scrap. Electronics. To increase value addition in the domestic electronics industry, I propose to remove the BCD subject to conditions on oxygen-free copper for manufacture of resistors. I also propose to exempt certain parts for manufacture of connectors. Chemicals and petrochemicals. To support existing and new capacities in the pipeline, I propose to increase the BCD on ammonium nitrate from 7.5% to 10%. Plastics. PVC flex banners are non-biodegradable and hazardous for environment and health. To curb their imports, I propose to raise the BCD on them from 10 to 25%. Telecommunication equipment. To incentivize domestic manufacturing, I propose to increase the BCD from 10 to 15% on PCBA of specified telecom equipment. Trade facilitation. To promote domestic aviation and boat and ship MRO, I propose to extend the period for export of goods imported for repairs from 6 months to 1 year. I'll read that again. To promote domestic aviation and boat and ship maintenance, repair and operations, I propose to extend the period for export of goods imported for repairs from 6 months to 1 year. In the same vein, I propose to extend the time limit for re-import of goods for repairs under warranty from 3 to 5 years. I now move to direct taxes. We will continue our efforts to simplify taxes, improve taxpayer services, provide tax certainty, and reduce litigation while enhancing revenues for funding the development and welfare schemes of the government. It has been our endeavor to simplify taxation. We have taken a number of measures in the last few years, including introduction of simplified tax regimes without exemptions and deductions for corporate tax and for personal income tax. This has been appreciated by taxpayers. 58% of corporate tax came from the simplified tax regime in the financial year 22-23. Similarly, as per data available till now, for the last fiscal, more than 2/3 have availed the new personal income tax regime. Comprehensive review of the Income Tax Act. I am now announcing a comprehensive review of the Income Tax Act 1961. The purpose is to make the act concise, lucid, easy to read and understand. This will reduce disputes and litigation, thereby providing tax certainty to the taxpayers. I will also bring down the demand embroiled in litigation. It is proposed to be completed in 6 months. A beginning is being made in the finance bill by simplifying the tax regime for charities, tedious rate structures, provisions of reassessment and such provisions, and capital gains taxation. Simplification for charities and tedious. Two tax exemption regimes. The two tax exemption regimes for charities are proposed to be merged into one. The 5% tedious rate on many payments is being merged into the 2% tedious rate, and the 20% tedious rate on repurchase of units by mutual funds or UTI is being withdrawn. Tedious rate on e-commerce operators is proposed to be reduced from 1 to 0.1%. Moreover, credit of TCS is proposed to be given in the TDS to be deducted on salary. Further, I propose to decriminalize delay for payment of TDS up to the due date of filing statement for the same. I also plan to provide a standard operating procedure for tedious defaults and simplify and rationalize the compounding guidelines for such defaults. Simplification of reassessment. I propose to thoroughly simplify the provisions for reopening and reassessment. An assessment hereinafter can be reopened beyond 3 years from the end of the assessment year only if the escaped income is 50 lakh rupees or more, up to a maximum period of 5 years from the end of the assessment year. Even in such cases, a time limit of 6 years before the year of the search, as against the existing time limit of 10 years, is being proposed. This will reduce tax uncertainty and disputes. Simplification and rationalization of capital gains. Capital gains taxation is also proposed to be hugely simplified. Short-term gains on certain financial assets shall henceforth attract a tax rate of 20%, while that on all other financial assets and all non-financial assets shall continue to attract the applicable tax rate. Long-term gains on all financial and non-financial assets, on the other hand, will attract a tax rate of 12.5%. For the benefit of the lower and the middle income classes, I propose to increase the limit of exemption of capital gains on certain financial assets to 1.25 lakh rupees per year. Listed financial assets held for more than a year will be classified as long-term, while unlisted financial assets and all non-financial assets will have to be held for at least 2 years to be classified as long-term. Unlisted bonds and debentures, debt mutual funds, and market-linked debentures, irrespective of holding period, however, will attract tax on capital gains at applicable rates. Taxpayer services. All the major taxpayer services under GST and most services under customs and income tax have been digitalized. All remaining services of customs and income tax, including rectification and order giving effect to appellate orders, shall be digitalized and made paperless over the next 2 years. Litigation and appeals. While our concerted efforts to reduce pendency of appeals at various appellate fora are beginning to show good results, it will continue to engage our highest attention. To dispose of the backlog of first appeals, I plan to deploy more officers to hear and decide such appeals, especially those with large tax effect. For resolution of certain income tax disputes pending an appeal, I am also proposing Vivad Se Vishwas Scheme 2024. Further, I propose to increase monetary limits for filing appeals related to direct taxes, excise, and service tax in the tax tribunals, high courts, and Supreme Court to 60 lakh rupees, 2 crore rupees, and 5 crore respectively, with a view to reduce litigation and provide certainty in international taxation. We will expand the scope of safe harbor rules and make them more attractive. We will also streamline the transfer pricing assessment procedure. Employment and investment. I have a few proposals to promote investment and foster employment. First of all, to bolster the Indian startup ecosystem, boost the entrepreneurial spirit, and to support innovation, I propose to abolish the so-called angel tax for all classes of investors. Second, There is tremendous potential for cruise tourism in India. To give a fillip to this employment-generating industry, I am proposing a simpler tax regime for foreign shipping companies operating domestic cruises in the country. Third, India is a world leader in the diamond cutting and polishing industry, which employs a large number of skilled workers. To further promote the development of this sector, we would provide for safe harbor rates for foreign mining companies selling raw diamonds in the country. Fourth, to attract foreign capital for our development needs, I propose to reduce the corporate tax rate on foreign companies from 40 to 35%. Deepening the tax base. I have a couple of proposals for deepening the tax base. First, security transaction tax on futures and options of securities is proposed to be increased to 0.02% and 0.1% respectively. Second, for reasons of equity, I propose to tax income received on buyback of shares in the hands of recipients. Other proposals. To improve social security benefits, deduction of expenditure by employers towards NPS is proposed to be increased from 10 to 14% of the employee's salary. Similarly, deduction of this expenditure up to 14% of salary from the income of employees in private sector, public sector banks, and undertakings opting for the new tax regime is proposed to be provided. Indian professionals working in multinationals get ESOPs and invest in social security schemes and other movable assets abroad. Non-reporting of such small foreign assets has penal consequences under the Black Money Act. Such non-reporting of movable assets up to 20 lakh rupees is proposed to be depenalized. Other major proposals in the finance bill relate to withdrawal of equalization levy of 2%, expansion of tax benefits to certain funds and entities in IFSCs, and immunity from penalty and prosecution to Benamidar on full and true disclosure so as to improve conviction under the Benami Transaction Prohibition Act 1988. Personal income tax. Coming to personal income tax rates, I have two announcements to make for those opting for the new tax regime. First, the standard deduction for salaried employees is proposed to be increased from 50,000 to 75,000 rupees. Similarly, deduction on family pension for pensioners is proposed to be enhanced from 15,000 to 25,000 rupees. This will provide relief to about 4 crore salaried individuals and pensioners. Second, in the new tax regime, the tax rate structure is proposed to be revised as follows. 0 to 3 lakh rupees, nil. 3 to 7 lakh rupees, 5%. 7 to 10 lakh rupees, 10%. 10 to 12 lakh rupees, 15%. 12 to 15 lakh rupees, 20%. And above 15 lakh rupees, 30%. As a result of these changes, a salaried employee in the new tax regime stands to save up to 17,500 rupees in income tax. Apart from these, I am also making some other changes as given in the annexure. As a result of these proposals, revenue of about 37,000 crore, that is 29,000 crore in direct taxes and 8,000 crore in indirect taxes will be foregone, while revenue of about 30,000 crore rupees will be additionally mobilized. Thus, the total revenue foregone is about 7,000 crores annually. Mr. Speaker, sir, with this, I commend the budget to this august House. Jai Hind.
Item number 2. Item number 2.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table the following statements under Section 3 of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management, FRBM Act 2003, medium-term fiscal policy cum fiscal policy strategy statement and macroeconomic framework statement.
Item number 3.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to move for leave to introduce the Finance Number 2 Bill 2024.
प्रश्न ये कि विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में अनुमति प्रदान की जाती है। माननीय मंत्री जी, अब विधेयक पुनर्स्थापित करें।
Sir, I introduce the bill.
Item number 4.
The Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir budget. Sir, I rise to present a statement, Hindi and English versions, of the estimated receipts and expenditure of the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir for the year 24-25.
सभा की कार्रवाई कल बुधवार दिनांक 24 जुलाई 2024 को प्राप्त 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
Families will be addressed with an investment of 10 lakh crore rupees. This will include the central assistance of 2.2 lakh crore rupees in the next 5 years. A provision of interest subsidy to facilitate loans at affordable rates is also envisaged. In addition, enabling policies and regulations for efficient and transparent rental housing markets with enhanced availability will also be put in place. Water supply and sanitation. In partnership with state governments and multilateral development banks, we will promote water supply, sewage treatments, and solid waste management projects and services for 100 large cities through bankable projects. These projects will also envisage use of treated water for irrigation and filling up of tanks in nearby areas. Street markets. Building on the success of PM Swanidhi scheme in transforming the lives of street vendors, our government envisions a scheme to support each year over the next 5 years the development of 100 weekly hearts or street food hubs in select cities. Stamp duty. We will encourage states which continue to charge high stamp duty to moderate the rates for all and also consider further lowering duties for properties purchased by women. This reform will be made an essential component of urban development schemes. Priority 6, energy security, energy transition. In the interim budget, I had announced our strategy to sustain high and more resource-efficient economic growth, along with the energy security in terms of availability, accessibility, and affordability. We will bring out a policy document on appropriate energy transition pathways that balances the imperatives of employment, growth, and environmental sustainability. PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana. PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana. In line with the announcement in the interim budget, PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana has been launched to install rooftop solar plants to enable 1 crore households obtain free electricity up to 300 units every month. The scheme has generated remarkable response with more than 1.28 crore registrations and 14 lakh applications, and we will further encourage it. Pumped storage policy. A policy for promoting pumped storage projects will be brought out for electricity storage and facilitating smooth integration of the growing share of renewable energy with its variable and intermittent nature in the overall energy mix. Research and development of small and modular nuclear reactors. Nuclear energy is expected to form a very significant part of the energy mix for Viksit Bharat. Towards that pursuit, our government will partner with the private sector for 1. Setting up Bharat Small Reactors, 2. Research and development of Bharat Small Modular Reactor, and 3. Research and development of newer technologies for nuclear energy. The R&D funding announced in the interim budget will be made available for this sector also. Advanced ultra supercritical thermal power plants. The development of indigenous technology for advanced ultra supercritical thermal power plants with much higher efficiency has been completed. A joint venture between NTPC and BHEL will set up a full-scale 800 megawatt commercial plant using AUSC technology. The government will provide the required fiscal support. Moving forward, development of indigenous capacity for the production of high-grade steel and other advanced metallurgy materials for these plants will result in strong spin-off benefits for the economy. Roadmap for hard-to-abate industries. A roadmap for moving the hard-to-abate industries from energy efficiency targets to emission targets will be formulated. Appropriate regulations for transition of these industries from the current perform, achieve, and trade mode to Indian carbon market mode will be put in place. Support to traditional micro and small industries. An investment-grade energy audit of traditional micro and small industries in 60 clusters, including brass and ceramic, will be facilitated. Financial support will be provided for shifting them to cleaner forms of energy and implementation of energy efficiency measures. The scheme will be replicated in another 100 clusters in the next phase. Priority 7, infrastructure investment by central government. Significant investment the central government has made over the years in building and improving infrastructure has had a strong multiplier effect on the economy. We will endeavor to maintain strong fiscal support for infrastructure over the next 5 years in conjunction with imperatives of other priorities and fiscal consolidation. This year, I have provided 11,11,111 crore rupees for capital expenditure. This would be 3.4% of our GDP. Infrastructure investment by state governments. We will encourage states to provide support of similar scale for infrastructure, subject to their development priorities. A provision of 1.5 lakh crore rupees for long-term interest-free loans have been made this year also to support the states in their resource allocation. Private investment in infrastructure. Investment in infrastructure by private sector will be promoted through viability gap funding and enabling policies and regulations. A market-based financing framework will be brought out. Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana. Phase 4 of the PMGSY will be launched to provide all-weather connectivity to 25,000 rural habitations, which have become eligible in view of their population increase. Irrigation and flood mitigation. Bihar has frequently suffered from floods, many of them originating outside the country. Plans to build flood control structures in Nepal are yet to progress. Our government, through the Accelerated Irrigation Benefit Program and other sources, will provide financial support for projects with estimated cost of 11,500 crore rupees, such as the Kosi-Michi intra-state link and 20 other ongoing and new schemes, including barrages, river pollution abatement, and irrigation projects. In addition, survey and investigation of Kosi-related flood mitigation and irrigation projects will be undertaken. Assam grapples with floods every year by the Brahmaputra River and its tributaries originating outside India. We will provide assistance to Assam for flood management and related projects. Himachal Pradesh suffered extensive losses due to floods last year. Our government will provide assistance to the state for reconstruction and rehabilitation through multilateral development assistance. Uttarakhand too suffered losses due to cloudbursts and massive landslides. We will provide assistance to the state. Recently, Sikkim witnessed benefit transfer of 1 month's salary in 3 installments to first-time employees as registered in the EPFO will be up to 15,000 rupees. The eligibility limit will be a salary of 1 lakh per month. The scheme is expected to benefit 210 lakh youths. Scheme B, job creation in manufacturing. This scheme will incentivize additional employment in the manufacturing sector linked to the employment of first-time employees. An incentive will be provided at specified scale directly both to the employee and the employer with respect to the EPFO contribution in the first 4 years of employment. The scheme is expected to benefit 30 lakh youth entering employment and their employers. Scheme C, support to employers. This employer-focused scheme will cover additional employment in all sectors. All additional employment within a salary of 1 lakh rupee per month will be counted. The government will reimburse to employers up to 3,000 rupees per month for 2 years towards the EPFO contribution for each additional employee. The scheme is expected to incentivize additional employment of 50 lakh persons. Participation of women in the workforce. We will facilitate higher participation of women in the workforce through setting up of working women hostels in collaboration with industry and establishing creches. In addition, the partnership will seek to organize women-specific skilling programs and promotion of market access for women SHG enterprises. Skilling program. I'm happy to announce a new centrally sponsored scheme as the 4th scheme under the Prime Minister's package for skilling in collaboration with state governments and industry. 20 lakh youth will be skilled over a 5-year period. 1,000 industrial training institutes will be upgraded in hub and spoke arrangements with outcome orientation. Course content and design will be aligned to the skill needs of industry, and new courses will be introduced for emerging needs. Skilling loans. The model skill loan scheme will be revised to facilitate loans up
Ladies and gentlemen, cat is out of the bag. The foundational budget of Modi 3.0 is out. Soon we will have access to the fine print. Now, this is being seen as a continuation of vote on account and previous Modi government budgets. Simplification of tax regimes, a comprehensive review of the IT Act. But to unpack this further, I'm joined by Mint's senior editor, Madhavan Narayanan. Thank you for joining us, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Quick comments. What do you think of the budget?
In the run-up to the budget, there were a lot of questions in people's mind. One of the first questions that people had was, will the government change its economic focus, especially after the elections, which saw BJP losing its majority? So the questions that people had was, will it continue the focus on fiscal consolidation? Will it continue to invest in infrastructure? Will the revenue expenditure increase? Will it become more populist and spend more money on giveaways? And so some of those questions were there. And there were also the other things that the government should be doing, will it do? Like focus on jobs, focus on rural investment, spending, because there was a lot of disenchantment in rural India, and that got translated in the electoral verdict. So, if you look at the budget, I think the government has done a very nice balancing act. One, it has sent out a very clear signal that fiscal consolidation is something that it is not going to compromise at all. In fact, it has accelerated the fiscal glide path. Instead of a 5.1% fiscal deficit, it has gone ahead and announced that for FY25 it will be 4.9%, which is a very strong signal that has been sent out. Yes, it seems to have largely benefited from the RBI's dividend bonanza, and they have made full use of it. That's one. Secondly, the focus on jobs has come back with full vigor. The government has announced a lot of schemes which will be costing as much as 2 lakh crore or 2 trillion when it comes to increasing jobs, skilling people, and ensuring that the youngsters who come into the job market are gainfully employed. I think that is a very big thing that had to be done, and this time the government has really embraced that in a big way. The second important thing is the rural spending. The government has clearly understood that the only way to deal with the sort of challenges or the rural distress that was visible was to spend in the rural areas. So if you look at the rural housing spend, that has been substantially enhanced, and also the rural road projects. These are spending that is going to happen in the rural areas, so it is going to entirely benefit the rural population. And another important area that needed action was the informal sector. The recent report released by the government said that the informal enterprises have shrunk in size and has really resulted in a lot of jobs being lost. And the sort of focus this government is given this time with the MSME sector, I think to some extent that gets really taken care of. And as regards infrastructure spend, it continues. They have not made any change in the allocation. It is same as in the interim budget, accounting to almost 3.4% of the GDP. What seems to be the attempt is to get the states to spend more. So they're going to help the states with more loans. So on the whole, I would say the government has listened to the people, listened and reacted to the electoral verdict without compromising its core philosophy, economic philosophies. So that would be my immediate take on the budget.
So the finance minister, in her 7th budget, has managed to successfully walk the tightrope everybody was expecting her to walk. She has managed to strike this balance, as you were mentioning earlier. We also have Abhishek Soni joining us. Mr. Soni, your thoughts? Because, of course, when we look at the personal income tax, the income tax section, there is a relief which the finance minister has provided to 4 crore pensioners and salaried. And of course, there is a revision of the tax structure as well. So your initial comments, and then we will, of course, get into specifics.
Yeah, so my initial comment is, the biggest announcement, I would consider for this budget is that the need to reconsider the age-old income tax act, which has been there for last 70 years. So I think this is the most critical part, I would say, in this budget, that government has acknowledged कि वो 60-70 साल पुराना जो एक्ट है उसको बदलने की जरूरत है. So that is the first comment on my budget, that this is something which I would say that much needed step that our finance minister has considered. So this is one. Other than that, there has been changes in limit of standard deduction, which has been increased to 75,000 from 50,000, and there has been some changes in the slabs as well, as we were discussing in the morning as well, that the government's only intention is now to continue with the new regime. old regime के अंदर उनका कोई focus नहीं है, and we are also not expecting that anything will come, any announcement will come in the old regime. So उसके ऊपर there has not been any comment. New regime के ऊपर ही focus है, and on that as well, my first take is थोड़ा ऊंट के मुंह में
Mr. Soni, are you seeing increased adoption of new regime on your platform, because a lot of people use your platform to file taxes?
Yeah, the adoption of new regime definitely has been increased. But the other rationale is that if you look at the macro data, out of 8 crore tax filers, majority of the people are those people who are not paying taxes. Hardly 2.5 crore people in our country are paying taxes. So obviously the non-paying category will go for a newer regime only. So that is the one of the key reason that there is more number sitting on the new tax regime part.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. That's interesting.
Yeah.
We were going back to you.
Sorry.
No, please go ahead. Finish your point.
Yeah. So we were expecting that there will be some significant relief to be provided to the middle class taxpayers, because the thing is that if you look at a average guy who is earning say between 12 to 16 lakh, for last 3-4 years there has not been any significant change in his tax liability, whether it's in a newer regime or an older regime. So वहाँ पे थोड़ा सा expectation था that government will do something that will make an impact to his financial cash inflow outflow. There has not been any significant change into that thing, so that we were expecting. And besides that, there has been increase in short-term capital gain and long-term capital gain rates. Short-term capital gain was fine कि ठीक है, government का objective भी है कि long-term they want people to invest for a longer term, but there also in long-term capital gain rate has been increased to 10 to 12.5%. So that is a little bit discouraging as well. इतना तो अब अगर आप एक holistic view बनाओ, if I am a salaried employee, 20-22 लाख मेरा salary है, उतना मैंने हो सकता है नहीं बचाया होगा स्लैब के चेंजेस से, जितना मेरा यहाँ हो सकता है कैपिटल गेन में आउट को बढ़ गया होगा. Getting me?
Right.
So so that's the point.
Right.
But the good part is that they are agreeing to review the Income Tax Act. So probably over the next 1 or 2 years, we might see some significant reform in our tax structure.
Right. What kind of reform, by the way?
So probably, our existing Income Tax Act has a lot of sections, lot of deductions. It is too complex because there has not been.
Because as the finance minister also said during her speech, the government now intends to simplify the tax regime further and further. And of course, there have been new announcements that she has made. But going back to you, Madhavan, quick question. Some of the areas which where it was expected that the government will allocate more capital, where is this money coming from? Is this coming from RBI dividend? What is the government choosing to forego in terms of revenue?
No, yeah, she did mention as far as the RBI's bonanza is about 2.1 lakh crore, which is about 0.4% of GDP. But I think the government has benefited from a better GDP growth, which means better revenue mobilization overall. And then, of course, taxes mobilization will also be better because we are expecting a normal monsoon, which means overall consumption will increase. So, see, the government is in a very good position when it comes to revenues now. And of course, the RBI's dividend also helped. And I think we have to really look at the fine print now to really understand where the allocations have been and where has it been reduced to really answer the question very comprehensively. But I think government really did not have too much of issues on the revenue side. They were sitting pretty, and the nominal rate of growth that they have assumed last time was about 11%, was very comfortable, and it was easy to achieve. So there was never an issue, I think, on the revenue side. And what was people really looking at is how the government will spend, and I think that has become clear in terms of the focus areas.
Right. And what about the consumption problem? It's been especially tricky to increase consumption, especially at the bottom of the pyramid. And also the Indian GDP is largely based on private consumption. Do you think this kind of a budget will give it a spur?
Yeah, I think so, in the sense that look at the rural spending. A lot of money has been put in the rural spending. See, one thing I must tell you, this government never believes in giving out cash handouts because it strongly believes that the multiplier effect by giving cash to the people is much, much lower than the multiplier effect that comes from rural or actual spending. So if you notice, the rural spending has been significantly bumped up. And I think that should really translate into more rural consumption. And added by the fact that the monsoon is good this time, so the crop output and everything should be taken care of. I think that should be the strategy that the government should have adopted. And of course, in terms of the tax break that has been given, if it is going to put about 17,500 rupees in the hands of 4 crore salaried people and pensioners, I think some of that could also lead to better consumption. See, the problem was the K-shaped recovery and the consumption where demand for luxury goods was far better than the demand for no-frill items. So that was a major challenge that the government had to handle. Hopefully, with the rural economy recovering thanks to better crop output and some of the measures put out in the budget, that could get corrected going forward.
You know, one of the things which was really being discussed before her budget speech was if the finance minister is going to listen to people. There were industry demands, there were demands of the middle class, farmers, etc. And one of those demands, especially of the industry, was to drop the angel tax. And the government, as you were mentioning earlier as well, did seem to have listened to the people this time. The angel tax has been dropped. Can you talk to us briefly about the impact of this?
No, see, the overall the idea was, to strengthen the startup ecosystem, and this was clearly a stumbling block. So the demand to drop the angel tax has been there for quite some time, but for some reason the government did not bite the bullet. I think this time, I think they saw merit and they've gone ahead and removed it. I think that is a welcome move, and it is going to really help in boosting the startup ecosystem and the funds that is going to be available to the startup ecosystem, because it levels the playing field for investors in India.
Right. And capex remains largely unchanged.
Yes, she's not made any addition to the capex. That was actually expected because the government had been spending so much on capex, hoping that the private sector will jump in and start investing. And it's about now 3.4% of GDP, which is historic high. But for some reason, the private sector has not taken the plunge. There could be many reasons for it, but now I think the government is clear that the conditions for the private sector to invest is near, and they expect that to happen this year. And to that extent, the economic survey yesterday did mention that the private investment has begun. So the government has understood that if it has to maintain its fiscal deficit or lower the fiscal deficit, it cannot continue spending on infrastructure like it has done in the last 3 years. There is a limit to which the government can also spend, right? The massive infrastructure impetus has always come with a higher fiscal deficit. So the government has made it clear that it will try to retain the infrastructure spending at around 3.4% of GDP and hope that the private sector will take the plunge. And another interesting thing that the government has done is that it will now get the states to invest more on infrastructure. And it has allocated about 1.5 trillion rupees for the interest-free 50-year loan, which the states can get now to spend on infrastructure. So I think to keep its fiscal math in order, the government will be going forward, slowly pushing the infrastructure spending to the states and hoping that, sometime this year, the private sector will jump in and will start making the investments that is long overdue.
Right. We have Mr. Sudhakar Sethuraman joining us. Welcome, Mr. Sethuraman. Hopefully, the network is absolutely fine at your end at this point in time, because we did try to talk to you in the morning, and the network kept you kept dropping out. But that said, we could not talk to you about expectations, but let's definitely talk to you about what do you think of the final outcome. Of course, the fine print will take some time for you to get access to it, but based on what you've heard from the finance minister, your initial views?
I think this is a long-term budget. I would look at this as from a personal taxation point of view. It is long-term and it is growth-oriented, is what I would say, because the budget is focusing on supporting employment, creating and providing employment-related incentives to the companies and to the first-time employees, which is actually a phenomenal thing, because we are talking not just about the value of money, but we are talking about the entire infrastructure around this, so that the benefit can reach the individual. I'm talking about the 1 month wage of up to 15,000 rupees, or be it about 3,000 rupees, which the government is looking at to compensate the employer. These are all very good measures when we are looking at GDP of these measures are definitely required to gear up the employment sector in India. Having said this, when you look into the personal tax related proposals, which has been laid down by Ms. Sitharaman here in this budget, the focus is primarily on, as expected, from a new tax regime point of view. And she's able to put forth the statistics to support the new tax regime. And they have done quite a bit of things from an administration ease perspective. So that is really a welcome measure from the government side. For example, things like TCS can be adjusted against a salary TDS is a big thing, because we have seen cases where employees are not able to adjust this money. Having spent something, let's say in June, July, you may have to wait till next year to file the return to get this money as a refund. Decriminalizing TDS related delays again is a good thing, and coming up with an SOP, which in my view is a long-term solution here, Abhishek. Capital gains, I think it's a streamlining. It is really good. We may have to see what the fine print is going to offer. While the increasing the deduction limit from 1 lakh to 1,25,000 is pretty small, but at least you cannot be asking more, especially where they are looking at a rate optimization. But they have done this very cleverly, is what I would say, that because when you look into this 10 to 12.5 percentage, it is not that they are attracting and taxing the case or situation where the transactions are more. So in a way, the government is able to reduce the rate on one side, and on the other side, with an increased volume, they will be able to neutralize the impact of revenue loss on account of rate reduction. NPS is again a welcome measure. There are two references in NPS. One is on the tax side, where they mentioned about a 14% reduction, from 10 to 14% reduction to the employees, and on the other side, where minor children can be a part of this NPS scheme, which again is more future centric. The welcome measure, which I appreciate in this entire budget, is that foreign assets reporting, to report a foreign asset up to 20 lakhs. Especially in the case of ESOPs or overseas social security, is a great thing. Practically, we have seen umpteen cases where Black Money Act is initiated by the government just because somebody went to US and had the social security account still open out there, right? So last but not the least is the rate structure part of it. Again, as expected, it is done in the new tax regime. It is just some max around 3 to 7, and not from 3 to 2.5 and 6 and those kind of things. We are looking at a subtle saving of around 17,500 rupees. But again, I'll tell you, this is going to be impactful for people up to a particular income level, where let's say 22 lakhs. This is going to be of a great savings to them. But when it looked to the higher income group, this impact from the new tax regime, the proposals may not have a significant impact. Any specific questions around this? Maybe I thought
I want to come back to you as far as capital gains is concerned, but I want to go back to Madhavan and quickly talk to him about, one of the important things was, of course, the supply side stimulus. And finally, the finance minister did address that issue. So talk to us a little bit about that aspect of the budget, Madhavan, if you could.
See, this government had strongly believed that demand side support was something that's has a better multiplier effect on the economy than supply side stimulus. The reasons are simple, because if you give money to the people, people may either spend or they may save. So, but if the government is going to spend,
or they might invest them in mutual funds, in which case, the authorities will start worrying about the fact that people are not using FDs like they used to, and banks are running out of money, right?
Yeah, but it's still some investment. That's fine. But
Right.
if they don't, the problem is the government is not giving money for people to save. Government wants them to, to spend, so that that is an impact on the economy, positive impact on the economy. So this government had resisted supply side or cash handouts for a very long time. And even run up to this budget, there were a lot of demands, actually, including a farm loan waiver. So the government has stuck to its economic philosophy. But I think with the salaried employees, I think it was a long overdue. The government would have realized that it would have been unfair not to do anything for the salaried people. And that's why they have gone ahead and given this money, and hopes that they should be hoping that this money would be spent. I think that's what they should be expecting. So it's a clear deviation from its economic philosophy. But I think you can probably consider it as a sort of a one-time affair, because they have completely avoided other cash handouts or any such things.
Right. Mr. Piyush Doshi, operating partner, Foundation for Economic Development, has also joined us. Mr. Doshi, your initial thoughts about the budget? Mr. Doshi, I think you're on mute. You might want to check the unmute button. And I'm sorry, I still can't hear you. So I'll go to Mr. Soni. Mr. Soni, from the point of view of simplification, of course, Mr. Sitharaman also spoke about it at length, but I also want to get your views from the point of view of simplification, because your platform is what is used by a lot of people to file their ideas. So my question is, when it comes to simplification, to what extent do you think the new announcements which have been made simplify things for income tax, salaried, and both, of course, pensioners? From that point of view, what's your thought?
So, Abhishek, from simplification point of view, I think after the introduction of new tax regime, it has, quite already been addressed. The newer tax regime is already quite simplified. As a layman taxpayer, you don't have to do a lot of math or a lot of work on that. The only need which was, the only thing which was required to be done is to, enhance the limit, so that, more benefits, can be passed on from the end taxpayer. So I would say that from simplification point of view, newer tax regime is already quite a simple regime which is there. We just need to
simplify the matters even more.
Yeah. Correct. Because even if you take impact of inflation, there has not been any substantial change in the tax rates over the past couple of years.
Sure, I'll come back to you. But in the meantime, Mr. Piyush Doshi is back with us, and we also have Yuvika Singhal. So let me go to you, Mr. Doshi, first, and then I'll come to you, Yuvika. Your initial thoughts about the budget. We've been talking about it for a while now, but since you've just joined us, I'll let you take a minute to describe the budget to us. How do you see it?
Okay. For me, the interesting things in the budget relate to the things which promote manufacturing and growth in the economy, right? So the one thing which excited me the most was upfront announcement around employment-linked incentive. for manufacturing. I think this will give a direct boost to manufacturing and creating employment in the sector. I think through the budget, as you look at the details of the announcement, the government talked about a number of initiatives, reforms around, for example, land registry, around capital markets, etc. So these will improve factor market competitiveness across the industry. Government also talked about customs duties rationalization. It will take 6 months, so the specifics are not yet there, but there are some good proposals there. So lots of things will come upon which will help growth, which will help manufacturing. Some of the detail is missing at the point, but I like those the intent of the government there, and I would be keenly awaiting the detail as they emerge over the next 6 months as promised by the government.
Right. Yuvika, your initial thoughts?
Well, I think it's a good budget which caters to the hallmarks of stability and continuity coming in from the government. And I think where the government has smartly struck is that it has dealt with the weaker issues from an economics perspective. So if you look at the fine print of the announcements, there has been a chiseled focus on creating jobs, and not just jobs, but more formal jobs through the EPFO route or internship route, while the CAPEX spending target did remain unchanged. But I think we need to see it from the perspective that the base of the CAPEX has already grown in the last 4 to 5 years. So even when the target remains unchanged, we are still looking at a very strong CAPEX thrust continuing to maintain in the economy. In addition to this, there were small SOPs for the salaried income class. There was a lot of chatter about it, how inflation has hit the hardest those who are at the lower end of the income spectrum. So there has been some relief that the government has been able to offer. In addition to this, I don't see the budget being overly populistic in any sense. So if you see, there is some kind of a tacit understanding that the rural economy will bounce back this year, largely premised on the normal monsoon outcome. So you do not see a lot of rural or agri-oriented big schemes, but the focus has largely been on formal job creation, manufacturing to some extent, MSMEs providing them support. And I think that is being the entire spiel of the government, that focus where there are genuine weaknesses in the economy, let the other sectors where they have been doing well impart a sense of continuity. And I think that is what this budget is aiming for, a more inclusive growth. So we are talking about a 7% or an 8% headline GDP, but how do we make it more inclusive, ensure that the benefits of that growth trickle down to the masses? So I think that's where the budget hits the right chords.
All right. So you're saying the finance minister has successfully managed to walk that tightrope and strike the right balance between populism versus what needed to be done for the long term. Mr. Doshi, now back to you. And of course, I will get the thoughts of others also on this. When it comes to consumption, it was skewed. It was a problem, especially for people coming from the bottom of the pyramid. In the economy, what we were noticing was that the consumption of luxury items was high, while the consumption at the base of the pyramid was not anywhere close to where it should have been. Do you think this budget will be able to spur consumption at that level?
I think it will. Some of this thing will have delayed impact, because one has to understand, right, what will drive consumption. Eventually, consumption will be driven by investment. So one easy way of giving immediate consumption boost is, let's say, give handout to the bottom of the pyramid. I'm actually glad that government has stayed away from going overboard on that easy path and is trying to do it in the right way. So if our manufacturing sector grows, if jobs are created, then that will be money in the hands of the people, and that would be productive money. And once that money comes in, and as I said, it won't happen overnight, it might take at least 6 to 12 months, investment coming in, jobs getting created. But once that happens, we will see real and sustainable boom in consumption. Otherwise, we will see a consumption boom driven, then it will lead to inflation, and we will be back to square one. So the other point I wanted to make was that actually one of the key things which got missed is very strong commitment to keeping the fiscal deficit under target. So it's now already under 5%, and commitment to bringing it under 4%. I think that's a fantastic thing, because it will reduce the cost of capital for our industry. Government constantly crowds out capital, and industry has to pay a premium. Reducing cost of capital for the industry will mean that there will be an investment incentive, and again, that will lead to jobs. So To your answer, short answer to your question, yes, it will, but it will take some time. But that's the right thing.
All right. Yuvika, quickly to you, please address this question as well before I go to Mr. Sethuraman and talk a little bit about capital gains taxation.
So I do agree with the points that were raised by Mr. Doshi, that consumption per se needs to be looked from two perspectives. One, that while the government could have gone all out to give more impetus to consumption, either through direct income transfers or through greater tax ops to salaried individuals, or also because they this time around did have the fiscal bonanza coming in from the RBI dividend, but they have stopped short of doing it because it makes logical macroeconomic sense, because any kind of direct impetus you give to consumption through higher income transfers or any of that sort will have inflationary repercussions in the economy. So the better way to do, to push consumption is through the investment channel, which might be a little longer. But when you start investing in infrastructure, you create jobs and you give a push to incomes and consumption. So it might have a slightly longer gestation period, but by doing this, you create not only jobs, but also assets in the economy, and it turns out to be non-inflationary. Having said so, I think what is extremely important from a jobs perspective, though the government has tried to get in the private sector in a much more meaningful way, but what they need to also understand that the private capex cycle, though has seen recovery, but continues to still remain fairly anemic compared to historical standards, and it's yet not broad-based. And if you would go back and look at the commentary from the economic survey that was tabled yesterday, there is one very strong and interesting point that the chief economic advisor makes, and he says that job creation or jobs is mainly a task that is seen in the private sector. So if you look at the government spending and capex, it's largely limited to three sectors in the economy: roads, railways, and defense. You are spending to create infra, but you might be able to not create as many jobs because you're highly concentrated in your spending. What we need is a private sector turnaround, a more meaningful turnaround in capex, which is more broad-based, to bring in greater jobs and thus give that logical impetus to income and consumption in the economy. So that is what I think they're striving for.
Right. Now, Mr. Sethuraman, let me come back to you and talk to you a little bit about capital gains taxation. You did, talk about it briefly in your first response. But the long-term gains on financial and non-financial assets will attract a tax rate of 12.5%. Short-term gains on certain financial assets will attract a tax rate of 20%. And the exemption limit for capital gains on certain financial assets has been increased to 1.25 lakhs per year, which is not much of a difference. So what kind of impact is the government expecting from these tiny changes, or help us understand the scope of the impact, after this change?
See, until before this change, short-term capital gains on financial assets would still be taxable at the tax slab applicable to the individual. Let's say I'm in the 30% tax, 10, 20, 30. It will be included along with that income, and the tax slab will apply. But now the government has introduced a scheme wherein it is going to be taxed at 20%, which is a flat rate of tax. So on short-term capital gain from certain financial assets, there is going to be a savings insofar as people who are investing is concerned, right? This is going to be the first impact. When you look into long-term capital gains, right? Typically they were subject to a special rate of tax of 10%. But now the government is increasing that from 10 to 12.5 as a part of this budget. They are also extending the limit for deduction from 1 lakh to 1,25,000. Mind you, these things might sound small, but the significant impact is there are changes to security transaction tax where it is going to increasing slightly. So net to net, what is going to happen is that there may not be a significant savings which will happen to people who are investing here. On the other hand, when the market is going to be constant, perhaps they will be able to make money in the long run on appreciation in value rather than making any leverage on account of tax rates. Because on the tax rates, what you save on account of rate reduction, depending on the volume, you might end up paying the security transaction tax where there is a marginal increase. So neck to neck, there is going to be a slight outflow, but in the long run, if you keep invested, then the inflow could be high, is what the government's intention seems to be.
Right. And before we move on to other topics, start talking about PLIs, etc., let me quickly talk to both you and Mr. Soni about FNO and STT. In a significant blow to futures and options traders, Finance Minister declared raising the STT from the existing 0.01 to 0.02. I mean, she's doubled it. So it's very clear that the government doesn't want the retail to participate in the way that they've been for the last couple of years in the FNO market. What's your view, Mr. Soni, first, and then I'll go to Mr. Sethuraman about this particular move and this particular decision of the Finance Minister?
Yeah, so Abhishek, we have been hearing about this for past, couple of months from, finance minister itself that, there has been, a burden on the small scale investors. They were losing like a lot of money. So the government's intent is very clear that they want to protect interest of these small investors who are losing money in the market and, to tax the large scale investors. So I don't see any, demerit in this, particularly because it is very critical that we protect the interests of all the small investors, who are investing money in the market. And on the part of government, I think they are doing a fair job, by taking all these steps which can protect the interests of the small investors.
Right.
I think
Mr.
Abhishek, in my view, it is more to bring in equilibrium. Between the larger investors and the smaller investors, because today more than the shares and debentures, the futures and options tradings are increased substantially, and the revenue it is able to generate is significant. So the government needs fuel to run the economy in the form of taxes, and increasing the STT from 0.01 to 0.02 would justify this. Again, as I said, given the long-term principles which has been outlined by the government in this budget and the mechanism with which they are going to implement this might cause a temporary outflow from a large investor point of view. But in the long run, this is going to benefit them because we are looking at an appreciation in value, and the return is going to be higher in future.
So I'll just, add one small point as well, Abhishek, in continuation to what Sethuramanji has said, that, what I feel is that more than squeezing out of the existing tax base, what we need to do as a country is to think that how we can expand the number of taxpayers in our country. The burden is on a very handful people right now who are paying taxes. Obviously, the government's objective is to enhance the tax collection, which is fairly right, because they also have to run the country, and their focus should also will be there to enhance the collection of taxes. But how do we what steps do we need to take which can widen our tax base? Like out of 8 crore people, only 2.5 crore people are paying taxes in our country. So that if we enhance that base to 5-6 crores, I think the tax collection itself will enhance significantly. So I think that should be the area which should be prioritized compared to what we can squeeze out of the existing base that we have in our hand.
Right. Yuvika, quick question to you. One of the things which was being discussed before the budget was, so long as the finance minister does not do anything dramatic, this is going to be a good budget, and people were satisfied with that. And I was just going through my Twitter feed right now, and a lot of people are already calling it a status quo budget with a renewed emphasis on job creation. Do you agree with that assessment?
Well, I think that would be a very simplified way to put all that the FM has announced today. While I think there is an overarching focus of the budget on jobs, because clearly I think that was one of the weak links in the run-up to the budget, and the fractured mandate that we saw from the voters. I think there was some kind of an expectation also that something would be done on jobs. And definitely the budget has come out being extremely vocal on creating formal jobs. So yes, there is an overarching focus, but to just say that it's status quo with just jobs as one topic, I think that would be belittling what the entire 1.5 hour speech of the FM actually focused on. A lot of interesting topics. So there is abolition of angel tax, which gives a lot of support to startups, entrepreneurs, and the entire ecosystem. They have managed to, put more hands into the salaried incomes individuals. There is definitely a focus on jobs, not being too populist at the same time. There is also some degree of balancing act between the political landscape and the fiscal landscape. A lot of mention of two particular states in the budget speech, while a lot of money is likely to be doled through the multilateral agencies. But nevertheless, they have tried to have a fairly balancing act there. And to be able to better fiscal from 5.1 that they had announced in the interim budget to 4.9 is something indeed, when we are looking at the fine print and we are getting the numbers right now, one thing that I would like to highlight is that there is actually a cut in the subsidies burden vis-a-vis the interim budget by almost 30,000 odd crores. So we are seeing a cut in the fertilizer subsidy vis-a-vis interim budget targets by 22,000 and about 7,000 crores on food. So they are eventually, what they're doing is they're building on savings on the subsidy and utilizing the windfall gain that they have from the RBI dividend this year, and they have pumped all that money because capex has not risen, but they have pumped all that money into the welfare side of the economy, whether it's jobs, whether it's MSME, whether it's providing for other segments of the economy. And I think that's the beauty of the budget.
Frankly, I see more positives than negatives as far as the entire speech and the announcements made by the FM are concerned. But at the end of the day, you're going to hear all kinds of comments on Twitter and elsewhere. But that aside, Mr. Doshi, let me come back to you and talk to you a little bit about angel tax being dropped and its impact, because this has been a long-standing demand of startups.
Certainly a positive move. I wouldn't say that it will dramatically change the amount of investment that will flow to the startups, because if I look at people who I know in the investing community, if they have stopped short of investing, it's not because of any angel tax issues. If it's because they were not finding profitable opportunities. So clearly, angel tax dropping is good from a perspective that every little tax of this nature adds to compliance burdens, paperwork, etc., and overall reduces the efficiency of the economy. And on the margin, it of course reduces the incentive. But on the whole, I think the fundamental startup investment scenario will be more driven by the quality of startup and the overall investment climate and confidence, which I think is good and improved.
Right. We also have Mr. Ashwajit Singh, who's just joined us. He's the founder and managing editor, IP Global. Welcome to the show, Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Abhishek.
Your initial comments. What do you think of the budget?
I think it's a positive budget. Overall, I'm quite happy with the budget, and it's not really a budget just for the year. I think it's more a statement of intent for the next 5 years, because if you look at some of the schemes or the announcements that have been made, they're really not just sort of looking at 1 year. They're looking at whether it's jobs or employment. The schemes that they announced is going to be running over the next few years. Whether it's mainstreaming women and looking at that's again going to be running over the next few years. So I think it's very much in line with the Viksit Bharat. The focus has clearly been on it this being an inclusive budget. So you're really looking at whether it's the people affected by poverty. They're very well covered in this. You're also covering tribals and Northeast, which is sort of part of being an inclusive budget. You're looking at the youth. Youth has been actually at the prime and the central of this budget, and I think that was a huge problem, because you had a lot of people who were graduates, but they were not employable. The government of India's own schemes around skills, etc., were not really working that well because they were perhaps not being monitored well enough. You've also got the Annadata, the agriculture and the rural part of India has been looked at, and of course Nari. So you're really looking at Gyan, and here I'm particularly pleased with announcements around the jobs and employment, because of course there are discussions around whether this figure of 1 crore people being given internships is doable or not by 500 companies. Maybe not in the first year itself, but it's definitely a step in the right direction. It's really, looking at some of the support that the government would have otherwise been giving through their skills mission, or even through some of the direct benefit transfers that they would have been giving to these youths. That's really now being channelized through the top 500 companies, who are not only going to be giving internships to these people, but will make sure that they are being productively used. I think that's the big advantage of attaching them to the private sector. The finance minister had, in one of her earlier statements, said that we've done what we had to as far as jobs are concerned. This was, I think, yesterday for the economic survey. Now it's time for the private sector to step in. And this is a prime example of that combination happening. The other positive thing here is that the private sector has also been allowed to use part of their CSR to support this.
Yeah, that's a very interesting point.
Yeah, that's very interesting, because earlier, whenever, and we do a lot of work for private sector in the CSR space, and more often than not, the private sector either has not been judicially using their CSR, or have always wanted to use that CSR funding directly or indirectly, which would have a positive impact on their business. And they were finding it difficult to, exhaust their entire CSR in something that would have a positive impact on the business. This would have a positive impact on the business. The other thing that this internship scheme will really be, somebody asked me on another channel that do you think they are 1 crore, where are they going to be employed? Now, I don't think that there are going to be too many interns being employed at the head offices and the corporate offices of these 500 companies. They would probably be more in the regional or the state offices or the block offices. And that would really mean that especially the companies which are FMCG out of this, or which have, a reach into the interiors, they are going to be using these people to create the demand. So you've really got a situation where you've provided income to these people, and at the same time they in turn are creating demand, which is, the rural demand is something that's the consumption and demand's been affecting us in any case.
Right. So we've been talking about addressing that side of demand, because on one hand you have increased demand of luxury goods, and at the bottom of the pyramid, of course, talking about the rural economy and tier 2, tier 3 towns and smaller cities and villages, skewed in that sense. So some great points that you've raised there. But one thing which I specifically wanted to talk to you about is, of course, the infra sector.
See, the infrastructure sector, the government's already sort of clearly the last government itself had demonstrated their intent about infrastructure. They committed 10 lakh crores into infrastructure. You have seen a lot of money actually gone into infrastructure, be it road, be it railways, be it connectivity. We've seen that happen. This year again, they've committed 11 lakh crores. So I think it's also now time for them to leverage the private sector funding here. And this is where I would say that
for some reason, despite government's best efforts, the private sector investment hasn't risen, at least in the manner and to the extent that the government was expecting.
Absolutely. No.
But we will talk about it. We will talk about it at a later stage. At this point in time, of course, this being the foundational budget, now that it's out, now that the cat is out of the bag.
Just come in here. The finance minister in 2022 spoke about blended finance as a concept for getting in private sector investment. Not much has happened since then. So I think it's time for them to really revisit blended finance, because to me, that will be a combination of the government as well as private sector and banking money coming in. A lot of that could go into infrastructure. A lot of that could go into innovation, be it climate, health, or agri.
All right. Now, to wrap this up, let me ask all of you here, one after another. Let me start with Mr. Doshi, and then, of course, I'll go to Mr. Soni. What kind of a budget has it been? And out of 5, what's the rating that you're going to give to this budget? Mr. Doshi, let's start with you.
I think overall it's a good budget in terms of intent and direction. I would give it 4 on 5. 4 on 5 because it touches upon all the things that are going to impact the direction of our economy. It talks about structural reforms. It talks about all the factors of production ranging from land, labor, capital, infrastructure, power, and it keeps on the path of fiscal consolidation. I would deduct that 1 point for not being bold enough on some of the more difficult things. So there is no For example, intent on labor reforms, which is an urgent need for labor-intensive manufacturing. On the customs duties reduction, there are some cosmetic announcements around electronics and phone, but it's largely been pushed out in the future. Currently, there is no meaningful rationalization of duties on input. So a couple of the factors of reduction will remain tough. But at least the government has talked about them, and therefore we can see the intent, waiting for the details. So 4 on 5.
All right. Mr. Soni, your comments. But before that, actually, I have one more question for you. And that is, can people, because of course, this is the month when most of the people are filing their ideas. Now that the finance minister has announced certain new measures, can the people now opt for new regime? People who especially had opted for old regime before the announcements being made by the finance minister in the parliament today?
Yeah, certainly at the time of filing your tax return, you can opt for the new tax regime. That there's no challenge.
Right. But those who have already filed, what do they do now if they want to make the switch?
So all the changes that has been announced today in the budget, these will be applicable for the current financial year, which is 24-25, and the tax returns which getting filed is for the previous financial year, 23-24. So any which ways, all these will be effective for this year, in which we are into right now. So we have to take care while filing our tax return for the next July of 25. So at that time we have to consider this new regime or old regime.
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
So on the budget,
yeah.
So on the budget, like we were discussing in the morning session, majboori or mazbooti.
So my or majboor, what kind of a budget? Yes.
So my one-liner comment would be, थोड़ी मजबूरी के साथ मजबूत budget है ये.
Right. Mr. Singh, your final comments, and of course, how would you rate this budget out of 5?
My final comment is that this budget is clearly a budget where it's time for us to move from aspiration to acceleration, from promise to delivery, from policy to partnerships on the ground. So I would give this budget a 4 with a rider. If the announcements are not implemented and you don't get the impact on the ground, then I would make it a 3.5, because the policy announcements are very good. But even in the past, sometimes we've seen, especially when it comes to the centrally sponsored schemes, whether it was skills, whether it was, even some of the others, even Narega, for instance, great scheme, but the assets created under that need to be climate resilient and adding to the productivity of the country. On the other hand, if this is well implemented on the ground, I would give it a 4.5. So I would want to sort of, park that final score for the time being and see on how it's implemented on the ground. Excellent budget for towards the Viksit Bharat. I would have wanted to see some more innovative financing. I mentioned about blended finance. Maybe the social stock exchange needs to be, sort of more activated to try and channelize the CSR funding, which could again go within the government's policy. So some of those things, they're silent on health, but then health had been covered in the interim budget. They were silent on Narega. That had been also covered in the interim budget. I would like to, also try and see more focus. They have announced a lot on energy and climate, but more focus on climate as well as we move along, because that is going to be the single biggest important issue in years to come.
All right, gentlemen, thank you for joining us here. And viewers, do keep watching The Mint, because our budget coverage continues. We will join you with, of course, the latest and with more interviews as the day progresses. I'm Abhishek Singh. You're watching The Mint. Thank you.
Thank you.
In the financial year 22-23. Similarly, as per data available till now, for the last fiscal, more than 2/3 have availed the new personal income tax regime. Comprehensive review of the Income Tax Act. I am now announcing a comprehensive review of the Income Tax Act 1961. The purpose is to make the act concise, lucid, easy to read and understand. This will reduce disputes and litigation, thereby providing tax certainty to the taxpayers. I will also bring down the demand embroiled in litigation. It is proposed to be completed in 6 months. A beginning is being made in the finance bill by simplifying the tax regime for charities, TDS rate structures, provisions of reassessment and such provisions, and capital gains taxation. Simplification for charities and TDS. Two tax exemption regimes. The two tax exemption regimes for charities are proposed to be merged into one. The 5% TDS rate on many payments is being merged into the 2% TDS rate and the 20% TDS rate on repurchase of units by mutual funds or UTI is being withdrawn. TDS rate on e-commerce operators is proposed to be reduced from 1 to 0.1%. Moreover, credit of TCS is proposed to be given in the TDS to be deducted on salary. Further, I propose to decriminalize delay for payment of TDS up to the due date of filing statement for the same. I also plan to provide a standard operating procedure for TDS defaults and simplify and rationalize the compounding guidelines for such defaults. Simplification of reassessment. I propose to thoroughly simplify the provisions for reopening and reassessment. An assessment hereinafter can be reopened beyond 3 years from the end of the assessment year only if the escaped income is 50 lakh rupees or more, up to a maximum period of 5 years from the end of the assessment year. Even in such cases, a time limit of 6 years before the year of the search, as against the existing time limit of 10 years, is being proposed. This will reduce tax uncertainty and disputes. Simplification and rationalization of capital gains. Capital gains taxation is also proposed to be hugely simplified. Short-term gains on certain financial assets shall henceforth attract a tax rate of 20%, while that on all other financial assets and all non-financial assets shall continue to attract the applicable tax rate. Long-term gains on all financial and non-financial assets, on the other hand, will attract a tax rate of 12.5%. For the benefit of the lower and the middle income classes, I propose to increase the limit of exemption of capital gains on certain financial assets to 1.25 lakh rupees per year. Listed financial assets held for more than a year will be classified as long-term, while unlisted financial assets and all non-financial assets will have to be held for at least 2 years to be classified as long-term. Unlisted bonds and debentures, debt mutual funds, and market-linked debentures, irrespective of holding period, however, will attract tax on capital gains at applicable rates. Taxpayer services. All the major taxpayer services under GST and most services under customs and income tax have been digitalized. All remaining services of customs and income tax, including rectification and order giving effect to appellate orders, shall be digitalized and made paperless over the next 2 years. Litigation and appeals. While our concerted efforts to reduce pendency of appeals at various appellate fora are beginning to show good results, it will continue to engage our highest attention. To dispose of the backlog of first appeals, I plan to deploy more officers to hear and decide such appeals, especially those with large tax effect. For resolution of certain income tax disputes pending in appeal, I am also proposing Vivad Se Vishwas Scheme 2024. Further, I propose to increase monetary limits for filing appeals related to direct taxes, excise, and service tax in the tax tribunals, high courts, and Supreme Court to 60 lakh rupees, 2 crore rupees, and 5 crore respectively, with a view to reduce litigation and provide certainty in international taxation. We will expand the scope of safe harbor rules and make them more attractive. We will also streamline the transfer pricing assessment procedure. Employment and investment. I have a few proposals to promote investment and foster employment. First of all, to bolster the Indian startup ecosystem, boost the entrepreneurial spirit, and to support innovation, I propose to abolish the so-called angel tax for all classes of investors. Second, there is tremendous potential for cruise tourism in India. To give a fillip to this employment-generating industry, I am proposing a simpler tax regime for foreign shipping companies operating domestic cruises in the country. Third, India is a world leader in the diamond cutting and polishing industry, which employs a large number of skilled workers. To further promote the development of this sector, we would provide for safe harbor rates for foreign mining companies selling raw diamonds in the country. Fourth, to attract foreign capital for our development needs, I propose to reduce the corporate tax rate on foreign companies from 40 to 35%. Deepening the tax base. I have a couple of proposals for deepening the tax base. First, security transaction tax on futures and options of securities is proposed to be increased to 0.02% and 0.1% respectively. Second, for reasons of equity, I propose to tax income received on buyback of shares in the hands of recipients. Other proposals. To improve social security benefits, deduction of expenditure by employers towards NPS is proposed to be increased from 10 to 14% of the employee's salary. Similarly, deduction of this expenditure up to 14% of salary from the income of employees in private sector, public sector banks, and undertakings opting for the new tax regime is proposed to be provided. Indian professionals working in multinationals get ESOPs and invest in social security schemes and other movable assets abroad. Non-reporting of such small foreign assets has penal consequences under the Black Money Act. Such non-reporting of movable assets up to 20 lakh rupees is proposed to be depenalized. Other major proposals in the finance bill relate to withdrawal of equalization levy of 2%, expansion of tax benefits to certain funds and entities in IFSCs, and immunity from penalty and prosecution to Benamidar on full and true disclosure so as to improve conviction under the Benami Transaction Prohibition Act 1988. Personal income tax. Coming to personal income tax rates, I have two announcements to make for those opting for the new tax regime. First, the standard deduction for salaried employees is proposed to be increased from 50,000 to 75,000 rupees. Similarly, deduction on family pension for pensioners is proposed to be enhanced from 15,000 to 25,000 rupees. This will provide relief to about 4 crore salaried individuals and pensioners. Second, in the new tax regime, the tax rate structure is proposed to be revised as follows. 0 to 3 lakh rupees, nil. 3 to 7 lakh rupees, 5%. 7 to 10 lakh rupees, 10%. 10 to 12 lakh rupees, 15%. 12 to 15 lakh rupees, 20%. And above 15 lakh rupees, 30%. As a result of these changes, a salaried employee in the new tax regime stands to save up to 17,500 rupees in income tax. Apart from these, I am also making some other changes as given in the annexure. As a result of these proposals, revenue of about 37,000 crore, that is 29,000 crore in direct taxes and 8,000 crore in indirect taxes will be foregone, while revenue of about 30,000 crore rupees will be additionally mobilized. Thus, the total revenue foregone is about 7,000 crores annually. Mr. Speaker, sir, with this, I commend the budget to this august House. Jai Hind.
Item number 2. Item number 2.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table the following statements under Section 3 of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management, FRBM Act 2003, Medium-Term Fiscal Policy cum Fiscal Policy Strategy Statement, and Macroeconomic Framework Statement.
Item number 3.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to move for leave to introduce the Finance Number 2 Bill 2024.
प्रश्न ये कि विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में अनुमति प्रदान की जाती है। माननीय मंत्री जी, अब विधेयक पुनर्स्थापित करें।
Sir, I introduce the bill.
Item number 4.
The Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir budget. Sir, I rise to present a statement, Hindi and English versions, of the estimated receipts and expenditure of the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir for the year 24-25.
सभा की कार्रवाई कल बुधवार दिनांक 24 जुलाई 2024 को प्राप्त 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
Killed over a 5-year period. Industrial training institutes will be upgraded in hub and spoke arrangements with outcome orientation. Course content and design will be aligned to the skill needs of industry, and new courses will be introduced for emerging needs. Skilling loans. The model skill loan scheme will be revised to facilitate loans up to 7.5 lakh rupees with a guarantee from a government promoted fund. This measure is expected to help 25,000 students every year. Education loans. For helping our youth who have not been eligible for any benefit under government schemes and policies, I am happy to announce a financial support for loans up to 10 lakh rupees for higher education in domestic institutions. E-vouchers for this purpose. E-vouchers for this purpose will be given directly to 1 lakh students every year for annual interest subvention of 3% of the loan amount. Priority 3, inclusive human resource development and social justice. Saturation approach. Our government is committed to all-round, all-pervasive, and all-inclusive development of people, particularly farmers, youth, women, and the poor. For achieving social justice comprehensively, the saturation approach of covering all eligible people through various programs, including those for education and health, will be adopted to empower them by improving their capabilities. Implementation of schemes meant for supporting economic activities by craftsmen, artisans, self-help groups, scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, and women entrepreneurs and street vendors such as the PM Vishwakarma, PM Swanidhi, National Livelihood Missions, and Stand Up India will be stepped up. Purvodaya. The states in the eastern part of the country are rich in endowments and have strong cultural traditions. We will formulate a plan, Purvodaya, for the all-round development of the eastern region of the country, covering Bihar, Jharkhand, West Bengal, Odisha, and Andhra Pradesh. This will cover human resource development, infrastructure, and generation of economic opportunities to make the region an engine to attain Viksit Bharat. On the Amritsar-Kolkata Industrial Corridor, we will support development of an industrial node at Gaya. This corridor will catalyze industrial development of the eastern region. The industrial node at Gaya will also be a good model for developing our ancient centers of cultural importance into future centers of modern economy. This model shall showcase Vikas B, Virasat B in a growth trajectory. We will also support development of road connectivity projects, namely 1. Patna Purnia Expressway, 2. Buxar Bhagalpur Expressway, 3. Bodh Gaya, Rajgir, Vaishali, and Darbhanga spurs, and 4. Additional 2-lane bridge over River Ganga at Buxar at a total cost of 26,000 crore rupees. Power projects, including setting up of a new 2,400 megawatt power plant at Pir Painti, will be taken up at a cost of 21,400 crore rupees. New airports, medical colleges, and sports infrastructure in Bihar will be constructed. An additional allocation to support capital investments will be provided. The requests of Bihar government for external assistance from multilateral development banks will be expedited. Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act. Our government has made concerted efforts to fulfill the commitments in Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act. Recognizing the state's need for the capital, Recognizing the state's need for a capital, we will facilitate special financial support through multilateral development agencies. In the current financial year, 15,000 crore rupees will be arranged with additional amounts in future years. Our government is fully committed to financing and early completion of the Polavaram irrigation project, which is the lifeline for Andhra Pradesh and its farmers. This will facilitate our country's food security as well. Under the Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act, for promoting industrial development, funds will be provided for essential infrastructure such as water, power, railways, and roads. In Kopparthi node on the Visakhapatnam-Chennai industrial corridor and Varavakal node on the Hyderabad-Bengaluru industrial corridor. An additional allocation will be provided this year towards capital investment for economic growth. Grants for backward regions of Rayalaseema, Prakasham, North Coastal Andhra, as stated in the Act, will be provided. PM Awas Yojana. 3 crore additional houses under the PM Awas Yojana in rural and urban areas in the country have been announced, for which the necessary allocations are being made. Women-led development. For promoting women-led development, the budget carries an allocation of more than 3 lakh crore for schemes benefiting women and girls. This signals our government's commitment for enhancing
देने वाला बजट है।
प्रधानमंत्री जनजातीय उन्नत ग्राम अभियान. For improving the socio-economic condition of tribal communities, we will launch the Pradhan Mantri Janjatiya Unnat Gram Abhiyan by adopting saturation coverage.
की टीम बहुत बहुत बधाई की पात्र है। साथियों, ये बजट समाज के हर वर्ग को शक्ति देने वाला बजट है। ये देश के गांव, गरीब किसान को समृद्धि की राह पर ले जाने वाला बजट है। पिछले 10 वर्षों में 25 करोड़ लोग गरीबी से बाहर निकले हैं। ये जो न्यू मिडिल क्लास बना है, यह बजट उनके सशक्तिकरण की निरंतरता का बजट है। इन नौजवानों को अनगिनत नए अवसर देने वाला बजट है। इस बजट से शिक्षा और स्किल को नई स्केल मिलेगी। ये मिडिल क्लास को नई ताकत देने वाला बजट है। ये जनजातीय समाज, दलित, पिछड़ों को सशक्त करने की मजबूत योजनाओं के साथ आया है। इस बजट से महिलाओं की आर्थिक भागीदारी सुनिश्चित करने में मदद मिलेगी। इस बजट से छोटे व्यापारियों, एमएसएमई को, यानी कि लघु उद्योगों का, उसकी प्रगति का नया रास्ता मिलेगा। बजट में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पर भी बल है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर भी बल है। इससे आर्थिक विकास को नई गति मिलेगी और गति को भी निरंतरता मिलेगी। साथियों, रोजगार और स्वरोजगार के अभूतपूर्व अवसर बढ़ ये हमारी सरकार की पहचान रही है। आज का बजट इसे और सुदृढ़ करता है। देश और दुनिया ने पीएलआई स्कीम की सफलता देखी है। अब इस बजट में सरकार ने एम्प्लॉयमेंट लिंक्ड इंसेंटिव स्कीम की घोषणा की है। इससे देश में करोड़ों करोड़ों नए रोजगार बनेंगे। इस योजना के तहत जीवन में पहली नौकरी पाने वाले युवा की पहली तनख्वाह हमारी सरकार देगी। स्किल डेवलपमेंट और उच्च शिक्षा के लिए मदद हो या फिर 1 करोड़ नौजवानों को इंटर्नशिप की योजना, इससे गांव के गरीब के मेरे नौजवान साथी, मेरे बेटे बेटी देश की टॉप कंपनियों में काम करेंगे। उनके सामने संभावनाओं के नए द्वार खुलेंगे। हमें हर शहर, हर गांव, हर घर एंटरप्रेन्योर्स बनाना है। इसी उद्देश्य से बिना गारंटी के मुद्रा लोन की लिमिट को 10 लाख से बढ़ाकर 20 लाख रुपए किया गया है। इससे छोटे कारोबारियों, विशेष रूप से महिलाओं, दलित, पिछड़े, आदिवासी परिवारों में स्वरोजगार को बल मिलेगा। साथियों, हम सब लोग मिलकर भारत को ग्लोबल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब बनाएंगे। देश का एमएसएमई सेक्टर मध्यम वर्ग से जुड़ा हुआ है। एक प्रकार से एमएसएमई सेक्टर की ओनरशिप मध्यम वर्ग ही है और इसी सेक्टर से गरीबों को ज्यादा से ज्यादा रोजगार भी मिलता है। छोटे उद्योगों की बड़ी ताकत, उस दिशा में हमारा अहम कदम है। इस बजट में एमएसएमईज के लिए ईज ऑफ क्रेडिट बढ़ाने वाली नई योजना का ऐलान किया गया है। मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और एक्सपोर्ट इकोसिस्टम को हर जिले तक ले जाने के लिए बजट में अहम घोषणा की गई है। ई कॉमर्स, एक्सपोर्ट हब्स और फूड क्वालिटी टेस्टिंग के लिए 100 यूनिट्स, ऐसे कदमों से वन डिस्ट्रिक्ट वन प्रोडक्ट अभियान को गति मिलेगी। साथियों, ये बजट हमारे स्टार्टअप्स के लिए, इनोवेशन इकोसिस्टम के लिए ढेर सारे नए अवसर लेकर आया है। स्पेस इकोनॉमी को बढ़ावा देने के लिए 1000 करोड़ रुपए का फंड हो, एंजल टैक्स हटाने का फैसला हो, ऐसे कई सारे कदम इस बजट में उठाए गए हैं। साथियों, रिकॉर्ड हाई कैपेक्स इकोनॉमी का एक ड्राइविंग फोर्स बनेगा। 12 नए इंडस्ट्रियल नोड्स, देश में नए सैटेलाइट टाउन्स का विकास और 14 बड़े शहरों के लिए ट्रांजिट प्लान, इससे देश में नए इकोनॉमिक हब विकसित होंगे और बहुत बड़ी संख्या में नए रोजगार बनेंगे। साथियों, आज डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट्स रिकॉर्ड स्तर पर है। इस बजट में डिफेंस सेक्टर को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए अनेक प्रावधान किए गए हैं। आज पूरी दुनिया में भारत के प्रति आकर्षण बढ़ा है और भारत में टूरिज्म के क्षेत्र में नई संभावनाएं बनी हैं। टूरिज्म क्षेत्र गरीब और मध्यम वर्ग के लिए कई अवसर लेके आता है। इस बजट में टूरिज्म क्षेत्र पर भी विशेष बल दिया गया है। साथियों, एनडीए सरकार ने पिछले 10 साल में ये सुनिश्चित किया है कि गरीब और मध्यम वर्ग को लगातार टैक्स से राहत मिलती रहे। इस बजट में भी इनकम टैक्स में कटौती और स्टैंडर्ड डिडक्शन में भी वृद्धि का फैसला लिया गया है। टीडीएस के नियमों को भी सरल किया गया है। इन कदमों से हर टैक्स पेयर को अतिरिक्त बचत होने वाली है। साथियों, देश के विकास के लिए भारत के पूर्वी क्षेत्र का संपूर्ण विकास पूर्वोदय के विजन द्वारा हमारे इस अभियान को नई गति, नई ऊर्जा मिलेगी। हम पूर्वी भारत में कई महत्वपूर्ण इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जैसे हाईवेज, वाटर प्रोजेक्ट्स और पावर प्रोजेक्ट्स का निर्माण कर विकास को नई गति देंगे। साथियों, इस बजट का एक बहुत बड़ा फोकस देश के किसान है। अन्न भंडारण के लिए दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी स्कीम के बाद अब हम वेजिटेबल प्रोडक्शन क्लस्टर्स बनाने जा रहे हैं। इससे एक और छोटे किसानों को फल, सब्जियों, अन्य उपज के लिए नए बाजार मिलेंगे, बेहतर दाम मिलेंगे। तो दूसरी ओर हमारे मध्यम वर्ग के लिए फल, सब्जियों की उपलब्धता बढ़ेगी और परिवार के लिए पोषण भी सुनिश्चित होगा। कृषि क्षेत्र में भारत का आत्मनिर्भर बनना समय की मांग है। इसलिए दलहन, तिलहन की पैदावार बढ़ाने के लिए किसानों को मदद की घोषणा की गई है। साथियों, देश में गरीबी समाप्त हो, गरीब का सशक्तिकरण हो, इस दिशा में भी आज के बजट में प्रमुख घोषणाएं की गई है। गरीबों के लिए 3 करोड़ नए घर बनाना तय हुआ है। जनजातीय उन्नत ग्राम अभियान सेचुरेशन अप्रोच के साथ 5 करोड़ आदिवासी परिवारों को मूलभूत सुविधाओं से जोड़ा जाएगा। इसके अलावा ग्राम सड़क योजना 25,000 नए ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों को ऑल वेदर रोड से जोड़ेगी। इसका लाभ देश के सभी राज्यों के दूर दराज गांवों को मिलेगा। साथियों, आज का बजट नए अवसर, नई ऊर्जा लेकर आया है। ये ढेर सारे नए रोजगार, स्वरोजगार के अवसर लेकर आया है। ये बेटर ग्रोथ और ब्राइट फ्यूचर लेकर आया है। आज का बजट भारत को दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी आर्थिक ताकत बनाने के उस पूरी प्रक्रिया में कैटलिस्ट का काम करेगा। विकसित भारत की एक ठोस नींव रखेगा। सभी देशवासियों को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। इस महत्वपूर्ण बजट के लिए वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण जी और उनकी पूरी टीम बहुत बहुत बधाई की पात्र है। साथियों, ये बजट समाज के हर वर्ग को शक्ति देने वाला बजट है। ये देश के गांव, गरीब किसान को समृद्धि की राह पर ले जाने वाला बजट है। पिछले 10 वर्षों में 25 करोड़ लोग गरीबी से बाहर निकले हैं। ये जो न्यू मिडिल क्लास बना है, यह बजट उनके सशक्तिकरण की निरंतरता का बजट है। इन नौजवानों को अनगिनत नए अवसर देने वाला बजट है। इस बजट से शिक्षा और स्किल को नई स्केल मिलेगी। ये मिडिल क्लास को नई ताकत देने वाला बजट है। ये जनजातीय समाज, दलित, पिछड़ों को सशक्त करने की मजबूत योजनाओं के साथ आया है। इस बजट से महिलाओं की आर्थिक भागीदारी सुनिश्चित करने में मदद मिलेगी। इस बजट से छोटे व्यापारियों, एमएसएमई को, यानी कि लघु उद्योगों का, उसकी प्रगति का नया रास्ता मिलेगा। बजट में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पर भी बल है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर भी बल है। इससे आर्थिक विकास को नई गति मिलेगी और गति को भी निरंतरता मिलेगी। साथियों, रोजगार और स्वरोजगार के अभूतपूर्व अवसर बढ़, ये हमारी सरकार की पहचान रही है। आज का बजट इसे और सुदृढ़ करता है। देश और दुनिया ने पीएलआई स्कीम की सफलता देखी है। अब इस बजट में सरकार ने एम्प्लॉयमेंट लिंक्ड इंसेंटिव स्कीम की घोषणा की है। इससे देश में करोड़ों करोड़ों नए रोजगार बनेंगे। इस योजना के तहत जीवन में पहली नौकरी पाने वाले युवा की पहली तनख्वाह हमारी सरकार देगी। स्किल डेवलपमेंट और उच्च शिक्षा के लिए मदद हो या फिर 1 करोड़ नौजवानों को इंटर्नशिप की योजना, इससे गांव के, गरीब के मेरे नौजवान साथी, मेरे बेटे बेटी देश की टॉप कंपनियों में काम करेंगे। उनके सामने संभावनाओं के नए द्वार खुलेंगे। हमें हर शहर, हर गांव, हर घर एंटरप्रेन्योर्स बनाना है। इसी उद्देश्य से बिना गारंटी के मुद्रा लोन की लिमिट को 10 लाख से बढ़ाकर 20 लाख रुपए किया गया है। इससे छोटे कारोबारियों, विशेष रूप से महिलाओं, दलित, पिछड़े, आदिवासी परिवारों में स्वरोजगार को बल मिलेगा। साथियों, हम सब लोग मिलकर भारत को ग्लोबल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब बनाएंगे। देश का एमएसएमई सेक्टर मध्यम वर्ग से जुड़ा हुआ है। एक प्रकार से एमएसएमई सेक्टर की ओनरशिप मध्यम वर्ग है और इसी सेक्टर से गरीबों को ज्यादा से ज्यादा रोजगार भी मिलता है। छोटे उद्योगों की बड़ी ताकत, उस दिशा में हमारा अहम कदम है। इस बजट में एमएसएमई के लिए ईज ऑफ क्रेडिट बढ़ाने वाली नई योजना का ऐलान किया गया है। मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और एक्सपोर्ट इकोसिस्टम को हर जिले तक ले जाने के लिए बजट में अहम घोषणा की गई है। ई कॉमर्स, एक्सपोर्ट हब्स और फूड क्वालिटी टेस्टिंग के लिए 100 यूनिट्स, ऐसे कदमों से वन डिस्ट्रिक्ट वन प्रोडक्ट अभियान को गति मिलेगी। साथियों, ये बजट हमारे स्टार्टअप्स के लिए, इनोवेशन इकोसिस्टम के लिए ढेर सारे नए अवसर लेकर आया है। स्पेस इकोनॉमी को बढ़ावा देने के लिए 1000 करोड़ रुपए का फंड हो, एंजल टैक्स हटाने का फैसला हो, ऐसे कई सारे कदम इस बजट में उठाए गए हैं। साथियों, रिकॉर्ड हाई कैपेक्स इकोनॉमी का एक ड्राइविंग फोर्स बनेगा। 12 नए इंडस्ट्रियल नोड्स, देश में नए सैटेलाइट टाउन्स का विकास और 14 बड़े शहरों के लिए ट्रांजिट प्लान, इससे देश में नए इकोनॉमिक हब विकसित होंगे और बहुत बड़ी संख्या में नए रोजगार बनेंगे। साथियों, आज डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट्स रिकॉर्ड स्तर पर है। इस बजट में डिफेंस सेक्टर को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए अनेक प्रावधान किए गए हैं। आज पूरी दुनिया में भारत के प्रति आकर्षण बढ़ा है और भारत में टूरिज्म के क्षेत्र में नई संभावनाएं बनी है। टूरिज्म क्षेत्र गरीब और मध्यम वर्ग के लिए कई अवसर लेके आता है। इस बजट में टूरिज्म क्षेत्र पर भी विशेष बल दिया गया है। साथियों, एनडीए सरकार ने पिछले 10 साल में ये सुनिश्चित किया है कि गरीब और मध्यम वर्ग को लगातार टैक्स से राहत मिलती रहे। इस बजट में भी इनकम टैक्स में कटौती और स्टैंडर्ड डिडक्शन में भी वृद्धि का फैसला लिया गया है। टीडीएस के नियमों को भी सरल किया गया है। इन कदमों से हर टैक्स पेयर को अतिरिक्त बचत होने वाली है। साथियों, देश के विकास के लिए भारत के पूर्वी क्षेत्र का संपूर्ण विकास पूर्वोदय के विजन द्वारा हमारे इस अभियान को नई गति, नई ऊर्जा मिलेगी। हम पूर्वी भारत में कई महत्वपूर्ण इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जैसे हाईवेज, वाटर प्रोजेक्ट्स और पावर प्रोजेक्ट्स का निर्माण कर विकास को नई गति देंगे। साथियों, इस बजट का एक बहुत बड़ा फोकस देश के किसान है। अन्न भंडारण के लिए दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी स्कीम के बाद अब हम वेजिटेबल प्रोडक्शन क्लस्टर्स बनाने जा रहे हैं। इससे एक और छोटे किसानों को फल, सब्जियों, अन्य उपज के लिए नए बाजार मिलेंगे, बेहतर दाम मिलेंगे। तो दूसरी ओर हमारे मध्यम वर्ग के लिए फल, सब्जियों की उपलब्धता बढ़ेगी और परिवार के लिए पोषण भी सुनिश्चित होगा। कृषि क्षेत्र में भारत का आत्मनिर्भर बनना समय की मांग है। इसलिए दलहन तिलहन की पैदावार बढ़ाने के लिए किसानों को मदद की घोषणा की गई है। साथियों, देश में गरीबी समाप्त हो, गरीब का सशक्तिकरण हो, इस दिशा में भी आज के बजट में प्रमुख घोषणाएं की गई है। गरीबों के लिए 3 करोड़ नए घर बनाना तय हुआ है। जनजातीय उन्नत ग्राम अभियान सैचुरेशन अप्रोच के साथ 5 करोड़ आदिवासी परिवारों को मूलभूत सुविधाओं से जोड़ा जाएगा। इसके अलावा ग्राम सड़क योजना 25,000 नए ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों को ऑल वेदर रोड से जोड़ेगी। इसका लाभ देश के सभी राज्यों के दूर दराज गांवों को मिलेगा। साथियों, आज का बजट नए अवसर, नई ऊर्जा लेकर आया है। ये ढेर सारे नए रोजगार, स्वरोजगार के अवसर लेकर आया है। ये बेटर ग्रोथ और ब्राइट फ्यूचर लेकर आया है। आज का बजट भारत को दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी आर्थिक ताकत बनाने के उस पूरी प्रक्रिया में कैटलिस्ट का काम करेगा। विकसित भारत की एक ठोस नींव रखेगा। सभी देशवासियों को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
Ladies and gentlemen, budget coverage continues on Mint. We have Mr. Niranjan Hiranandani, MD of Hiranandani Group, with us. Thank you for joining the show, Mr. Hiranandani.
Hello, good afternoon.
So the commercial real estate industry had high hopes from the union budget. Top players like you were calling for a mix of tax breaks, regulatory reforms, and infrastructural spending to boost investment. What has been your observation? What do you think about the budget? Share your initial thoughts with us.
I think the budget has been very positive in terms of the growth story for GDP. Overall growth in real estate this year has been double-digit. Overall growth in commercial real estate has already been more than 7% growth this year. So overall, it has been extremely positive. As far as this budget is concerned, affordable housing had seen a backseat in the last 6 to 8 months. And I think the focus of the PMAY scheme to bring interest subvention, PMAY scheme back into the fourth in a very large way, 11 lakh crores, this big amount. And they are targeting to see that the affordable housing scheme would again make its way back into the marketplace. So I think overall that seems to be a very, very big positive as far as the real estate is concerned. Second, we have been asking for rental housing possibilities, but they have brought it into force, but with very limited means of dormitory for industrial workers as such. We were looking at it across the board in terms of service industry, in terms of education, and all the other segments of rental markets. But that has, of course, not happened to the extensive way. But I believe this is the first year where rental housing is being taken into a thing. The third important thing, which I think is now getting recognized, is the overdose of taxes which have come from the state level. Higher stamp duties, development charges and others have been brought into the real estate. And in Mumbai, in certain places, 50% of the cost of the house actually goes into additional charges and taxes paid to the state government, local authority, and stamp duty. So I think some moderation in that is coming in. That's the advice which has been given. And the urban areas, focus of infrastructure like metro in Mumbai, other cities which they are targeting to bring in more infrastructure. All this and more is going to be important. So, and I think a part of the PMAY scheme, which has not been stated, is also relating to redevelopment of slums. She's talked about redevelopment, but not specifically mentioned slum. We are hoping that as far as Mumbai is concerned, the redevelopment will also include slum policy that should come in order to give benefit for the purposes of redevelopment. Remember, 50% of my population in Mumbai lives in Jhopatpattis. So we really have a long way to go as far as those are concerned. And finally, land records. A big change in land records is targeted both in the rural areas and urban areas. You know, Abhishek, when we go and buy title to the property, so many times 5 years later, we find that our title is not adequately secured. That title digitization and others is sought to be done so that title records both in urban and rural areas are going to be taken up into these things. So I think that is there. And of course, capital gains tax, which was 20%, is now brought down to 12.5%, which for the real estate sector is very good.
I was going to come to that because that is definitely one thing which has been a long-standing demand, and the cut is substantial.
It's not all good. There is a certain withdrawal in terms of resetting the cost of the asset in the terms of those which are held for more than 10 years. There was a reset clause wherein you could take a particular year as a beginning rather than the year of purchase. So those who do 2 or 3 years of sale would definitely benefit with this whole thing. But since the reset clause is now sought to be removed, those who have bought, say, 10, 15 years ago may have to pay little more taxes rather than less taxes. That's what the fine
print is showing. Ms. Hiranandani, please elaborate on that particular aspect.
That is something which I think we will have to study and see, because in some cases where the real estate asset is old, then the reset clause which was available to show it as instead of the cost of the asset time, it was a particular year that was given. Those have to be studied. So in some cases, capital gains tax in real estate may actually go up. But those who hold it for 2, 3, 4, 5 years will certainly have a big benefit in terms of a reduction in the long-term capital gains tax which has taken place. So overall, I think extremely positive. And I think the focus on employment, I think, and the multiplier effect of employment and skilling and reskilling is extremely good. I think it was very badly needed. And I think this push is going to be extremely important to the country.
Do you think there's going to be any impact, any noticeable impact on the prices of affordable houses?
Well, I think the sale of affordable housing had come down in the last 6-8 months for two reasons. Number one, interest rates had gone up from 6.5% 2 years ago to 8.5 to 8.7. So I think that was a challenge for many people to buy an affordable house. Number two, the PMAY scheme, which was earlier there, was exhausted. And hence, there was no availability of interest subvention. Today, with this coming back, obviously, affordable housing will again come back very quickly. We'll have to see the detailed terms because the price point on the earlier scheme was 45 lakhs. So cities like Mumbai, Delhi were not benefited from the affordable housing policy. But we hope that that amount has been increased. We'll have to read the fine print when it comes in terms of policy rollout for the PMAY scheme, which has now been announced. And hopefully that amount will be increased. Our proposal was 75 lakhs or 1 crore of rupees. We hope at least it's 75 lakhs. Then even cities like Mumbai, Delhi, and other metropolitan areas will also stand to benefit.
Right. And before I let you go, Mr. Hiranandani, if you were to rate the budget out of 5, what would your rating be?
I think 4.5, super job. I think the economy has taken a real growth. We are the fastest growing nation in the world. We are focusing on the poor. We are looking at the middle class. We're looking at manufacturing. We are going to be internationally competitive. I think all the sectors are go. Now it's a question of implementation, which has to be seen both by the public sector and the private sector. I'm hopeful that in spite of the headwinds that we find all over the world, so many wars and other issues, and even the oil prices still being high, I think India has an opportunity to reach double-digit GDP growth by the end of next year. I think by December next year, we could reach double-digit GDP growth. But of course, agriculture, monsoons, and all these factors would also have to be helpful to us. So we can pray to God and, of course, thank the government for its positive policies. I think that is important. But most important is the employment power. I promise you, I'm not getting skilled workers, Abhishek. Desperate. I don't get carpenters, fitters, plumbers at all. You know, I mean, I don't meet even 25% of my target of these skilled workers. So I'm hoping that with all the growth that we are talking about, we'll be able to at least get enough people, and then those will be employed and lucratively employed and positively employed. I think all these factors are going to be positive for the next year that we go about.
Yeah, I think with the increased, thirst as far as skilling is concerned, that particular gap, which must be filled if India is to meet its target of creating in the vicinity of 10 million jobs per year for the next decade, which is what is needed to absorb all the talent coming out of colleges, then that definitely needs to happen. So, it was great talking to you, Mr. Hiranandani. Once the fine print is out and, there is more to discuss, we will definitely, talk again. So thank you so much for taking out the time and talking to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhishek.
During the past 10 years, public investment in digital infrastructure and innovations by the private sector have helped in improving access of all citizens, particularly the common people, to market resources, education, health, and services. We will step up adoption of technology towards digitalization of the economy. Ease of doing business. For enhancing ease of doing business, we are already working on the Jan Vishwas Bill 2.0. Further, states will be incentivized for implementation of the business reforms, action plans, and digitalization. Data and statistics. For improving data governance, collection, processing and management of data and statistics, different sectoral databases, including those established under the Digital India Mission, will be utilized with active use of technology tools. New pension scheme. The committee to review the NPS has made considerable progress in its work. I'm happy that the staff side of the National Council of the Joint Consultative Machinery for Central Government Employees has taken a constructive approach. A solution will be evolved which addresses the relevant issues while maintaining fiscal prudence to protect the common citizens. Budget estimates for 24-25. For the year 24-25, total receipts other than borrowings and the total expenditure are estimated at 32.07 lakh crore rupees and 48.21 lakh crore rupees respectively. The net tax receipts are estimated at 25.83 lakh crore rupees. The fiscal deficit is estimated at 4.9% of the GDP. The gross and the net market borrowings through dated securities during 24-25 are estimated at 14.01 lakh crore rupees and 11.63 lakh crore rupees respectively. Both will be less than that in 23-24. The fiscal consolidation path announced by me in 2021 has served our economy very well, and we aim to reach the deficit below 4.5% next year. The government is committed to staying the course. From 2026-27 onwards, our endeavor will be to keep the fiscal deficit each year such that the central government's debt will be on a declining path as percentage of GDP. I will now move to Part B. Indirect taxes. Sir, I start with GST. It has decreased tax incidence on the common man, reduced compliance burden and logistics cost for trade and industry, and enhanced revenues of the central and the state governments. It is a success of vast proportions. To multiply the benefits of GST, we will strive to further simplify and rationalize the tax structure and endeavor to expand it to the remaining sectors. My proposals for customs duties intend to support domestic manufacturing, deepen local value addition, promote export competitiveness, and simplify taxation while keeping the interest of the general public and consumers surmount. In Budget 22-23, we reduced the number of customs duty rates. I propose to undertake a comprehensive review of the rate structure over the next 6 months to rationalize and simplify it for ease of trade, removal of duty inversion, and reduction of disputes. I shall now take up sector-specific customs duty proposals. Medicine and medical equipments. To provide relief to cancer patients, I propose to fully exempt 3 more medicines from customs duties. I also propose changes in the BCD on X-ray tubes and flat panel detectors for use in medical X-ray machines under the phased manufacturing program so as to synchronize them with the domestic capacity addition. Mobile phone and related parts. With a 3-fold increase in domestic production and almost a 100-fold jump in exports of mobile phones over the last 6 years, the Indian mobile industry has matured. In the interest of consumers, I now propose to reduce the BCD on mobile phone, mobile PCBA, and mobile charger to 15%. Critical minerals. Minerals such as lithium, copper, cobalt, and rare earth elements are critical for sectors like nuclear energy, renewable energy, space, defense, telecommunications, and high-tech electronics. I propose to fully exempt customs duties on 25 critical minerals and reduce BCD on 2 of them. This will provide a major fillip to the processing and refining of such minerals and help secure their availability for these strategic and important sectors. Solar energy. Energy transition is critical in the fight against climate change. To support energy transition, I propose to expand the list of exempted capital goods for use in the manufacture of solar cells and panels in the country. Further, in view of sufficient domestic manufacturing capacity of solar gas, glass, and tinned copper interconnect, I propose not to extend the exemption of custom duties provided to them. Marine products. India's seafood exports in the last financial year touched an all-time high of more than 60,000 crores of rupees. Frozen shrimp accounted for about 2/3 of these exports. To enhance their competitiveness, I propose to reduce BCD on certain broodstock, polychaete worms, shrimp, and fish feed to 5%. I also propose to exempt customs duty on various inputs for manufacture of shrimp and fish feed. Leather and textile. Similarly, to enhance the competitiveness of exports in the leather and textile sectors, I propose to reduce BCD on real down-filling material from duck or goose. I'm also making additions to the list of exempted goods for manufacture of leather and textile garments, footwear, and other leather articles for export. To rectify inversion in duty, I propose to reduce BCD subject to conditions on methylene diphenyl diisocyanate, MDI, for manufacture of spandex yarn from 7.5 to 5%. Furthermore, the export duty structure on raw hides, skin, and leather is proposed to be simplified and rationalized. Precious metals. To enhance domestic value addition in gold and precious metal jewelry in the country, I propose to reduce customs duties on gold and silver to 6% and that of platinum to 6.4%. Other metals, steel and copper are important raw materials. To reduce their cost of production, I propose to remove the BCD on ferronickel and blister copper. I am also continuing with nil BCD on ferrous scrap and nickel cathode and concessional BCD of 2.5% on copper scrap. Electronics. To increase value addition in the domestic electronics industry, I propose to remove the BCD subject to conditions on oxygen-free copper for manufacture of resistors. I also propose to exempt certain parts for manufacture of connectors. Chemicals and petrochemicals. To support existing and new capacities in the pipeline, I propose to increase the BCD on ammonium nitrate from 7.5% to 10%. Plastics. PVC flex banners are non-biodegradable and hazardous for environment and health. To curb their imports, I propose to raise the BCD on them from 10 to 25%.
Ladies and gentlemen, cat is out of the bag. The foundational budget of Modi 3.0 is out. Soon we'll have access to the fine print as well. But I have Mr. Mohandas Pai joining us. Mr. Pai, welcome to the show. Can you hear me, sir? Mr. Pai, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Wonderful. Welcome to the show. I was just saying, the proverbial cat is finally out of the bag. Modi government's Modi 3.0's foundational budget is out. We were talking before the budget, of course. We did a longish interview, and there were lots of things which you wanted the government to implement. So before we get into specifics, let me just get your initial thoughts on what do you think this budget has been like?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, I can hear you loud and clear.
Hello? Hello? The line is
I
not
can hear
clear.
you.
Let me log in again.
Sure. I think, Nitin, he couldn't hear me.
It has been our endeavor to simplify taxation. We have taken a number of measures in the last few years, including introduction of simplified tax regimes without exemptions and deductions for corporate tax and for personal income tax. This has been appreciated by taxpayers. 58% of corporate tax came from the simplified tax.
Not clear. Your line is not clear. Hello?
Ladies and gentlemen, the proverbial cat is out of the bag. The foundational budget of Modi 3.0 is out. Soon we will have access to the fine print. But to talk to us about the budget, we have Mr. Mohandas Pai joining us. I think we are having some network issues. Give us a moment. We'll be right back. We're trying to fix it. But as soon as...
Litigation, thereby providing tax certainty to the taxpayers. I will also bring down the demand embroiled in litigation. It is proposed to be completed in 6 months. A beginning is being made in the finance bill by simplifying the tax regime for charities, tedious rate structures, provisions of reassessment and such provisions, and capital gains taxation. Simplification for charities and tedious. Two tax exemption regimes. The two tax exemption regimes for charities are proposed to be merged into one. The 5% TDS rate on many payments is being merged into the 2% TDS rate, and the 20% TDS rate on repurchase of units by mutual funds or UTI is being withdrawn. TDS rate on e-commerce operators is proposed to be reduced from 1 to 0.1%. Moreover, credit of TCS is proposed to be given in the TDS to be deducted on salary. Further, I propose to decriminalize delay for payment of TDS up to the due date of filing statement for the same. I also plan to provide a standard operating procedure for TDS defaults and simplify and rationalize the compounding guidelines for such defaults. Simplification of reassessment. I propose to thoroughly simplify the provisions for reopening and reassessment. An assessment hereinafter.
Ladies and gentlemen, the proverbial cat is out of the bag. The foundational budget of Modi 3.0 is out. Soon we will have access to the fine print. But to talk to us about the budget, we have somebody joining us from Bengaluru. It is none other than Mr. Mohandas Pai. Mr. Pai, thank you for joining us. Thank you for taking out the time.
Thank you very much. Good to be with you.
Now, there is a lot that we will have to talk about, considering this has been one of those budgets which was, of course, long awaited, and the amount of balancing which was required on part of the finance minister was also something which needed some doing. But let me just get your initial thoughts at this point in time. What do you think about Modi 3.0's first budget?
I think Modi 3.0 budget has met 95% of my expectations. The focus on job creation, the focus on agriculture productivity, the focus on urbanization, the focus on women and welfare, the focus on social justice, the focus on infrastructure, all this is very good. And I think barring the DBT which we spoke about, I think all others have been done in a very big measure. And I think it's very good. He has made sure that his allies in Bihar and AP are kept in good happiness. That's good news. But the South is upset because he has not mentioned Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, and Kerala. The South pays a large part of the national taxes, but there's no special mention, nothing given to them. I guess that's going to be a political issue. In the areas of taxation, the middle class has got some relief. Some more relief could have been given. For example, senior citizen tax slabs have been increased to 5 lakhs because senior citizens are now paying more tax, and we don't have a very good social security system. The GST on health insurance for them should have been abolished because remember, we go to private hospitals and buy insurance because the government health system does not give us good benefits, right? And we pay 18%, but that go to the GST council, I guess. The tax slab enhancing 17,500, etc., that is pretty good. They could have been a little bit more. And as far as capital gains is concerned, I think if you look at the fine print, the reforms are very good. For example, there are only two kinds of time period, 12 and 24 for listed, for others 24. Tax for capital gains for listed stock is gone up to 12.5, but unlisted is come down for financial assets and others from 20 to 12.5 without indexation. I think that's very good because we have been saying for long, don't discriminate against unlisted companies because they take greater risk, where listed has got liquidity. Now that has been equalized. Of course, indexation is gone. That could not benefit a small number of people, but I guess there's something to pay elsewhere. and also the TDS being reduced many areas, and the abolition of custom duties on some areas, and streamlining of tax assessment. The 12-year, 16-year rule has been brought down to 6 years, I guess. 6 years and 10 years is very good. And the reassessment cannot be done unless a proper process is followed. I think if you look at it overall, it's a good budget. But there is a undercounting of dividends from public sector. For example, I think they said about 2,80,000 crores is the dividend. RBI itself is given 2,21,000 crores. Another 50,000 crores available there for them, which could be spent on infrastructure. Infrastructure has been kept as it is at 11.1 lakh crores. But I guess the absorption capacity of states is limited. I think if they're able to absorb more, they probably will give more money. But the focus on jobs, the focus on youth, the focus on future, focus on innovation, etc., is very, very good. We wanted a 50,000 crore for startups for 5 years. That has not come. They're giving 1,000 crores for space startups. Our logic is very clear. Government of India and state government spend 8 lakh crores on subsidies for rural areas, right? And why don't you give create a fund of 50,000 crore for startups to create jobs at 10,000 crores a year? I hope they're listening now. They'll do that. But overall, increasing the appeal limits for tax disputes is very good, except for the Supreme Court, they should increase it to 50 crores instead of 5 crores. Because you must learn to respect the decisions of the courts. Government does not respect the decisions of the court, automatically go in appeal and then stop. Supreme Court should not be cluttered with too many issues. And they're taking out many issues, which I personally think they should not. But whatever it is, I think overall, if you read the fine print and everything else, very good budget, I must admit. I was a little bit critical in the beginning, but now I think it's a very good budget. I want to compliment Prime Minister Modi for all the good things.
Right. In fact, I would say you were rather angry. And because of that anger, I suppose, the number of views that were there on that interview, made it sort of, cross 200,000 in no time. And but you did raise, I mean, although you were angry, but there was justification behind that anger. Because, of course, in the budget, the finance minister, as you were suggesting, has dropped the angel tax. Then, of course, there were grouses of middle class, which we did talk about, and there was job creation. So let's talk about angel tax first, and then we will go into details of what has happened with the middle class, and then, of course, other categories.
No, angel tax has been abolished. That's good news. But I want to compliment Praveen Chakravarti of the Congress. He put in the Congress manifesto. He just now messaged me to say, I hope he'll thank me. I want to thank him publicly because he put it there. And we also told the government, look, the Congress has put it there. They're attracting young people. You must do it. It's a horrible tax. But one thing is required. Government must now say any assessment proceedings and the angel tax will be withdrawn. They will not go in appeal against anything. They will withdraw all cases. They will not impose angel tax on pending assessments. So it will clear. The path should be clear. That's remove a big burden from the heads of young people. And I think that's very good, a source of harassment. But Praveen Chakravarti needs our compliment. We must be honest in giving compliments to people who did it. Because we've been asking the NDA to remove it for many years. They've been fiddling with it, not listening to us. Now that I think is very good. And especially the capital gains on unlisted companies, 12.5 is very, very good. Because it was discriminating against high-risk investment in the unlisted space. I think that's good. So overall, I think, it's a good budget.
Yeah. No. I mean, a good thing. In fact, as far as a working democracy is concerned, opposition does have a very serious role to play.
Let me stop you here. I made a statement, middle class is angry and upset. It's really so. Because today morning I was on a TV channel and the anchor was calling people. They were very angry and upset. Of course, now they reduced it a little bit more could have been done. For example, up to 5 lakhs, say there's no tax so that you don't have to file a return. Why make people with 3 to 5 lakhs file a return and say 5% and all that? Remove that, make it no return. I think if we are able to do that, it'll relieve a lot of people are filing returns up to 5 lakhs. They will, of course, file it if it crosses 5 lakhs, but I think that's a small thing. And for retired people, increase the tax slab to 5 lakhs or 10 lakhs. If you say for retired people above 60, up to 10 lakhs, no tax, that'll be fantastic. Because, they're paid taxes all their lives. They're paid for this country. And what do they get after retirement? Health service is a disaster. Living costs are high, right? Public transport is a mess, correct? We must show our gratefulness for people who have slogged all their lives and paid taxes. Like I said earlier with you, middle class pays the majority of taxes. And I think something has been done. Okay. And I hope in the reply to the budget, the Prime Minister will take some more. And Abhishek, remember, you asked me a question. Will you appeal to Finance Minister, Prime Minister? I said Prime Minister. The Prime Minister has heard us. Thank you, Prime Minister, for hearing us. That shows that you listen to us. And Abhishek did a great job in the program.
Just played our small little roles that we could. But that said, I mean, a lot of interesting things have happened on other fronts as well. Because, the kind of balancing that the finance minister had to do, I mean, although you have given credit to the prime minister, but since it's the finance minister who presented the budget, I mean, a whole lot of credit is, of course, due to her and the ministry. The capex, interestingly, as far as that is concerned, has remained unchanged. So the government's thrust in terms of investment remains the same. The focus remains the same for this government.
No, I think that they kept it same because there's a doubt about the absorption capacity. See, last year they had 10 lakhs, they could only spend 9,50,000. This year they increased the states to 1,50,000. We already 1/3 away from 1/3 of the year is over, right? Elections are all over. They have to spend. So they have to come with projects. I'm sure Babu Garu will take a majority of that. He's very, very smart. He probably kept all the proposal ready. He'll go to Delhi, take away all the money before Karnataka and Tamil Nadu wake up, right? Karnataka, Tamil Nadu very slow in getting money. They only talk a lot. Babu will take away most of the money. That's good for Babu. But I think they'll probably increase it later in the year because their revenue may go up. The revenue is underestimated. The dividends from public sector, is also underestimated because out of 2,80,000, RBI itself gave 2,21,000. Last year, they got about 90,000 dividends. So I think there's another 1 lakh crore in the budget for the central government, which could be used. But I must compliment Somanathan, TV Somanathan, Finance Secretary, for his tight control on the finances. That man is a genius. He probably is the best finance secretary we had for a long time because during the COVID period, he pushed off about 4 lakh crores of borrowing under the small savings fund into the budget as fiscal deficit. And everybody clapped saying, oh, you're taken care. But he cleaned up the budget. He gave, paid, Air India 61,000 crores, 40,000 crores for all the old things he cleared. And the next year he did a smart thing. He told all the states, I'll give you money just in time. You can't keep money in the bank. And he cut the transfer of central grants because they were not spending the money. They were spending it for all kind of purposes. He tightened up and that's very good. He brought in financial discipline. And I think it was compliment the man for having a clean budget and keeping to the budget spending, not having unnecessary spending. The finance secretary, because I know that he has done it as expenditure secretary and finance secretary, is a fabulous team. Actually, the finance ministry has got a fabulous team. We got the MEA, that, economic affairs secretary was very good. Finance secretary is very good. The banking secretary is very good. Expense secretary is very good. It's a dream team. It's a dream team, except for the fact they must listen more to people. I hope they listen to taxpayers more. Don't treat us as captives. Go around the country, listen to them. And, there are many, many small things that need to be done to make life easier. But overall, I think it's a very well-managed financial structure for the government in the last many years.
The good thing about you, Mr. Pai, is that while you're harsh in your criticism, you're also generous when it comes to compliments. So while before the budget, you were rather harsh on the government, on the finance minister, and of course, the finance ministry bureaucrats, now that the budget is out, and of course, the government seems to have listened to the taxpayers, you're also very, profusely complimenting them.
No, Abhishek, we have to be honest because they are our representatives. The good work, whichever government it is. Doesn't matter which government it is because that is a legitimate government elected by people. They may not be people you elected or you voted for. It doesn't matter. They have been entitled to the country. We must praise them for good work, be critical of honest work, and they must take honest criticism. The finance minister's problem is she doesn't take honest criticism. I think that's a problem which has to be surmounted. But I think they've taken the criticism. Prime Minister takes criticism very well. He keeps quiet but takes criticism, understands it. So I must compliment him. I'm his admirer. And let me tell you, I personally believe he's the best Prime Minister India has ever had based on all achievements, especially solving, Abhishek, the biggest challenge for India. The biggest challenge for India since 1947 has the deprivation of the Indian people. Prime Minister Modi is the first Prime Minister who's made sure almost every Indian has a roof over the head, water in the tap, power in the switch, a toilet in the house, a gas stove, food on the table, money in the bank, a bank account, a mobile phone, internet connection, health insurance, education for children. Almost everybody has it. Multi-dimensional poverty has come down and is going to build 3 crore more houses. That's fantastic, right? He's doing everything to make sure people have the necessities of life. Because once you have the necessities, you're not fighting for survival, Abhishek. That's very good. Indians should not fight for survival. They must fight for their aspirations, which is happening in the
But
focus
the counter argument to that, Mr. Pai, the counter argument to that would be that the kind of income inequality that we're talking about in this country, where 1% hold the 40% of the nation's wealth, we have pulled out a whole bunch of people.
Abhishek, look, we must not blindly go with what Oxfam or any of these malcontent organizations say. The great part of that 1% wealth is stocks. I'm an entrepreneur. I start a company. I hold 50%. I list. The stock price keeps going up because I grow. But I can't sell it. I'm not going to sell it, right? The stock prices, right? And if you look at the capital markets, $5 trillion value, out of which 50% is held by promoters because they held it for long. And about 15% is held by mutual funds, which belongs to all small people. 8% by insurance companies belongs to small people. About 16% by FIS and balance by individuals. You and I own the stock. We also become richer, except they hold longer. Now you shoot them and levy tax on them. All our wealth will go. Please remember, it's not easy like that, right? If you are an entrepreneur, you created wealth, you're entitled to it. I mean, for all the people who criticize and write those silly reports of 1%, let them become an entrepreneur. Let them create wealth. The rules are the same for everybody, right? So I won't hold it against these people who say you're so wealthy. So long as you created wealth legally, you paid your taxes, you're entitled to it. The only thing I would say is, in a poor country, spend some of that for public welfare. Give away some part of your money. Practice compassionate capitalism. Make large amounts of wealth in a lifetime. Give away most of it. Give little bit for your children. Don't pass on wealth to create a feudal society. Give away wealth for public welfare because the public has been good to you. That's the only thing I would suggest to people. So I won't go by all that because a large part of the so-called wealth of the top 1% is in stocks. Now in America, market valuation is about 42 or $46 trillion. Would you grudge Elon Musk having 200 billion? You won't grudge the man.
While I agree with you, I agree with you on that particular point, the only point that I was trying to refer to is the fact that, when we are talking about this kind of inequality, the kind of opportunities which are required, which means a whole lot of investment which is required from the government, whether it comes to rural economies or it is in terms of industries, the government needs to do that. So there is a certain amount of effort which is required from the government side in terms of creating opportunities. And of course,
I agree with that because government has to provide very good education to all our children, irrespective of background. They must provide good health facilities and put in infrastructure. That is their role, right? Not to run business.
And fact of the matter is, Mr. Pai, yesterday's economic survey points out that 2 out of 1 graduates are unemployable. They're graduating, but they're not skilled enough, good enough to be able to.
Abhishek,
please go ahead.
I agree with you. I've been following it for 15 years. But look, we got 4.3 crore people in college. No country has 4.3 crore people. 1 crore graduate every year. Show me any country in the world in human history where 1 crore people who graduate have been given very good education. Even in the United States, only 20%, 25% of college graduates have good skills. They come from the top universities. Similar in Europe. India may be 15%. But very large numbers. See, the question is of large numbers. There's no way you can do that. Okay? What can be done possibly is to put in apprentice and skill development programs. So also they get some skills. It's not only that worthless paper degree they have. But like Amartya Sen said, a bad education is better than no education. When you spend 3 years in college, even if you get not a good education, you grow up, you learn how to negotiate, you learn how to live with your peers, you build a network. That's all socially important, right? So we must have a massive skill development program along with education. It's happening today. They want to skill 4.1 crore young people. That's very good. They're spending 2 lakh crores. That's very good. I think that's very good news. For the first time, I'm seeing a very large program like that for jobs. See, Abhishek, creation of good jobs for a youth should be the #1 priority of any government. Now the Modi government has done. Second is provision of health and education. I think that's very important because jobs pull up people. Third is the provision of infrastructure. I think those are the priorities, and the priorities are coming out. I think it's very good news. Now the state government should do it. For example, in my state of Karnataka, they're more interested in cutting the cake into smaller bits than expanding the cake. Like the reservation issue, which faced a lot of pushback, right? They've gone back.
Yeah.
They should spend more money on training young people here. We are a rich state. 1 lakh crore of subsidies is being given in Karnataka. 60,000 crore more this year, right? Because the guarantees. They could have spent 10-20,000 crores on higher education and skill development to give jobs to young people. So the focus has to be on job creation, and that are good jobs, and good jobs will come when the economy grows. So I think, we are on the right track, and very happy day today.
All right. And on a slightly unrelated note, what do you think about the 14-hour workday schedule that now companies want, employees to follow?
No, Abhishek, they're all nonsense. No company has asked that. I mean, NASSCOM said we are not asked that. I don't know how the labor minister says companies asked. What they could have asked is, they could have said, in any day when there is an emergency, we should be allowed to work up to 14 hours once in a while, within the overall number of working hours for a quarter or a month. Because remember, we had this big issue with Microsoft, right? And when Microsoft thing happened, the whole world came to a standstill. People had to spend a lot of time. Now, if you work more than 8 hours plus overtime, more hours in a day, you could be penalized. That flexibility is required. That's the only thing. NASSCOM said we are not asked for more working hours than 48 hours a week. That's the law. Plus overtime, what is allowed. So I think there's some confusion with the government, which created unnecessary controversy, which is not necessary.
Yeah.
I mean, the labor minister has been putting his foot in his mouth for the last 15-20 days unnecessarily.
Yeah, because he categorically said that industrialists have been pressurizing us.
He should make public the names of those industries and give the letters to the public. Why not? Any memorandum given to the government is a public document. Release the document and say these people have asked, but read the details. I don't think they would say 14-hour days, because nobody in his sane mind will say make people work 14 hours, right?
Yeah.
Once in a while, in emergency, yes. For example, you are in media, there's a big political development. You round the clock, you will go and work very hard, right? It's not every day, correct? There's a national relief, the disaster relief. They will work very hard when there is a disaster. Other days, they're okay, right? So these things happen. I think there has to be some flexibility. So I think, it is unnecessary what has happened. But one thing has not happened, which I expected, Abhishek. We discussed it. How do you make sure regulatory departments follow the law and do not run amok? I wanted a statement from the Prime Minister, Finance Minister. We'll pass a law to make sure charge sheet is filed by ED, CBI, and others within 6 months, and they will make sure that cases are filed immediately, so there's justice. And they should rein in all these people who go and raid people from publicizing it. They come to your house, they search, they may not find anything, say 1,000 crores, 100 crores, they pressurize to sign documents because they have to show success. Then you go in appeal, is struck down, but your reputation is destroyed. Why should anybody's reputation be destroyed? Hearsay. That should come down, because there is fear in the business community. The fear should go. In a democracy, we should not live under fear. For example, many people like me live in fear in Bangalore because we spoke up against the so-called reservation. We live in fear. So some of my friends got threats. They sent me a WhatsApp saying, we got these threats. One of them apologized because, he got threats. Kiran Mazumdar Shah had a company name blackened somewhere. How can you do that? How can the government sit quiet in Vidhan Saudha and accept that? That's very wrong. That's very wrong, undemocratic, fascist. These are all politics. You should never threaten citizens. We should support free speech and accept criticism. We're all free. There's a free country. And I think that's an important thing. That regulatory overreach that's happening in this country, the atmosphere of fear, that should go. Our mojo is there. We are in a great shape for the economy. Our banking sector is in great shape. Investment is more than $1 trillion. Our service exports and exports are increasing. Efficiency is coming in, right? Many jobs are being created, though most of them don't pay very well. But we need to get a mojo for the entrepreneurial class. 55,000 HNIs have left India in the last 10 months. Nobody should leave India because of fear of these agencies. And I think we should rein them in. They should do their job. Prime Minister is not going to interfere. That's correct. Because the earlier government, UP, I remember, when something's happened, you went to the minister and spoke to him, whispered in ears. He told them not to do it, dekh lo, ye kar lo, and he settled it, right? But here, there's nothing like that. You go meet them, they don't listen to you. Prime Minister will throw you off, which is right. But you must Finish the case within 3 years. That is the right issue. That is enforcement of law. I hope that is something that he will look at personally, because we should not live in fear. This is our country. We must build our country. Everybody should be respected. And the rule of law should prevail in this country. It has prevailed to that extent. Many areas are weak, which you must improve.
Absolutely. And, the fact that people like you and Ms. Shaw raise, your voices despite the kind of threats, I mean, you and friends might have received as far as the Karnataka quota bill was concerned. I mean, that's a great thing that you keep raising your voice as and when, whether it's the BJP government or, the Congress government in Karnataka. So that's a great point. And Mr. Pai, before I let you go, quickly, if you would like to rate this budget out of 5, what would the rating be?
Out of 5, I'll say 4.5. Because I read the
4.5.
budget documents, I was a bit critical. I think it's a fantastic, start for the first of the 5 years, and they got room for growth. They've underestimated revenues and dividends by 1 lakh crore. They can possibly put more money in infrastructure later, and they've handled the finance very well. I want to compliment the finance ministry officials, especially TV Somanathan, who want to name for doing a great job. And Ajay Seth, my friend in the Ministry of External Affairs, Minister of Economic Affairs, and the Banking Secretary and Expenditure Secretary, they're all doing a great job. I think this is a great document. And Prime Minister Modi, and of course, our beloved Finance Minister, we can criticize her, but I wish she meets more people and listens to them, because there are many small things that have to be done. Abhishek, our representatives in Parliament should protect us from the taxpayer, tax authorities. The taxman always wants more powers. It is to find the right balance, right? That balance should not be lost in favor of the taxman. That's what has happened in the last 10 years. When the time for opening assessment went to 16 years, which is very wrong. It was 6 years. Now they're trying to bring it back to 6 years, which is very good. You should not give more powers to tax people, to harass people. If they go after people, you must hold them accountable, because the infringement of civil liberties. If somebody comes to your house and raids, is an infringement of your rights. It must be done in the rarest of rare cases. They must not come and harass you and say you can't go outside the house, you can't call your lawyer, you can't eat, you can't do. That's what they do. People live in fear. There should be no fear about all that. And with all the documents and papers available today, all information is available electronically. You can ask for it. So you should not go to a raid unless you go to a court and take an order. In many countries, you have to go to court and take an order to go raid somebody, enter somebody's house. That should be done as a protection for all of us, because we are the mercy of these officials, and they can do what they want. And all the regulatory agencies who can raid you, they must be restrained on their powers. Let there be a court where they go and apply. So you can always go to court and plead before the court and say that this is wrong, and the court will restrain them. I think we need to look at that. The infringement of civil liberties is a very big issue in the country.
Right. All right, Mr. Pai. As always, it's great talking to you. It was a great conversation. And as I was saying earlier, you were harsh in your criticism, and now you're being generous in your praise. But be that as it may, it always is interesting to talk to you. So thank you so much for taking out the time, and thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you.
bring in ease of doing business in India, and in every sector where there was only 26% allowed for FTA, we raised it to 49, and then where it is possible, we've raised it to 74, and so on. So there's been a consistent, continuing effort to relax our policy towards FTA. First, it went sector by sector. Then there was this approach taken so that most of which can go through the automatic route. So in that process, further simplification, if necessary, we are willing to do, is what is conveyed.
Also, ma'am, you have like increased the loan limit to 20 lakhs, like that cap. So can we expect the increase in Shishu, Tarun, like their types increase? So how much it will be? Can you give detail on that?
We've said this only today. See how this works.
Okay, thank you.
I request you to please one question each person. 123, please. Here.
Shrimi Chaudhary here from Business Standard. I just wanted to understand that budget proposes withdrawal of equalization levy. So if you could just give some explanation of what led to that, what is the intention behind that, keeping in mind the pact between India and US, which has ended on June 30th.
No, as the Pillar 1, Pillar 2 negotiations have been going on since 22. And since then, one of the things which was becoming more than obvious was, if at all we are going through this Pillar 1 and Pillar 2, which we intend to, the negotiations and the OECD, backed by the US administration, have all been pushing for this. We wanted a fair solution. So negotiations have been going on. But the point of contention from then has always been, should we collect an equalization levy then, if at all we are getting into this global understanding through the Pillar 1 and Pillar 2? In any case, for India, equalization levy also meant for those who are living abroad that you were holding it, but eventually they're going to only adjust it somewhere. So in the interest of moving towards Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 solution, which the negotiations are still going on one aspect of it, on the other, in all probability, we are close to a conclusion. It was necessary for us through the parliament to take steps to ensure that we are entering into that scheme of things without this equalization levy hanging on us, because this was important for us. But if it is a global system, this cannot continue. And therefore, with a positive approach towards the Pillar 1 and Pillar 2, we've moved forward to inform the parliament that we would like to close this.
270.
I may clarify that, it is only the 2% levy which has been withdrawn. The 6% levy which was earlier imposed, that continues. That has already been collected. We'll see. I mean, it is only this withdrawal is only prospective.
Ruchika from Business Standard this side. Ma'am, the miscellaneous capital receipts have seen an increase in this budget to almost 50,000 crore. Is there the miscellaneous capital receipts?
Okay.
Can you share the government's game plan as to how will we achieve this increase?
The miscellaneous capital receipts are budgeted as 50,000 crore, which was like 23-24 also. It was 51,000 crore, the interim budget. Now it's 50,000 crore, 24-25, and this combines with all kinds of receipts which are otherwise disinvestment receipts, asset monetization receipts, and other kinds. It will be clubbed with that. So this budgeted figure is 50,000 crore.
16.
Ma'am, very good evening. Sapna Das here from CNBC. Ma'am, two questions. On the incentive-like employment scheme that you have announced, 2 lakh odd crore is your overall fiscal envelope over the duration of the scheme. Could you give us a sense as to, we're already almost halfway through the current financial year by the time you pass the budget. So practically around 7 months will remain for the financial year, but any kind of an allocation that you have done for this scheme for this year, ma'am? One is that, and ma'am, just a corollary also on the miscellaneous receipts question, though not very much part of this budget, but nevertheless, ma'am, government had a very kind of a bold privatization program. Do we understand that this is now being calibrated? That's it, ma'am.
On
Thank
your
you.
First question, as you rightly observed, there are only this is not a full financial year. The schemes have just been announced. They will now go through a process of quick design, appraisal, and approval. However, budget provisions have been made for these schemes, partly in the Ministry of Labour and Employment and partly in the Ministry of Corporate Affairs for the Interim. We stand committed to funding them fully to the extent that may actually be required. These are just very rough estimates based on how much time it might take to kick off. On the miscellaneous capital receipts. Well, I think in the interim budget, FM had announced, we are going for a holistic strategy for management of equity in PSUs. And I think which includes, value creation and also using the performance, the capex, the dividends and consistent dividend policy and the capital management all together, and also the calibrated disinvestment strategy, which also includes listing and market dilution, but all together in a holistic way so that value maximization is there. I think the same strategy is going to continue.
122.
Hi, Rishabh with NDTV Profit here. I have two questions. One on the space fund that was announced, the 1,000 crore fund. What will be the composition of this? Which will be the nodal agency, and what sort of startups will the government invest in? And on the NPS, you also mentioned that the NPS committee has made progress in the speech. Could you elaborate a bit on that?
So we have seen that there's a lot of interest of the private sector on participating in the space program. Hitherto, the participation used to be on being a supplier to the space program, but now development of the satellite, mounting experiments there, they're getting into that space. And if you recall, even FDI was opened up in that sector. This is an attempt that Indian entrepreneurs, Indian startup who want to risk capital to get into that area, that should be facilitated. We believe that the amount is 1,000 crore, but that can have a very large multiplier effect. And that's what the scheme announces.
On your question on I think your second question was on the government NPS, right? So as you know, there is a committee which is looking into it. The committee has done a lot of detailed calculations of the fiscal implications of different ways of addressing what are the expressed sort of priorities of the employees. We have been in dialogue with state governments. We have had discussions with each and every state government. We have met the staff side of the government has a staff consultative machinery, a formal machinery. We've had 4 meetings of that machinery to understand what are the staff's priorities. And our attempt is to design something that is fiscally prudent, but also meets what are the core priorities of the staff in terms of having a secured retirement income, which provides for their needs. So this is a balancing act, because obviously there are costs. The more you give, more expensive it is. And so we are at an advanced stage of working out various options, and we are also discussing these options with the staff side. Just to correct the budget estimate that I gave earlier, 10,000 crores has been provided in Ministry of Labour and Employment for the new employment schemes, and 2,000 in Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Yeah.
125.
Good afternoon. I'm Nikunj from Reuters. A follow-up on that FDI facilitation. You said that government will take steps to facilitate FDI. The Eco Survey also yesterday said that the government should import capital from China so that there's a right balance between investments and trade. So will the government also take steps to quickly facilitate investments from China that have been pending for long? And secondly, you've come up with an NPS for minors. So will that also have some sort of tax benefits to nudge people to enroll for NPS so that a pension coverage increases? Thanks.
See, Economic Survey gave its view on the investments from China. As things stand today, investments do go through the Press Note 3 process when it comes from China or from any of our neighboring countries. So that process is still on. Economic Survey has indicated that it might be time for us to open up and allow for. So that's a Economic Survey. I'm glad that the secretary is seated here. It's normally an arm's distance. But that doesn't mean that I'm disowning the suggestion. You want to say?
In general, as you can see, our aim is tax code simplification and not complication. So beyond that, I don't have anything specific on that, but the general direction of travel is obvious. We are not creating more and more tax deductions for individual tax instruments.
Respected Madam, मेरा नाम नरेश वत्स है और मैं स्वतंत्र पत्रकारिता करता हूं। आज जो आपने किसानों के लिए और ग्रामीण क्षेत्र के आधारभूत संरचना के लिए काम किया है, उस पे दो तरह की राय आ रही है। एक राय तो ये कहती है कि गालिब ने ये कहकर तोड़ दी तस्बीह, क्यों गिनकर नाम लूं जो बिन मांगे बेशुमार देता है। एक वर्ग तो इस तरह से तारीफ बजट की कर रहा है, लेकिन दूसरी तरफ प्रतिपक्ष के नेता राहुल गांधी ने कहा है कि आंध्र प्रदेश और बिहार पर जो दरियादिली दिखाई है, कहीं न कहीं ये लगता है कि ये कुर्सी बचाने का बजट है। अखिलेश यादव जी भी ये कह रहे हैं, आप कैसे देखती हैं?
जिन इंडी अलायंस का मेंबर्स साथ होकर के भी 230 पार नहीं किया और जहां बीजेपी अकेला 240 तक पहुंचे और प्री इलेक्शन अलायंस के साथ आज सरकार तीसरी बार बनाए, प्रधानमंत्री जी का तीसरी बार, स्वतंत्र भारत के चरित्र में पिछले 60 साल में जो नहीं हुआ अभी हुआ है। कुर्सी बचाने के बात करने वाले पार्टियों थोड़ा सोच ले। उनके अलायंस 230 कुल मिलाकर कितने पार्टियां थे? 25, 26 पता नहीं, मैं गिनी नहीं, बट इंडी 37 पार्टीज कुल मिलाकर के 230 पार नहीं किया और वो बोल रहे हैं कुर्सी बचाने के लिए। जब प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी तीसरी बार प्रधानमंत्री बने और देश के लिए इतना घोषणा भी कर रहे हैं जिससे भारत देश का हर राज्य सामने आए, डेवलप हुए, और 1.50 लाख करोड़ इस बार बजट में स्टेट्स के लिए हम दे रहे हैं बिना इंटरेस्ट 50 साल के लिए फ्री। फिनांस कमीशन तो हमारे उनके सजेशन में इसका जिक्र तक नहीं किए, हम ही कर रहे हैं स्टेट्स के साथ काम करने के लिए। हर स्टेट का उनके अपने अपने प्रोजेक्ट्स जो प्रोसेस के चलते हुए आता है, उन सबको हम मानते हैं और जरूर उनको जो फाइनेंस करना है वो हम करेंगे, मगर जिक्र इसलिए नहीं किया बजट में कुर्सी बचाने। जब उनका टोटल को एक और बार चुनावी सीट जो जीते हैं वो 101 और बार उसको गिनकर देख लें, 37 पार्टीज कुल मिलाकर के कुर्सी बचाने वाले बात बोलने का अर्हत अधिकार उनके पास नहीं होता है।
121.
Ma'am, Meghna Mittal from Money Control. In the union budget, you have announced financial support to MSMEs for shift to clean energy and also a new mechanism for credit so that they do not go into stress and they do not turn into NPAs. Any details on that?
I'm so glad you asked this question. I'm really glad because this budget, and I don't want to say it because I've presented it, I'm so grateful that the Prime Minister looks at every sector and says, what are we doing for them? What are we doing for? This has been his approach always. But this time around, we've spent a lot of time understanding also from those stakeholders who had consultation with us pre-budget. And MSME's request it has been for now several years that when they reach the SMA 1 stage itself, they get to be very, very tensed because banks stop their finances, meaning banks no longer lend to them. They are stressed as it is. And if they are stressed as it is, and if there is this threat that the bank will not further give them working capital, sooner, by the 90th day, they become NPAs. In order to give them a good workable solution, and I'm indeed grateful to this entire team of secretaries here, they spent a lot of time also talking with RBI to see how best we can address this issue. And RBI has also a very well established framework which we are quite respectful of, where banks are clearly given a bit of a margin to handle MSMEs at the SMA stage 1 itself, without pushing them to become SMA 2 stage, and then at the 90th day announce them as non-performing assets. So what actually has happened now, having discussed with the RBI, is that we'll provide them with a fund which will help them to have some kind of government guaranteed as liquidity, or the banks can then, on the basis of the guarantee being given, on the back of the guarantees which are being provided by the government, lend them working capital and keep them moving. And if they restore themselves, they're going to be better off. So on this principle, I'll certainly ask you or Wake to speak and explain it to you all.
As FM has already explained about the credit guarantee scheme, this will certainly facilitate the term loans without collateral or third-party guarantees. Then new assessment model for MSME credits, which will be based on their digital footprints and the kind of payments they are making, such as their PF contributions, salary payment, and other transactional data. This will help the banks in developing new models and will help in easier access of credit. Similarly, credit support during the stress period, this mechanism will facilitate their access to credit even during the stress period, for which some kind of support fund will be created, and based on the guarantee provided by that fund, they will be helped during the SMA 1, SMA 0 or SMA 2 periods. Then Mudra loans limit has been increased from 10 lakh to 20 lakh. Similarly, enhanced scope for mandatory onboarding in TREDS platform has been also reduced from 500 crore to 250 crore of turnover. SIDBI will also open more branches in MSME sectors.
In short, what it does is, for the MSMEs, through this one budget, we've announced 8 different steps, each one of them addressing this particular problems with MSMEs face, and for which the MSMEs during the stakeholder consultation wanted us to give them some solutions. So specifically 8 of them have been designed to address that. So
I would just like to supplement 2 of the points. One is the credit guarantee scheme in the manufacturing sector of up to 100 crores for the acquisition of capital equipment, machinery, etc. So this is an idea which came from the MSMEs, as the Honorable Minister said. stating that typically MSME credit is for working capital, but they sometimes have needs to invest, and it could even be a new MSME enterprise which needs to invest in equipment. So the proposal in this scheme, which has also been discussed by a working group chaired by the Chief Economic Advisor with the Reserve Bank, with the credit guarantee institutions, is a self-financing mechanism. An MSME which wants to avail of a credit guarantee for this term loan will have to pay an initial upfront guarantee fee, followed by an annual top-up fee which will be based on the reducing balance of the loan. So there is no subsidy from the government which is envisaged in this scheme, unlike the CGT-MSE, which is a working capital loan scheme where the government actually provides the corpus. In this case, the corpus itself will be self-financing, coming from pooling of MSMEs' upfront fees. This is a scheme which they have asked for and which is viable on its own without government's financial subsidy. The government will have to provide a second level backstop guarantee in case the defaults exceed a particular level, which is unlikely, but there will be a backstop facility from the government. The second one on the SMA accounts, the criticism that we, or rather the grievance that came from the MSMEs is that when an MSME becomes delayed in repayment and enters into what is called special mention account 0 and then special account 1 and then eventually NPA, even if they never become an NPA but they enter the territory of special mention account, banks become reluctant to provide them additional working capital, and during this period they are not able to access working capital, and this makes it more difficult for them to do business. So the proposal here is that the government, with money from the government, would create a credit guarantee fund, and during the SMA period, if an MSME wants more credit, it has become an SMA, so the bank perhaps has some qualms about lending to the institution. During that period, if they extend further credit, that further credit within certain limits which will be specified in the scheme would be made available to them against a guarantee from this government institution. So this will enable MSMEs to continue to operate during the SMA period without the difficulties which they say they are currently facing.
One small point, sir, I wanted to add on the, sorry. Whereas the first part of the question was on the energy side, the cleaner energy, that what that scheme is about to help small and micro units. Often when we talk about moving towards the cleaner forms of energy, our attempt or our focus is on large industries, and these small industries do not have the financial strength to get into those areas. So first part is help them to getting an audit done, which is an investment grade, meaning what it would take to move toward, help them moving towards a more efficient use of energy. A step prior to that is move them to a cleaner forms of energy, whatever they have been using it. And we know that for some of the traditional industries, the fuel being used is not really clean. This has health issues, it has environmental issues. So that is particular scheme is providing them an organized audit system plus a financial support. Just one small point which could not be highlighted in the speech, but which is primarily aimed at MSMEs, pertains to the expenditure that is allowed on partnership firms for the salary that is paid to the working partners. So presently the limits are for the firms which have the firms which have a profit of 3 lakh or less, it is capped at 1.5 lakh rupees. Or 90%, whichever is lower. So this limit has been increased to 3 lakh and up to a profit of 6 lakh. So this will also reduce taxation on these partnership firms, most of which are in the micro and small enterprises sector. Thank you.
212. There.
मैं पीयूष पांडे हूं, TV9 भारतवर्ष से। मेरा सवाल कैपिटल गेन टैक्स को लेकर के है, जिसमें आपने लॉन्ग टर्म को लेकर के जो प्रपोजल दिया है, उसमें इंडेक्सेशन का जो फायदा है वो खत्म कर दिया गया है। इससे मिडिल क्लास और लोअर क्लास को सीधे तौर पर नुकसान होगा। क्या आपने इस बारे में जो प्रस्ताव दिया है उसके बारे में थोड़ा सा बताएं।
जो आप और संजय जी आपको बेहतर हिंदी में समझाएंगे, लेकिन मैं जो इतना ही कह सकता हूं कि क्या 20% विद इंडेक्सेशन से 12.5% विदाउट इंडेक्सेशन ज्यादा है, यही सवाल है। मतलब आज का रेट है 20%, उस 20% टैक्स रेट में आपको इन्फ्लेशन के लिए एक छूट मिलता है, लेकिन नया रेट है 12.5। तो हमारा कैलकुलेशन के हिसाब से ऐसे संभव नहीं है, एटलीस्ट इन 95% ऑफ द केसेस, कि ये 12.5% वो 20% से ज्यादा हो, ऐसा संभव नहीं है। क्योंकि अगर आपका मकान का वैल्यू एक साल में 10% बढ़ रहा है, तो उसमें 4% ही आपको इन्फ्लेशन इंडेक्सेशन मिलता है, 6% तो कैपिटल गेन ही होता है। 6% में 20% कितना होता है? 1.2। 10% में 12.5 कितना है? 1.25, तो ऑलमोस्ट बराबर है। लेकिन मकानों में 10% रफ्तार से नहीं बढ़ता है, दे ग्रो एट 20% पर एनम। अगर 20% है, 20% में 4% निकाल दीजिए, 16% हो गया। 16% में आप 20% टैक्स देंगे तो 3.2 होता है, इसमें सिर्फ 2.5 आएगा। तो इसमें फायदा है। मैं कहूंगा कि इस बदलाव के वजह से मिडिल क्लास को बहुत फायदा हुआ है कि 20% विद इंडेक्सेशन इज मच हायर इन मोस्ट केसेस देन 12.5% विदाउट इंडेक्सेशन।
चीज और स्पष्ट करने की आवश्यकता है कि जो इंडेक्सेशन का लाभ वर्ष 2001 तक का दिया गया है, उसको विड्रॉ नहीं किया गया। तो यदि 2001 से पूर्व की संपत्ति खरीदी गई है, तो उसको 2001 तक का इंडेक्सेशन का लाभ मिलेगा। केवल उसके बाद में ही वो लाभ को वापस लिया गया।
269.
Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon. I'm Kriti from Informist Media. So, two quick clarifications. Your small savings collections. So, you have revised down the estimate by about over 35,000 crore from what you had projected in the interim budget for this year. And so, you have also revised down the borrowing from it. So, why would that be? What was the rationale behind why are you not expecting that much of collection, what you were expecting earlier in February? And secondly, you have significantly brought down your T-bill borrowing, like you're repaying 50,000 crore. So if you could elaborate more on that.
I thought economic survey went into good details of explaining what's happening to small saving as different from what's moving into the stock market and everything else. So you had the background very well narrated in the economic survey. One. And now, on the basis of what we've given in the budget, many things can be understood and explained. Somanathan will get into the details. Also, I would think it is only prudent for the government to make sure that your T-bills are handled much more prudently. In the very way in which you ask the question, that comes out. But in any case, you can get the details from the Finance Secretary.
So, as I'm sure you're referring to the same sheet, the expected receipts from small savings, which were 4,71,000 last year, that is revised estimates, were actually 451 in the provisional actuals. So between the revised estimate and the actuals, there was a slight decline. Taking that decline into account, we just projected that what we expected would not be realized during the current year. Why has this happened? It is a mix of various other factors, the attractiveness of other investments such as the stock market, which have been discussed, bank deposit rates going up. So there could be a variety of reasons, but this is a projection. Our projection is what we have given here of 4,20,000 crores. As regards T-bills, as you know, the fiscal deficit has been reduced between last year and this year, and between the interim budget and this budget. That reduction we have chosen to reduce primarily in the T-bill segment rather than in the dated securities. So that's a conscious choice to reduce our exposure to the short-term T-bills.
Ma'am, I am Monica from the New Indian Express. Ma'am, regarding this Income Tax Act, I want to know what are the major issues or concerns that have prompted the government to undertake this comprehensive review, and if you can shed light on the anticipated timeline for the implementation of these changes.
I think not just this year, but we've been talking about simplifying
personal income tax, the direct taxation code itself is something which has been discussed now for nearly 4-5 years, as much as I remember. Since 2019, we've been talking about it, if not earlier. So the idea is gradually we are moving towards a simplified taxation regime. And of course, even as we talk about it, also to bring down the incidence of tax itself. So there is no new context, but a context which has prevailed for some time, and therefore we are taking this review up now. As to how it'll and when it will come into force, it will be too early for me to say. I've just announced it. We'd like to do it at the earliest. I think I've given some kind of a 6 months time or something. 6 months. We'll do that, but I'm not giving you anything more than what I've said in the budget speech now.
272.
I'm holding 272.
Yeah.
The working majority in parliament. मैम, सीताराम येचुरी जी ने एक सवाल किया जो मैं समझना चाहता हूँ बेसिकली।
आप अपना परिचय दे दें।
मेरा नाम कृष्ण मोहन शर्मा है, मैं भारत एक्सप्रेस में एडिटर हूँ। सीताराम येचुरी जी ने आज कहा कि सरकार फिजिकल डिफिसिट कम करना चाहती है, इसका मतलब ये होता है कि सरकार खर्चा नहीं करना चाहती, और खर्चा नहीं करना चाहती इसका मतलब सरकार गवर्नमेंट डिपेंडेंट कंज्यूमर सोसाइटी बनाना चाहती है।
सीताराम येचुरी जी के आइडियोलॉजी कम्युनिस्ट आइडियोलॉजी है। मैं उसको इधर इसलिए जिक्र कर रही हूँ। सरकार के द्वारा जो खर्च, पर्टिकुलरली कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर, मतलब एसेट क्रिएशन, पब्लिक एसेट क्रिएशन, प्राइवेट नहीं, पब्लिक एसेट क्रिएशन के लिए 11 लाख इस बजट में घोषित किया है। 11,11,111 करोड़ सिर्फ इस साल बजट में पब्लिक एसेट क्रिएशन के लिए, जो सभी लोगों के लिए, जनता के हित में जो एसेट बिल्ड होता है, जिससे रोजगार बढ़ती है, जिससे जाना आना उसका सुविधा होता है, जिससे हमारी कैपेसिटी पोर्ट्स में, एयरपोर्ट्स में बढ़ती है। ये खर्च पब्लिक के लिए, सभी जनता के लिए जहां उठा रहे हैं सरकार, खर्च कहां कम कर रही है? थोड़ा बजट रिपोर्ट को पूरा पढ़ने के बाद उनके बयान देने के लिए सुझाव दीजिए।
Just to give you the figures of total expenditure, they have increased from 41.9 lakh crores in 22-23 to 44.42 lakh crores in last year's provisional actuals, and are budgeted at 48.2 lakh crores in 24-25. So expenditure is actually going up substantially.
265.
Revenues are also going up.
265, please.
Sir, Vikas Dhoot from the Hindu. This is actually to get some details on the expenditure budget details that I went through. One of the highest increases we are seeing in outlay.
Can you introduce yourself?
On the capital outlay side on other general
Can you
services.
introduce yourself, Vikant, again?
Yeah, this is Vikas from the Hindu.
Vikas from Hindu Business Line.
So on the capital outlay in the other general services head, we are seeing a jump from 6 crore to 62,600 crore roughly. And, we try to match it. I think it talks about the allocation as being for new schemes. So I wanted to get a sense of which schemes are covered.
This was actually mentioned in the interim budget speech. You see, this budget is a continuation of the interim budget. If you remember, there was an announcement of a large scheme for innovation, research and development, the funding for which was housed in the Department of Economic Affairs. And that continues to be housed there until the target groups and the various departments which will implement it are decided upon. Secondly, so that's not the only component of the 62,000. The government has followed an approach of encouraging infrastructure departments to spend and complete projects as quickly as they can and not to be constrained by their budget estimates. But at the same time, we do not know in advance which of these infrastructure departments may need more money than has been budgeted. So for example, I said that there's 2.53 lakh crores for railways, 2.4 lakh crores for roads. It's possible that they may need more. And if they need more, we have set aside money for that, which is kept tentatively in the Department of Economic Affairs, but which will be reallocated to the necessary departments when the need arises. That is what the 62,000 is for.
Anybody else wants to? Okay, 62.
मैं लक्ष्मण सीएनबीसी आवाज से दो चीजें, एक तो गोल्ड पे इंपोर्ट ड्यूटी में अच्छी खासी कटौती की गई, इसके पीछे क्या सोच है? दूसरी चीजें कि बजट में सरकार की पब्लिक सेक्टर एंटरप्राइजेस पॉलिसी के बारे में कोई डेवलपमेंट, कोई रोड मैप नहीं आया है। क्या सरकार इस पॉलिसी से कुछ अलग सोच रही है?
किसके ऊपर?
डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट पॉलिसी।
गोल्ड देखिए, जो गोल्ड एंड प्रेशियस मेटल्स, जेम्स एंड ज्वेलरी क्षेत्र हमारे लिए बहुत ही एक महत्वपूर्ण क्षेत्र है। ये ध्यान रहे कि जो कुल निर्यात होता है भारत का, उसका लगभग 8% से अधिक भाग इस क्षेत्र से आता है। लगभग 50 लाख लोग इसके अंदर में नियोजित हैं आज के दिन में। तो ये हमारे लिए बहुत एक महत्वपूर्ण क्षेत्र है और इसी को ध्यान में रखते हुए हमने इसकी इंपोर्ट ड्यूटी कम की है, ताकि जो हमारे इस व्यापार में लोग जुड़े हुए हैं, उस उद्योग में जुड़े हुए हैं, उनको गोल्ड और अन्य जो प्रेशियस मेटल्स हैं वो उनको आसानी से उपलब्ध हो पाए। मुख्य कारण इसका यही है। हाँ, ये संभव है कि इससे जो कुछ आप पिछले समय में देख रहे थे कि अनअकाउंटेड आयात जो है वो हो रहा था या स्मगलिंग हो रही थी, उस पर भी कुछ अंकुश लग सकता है। लेकिन मुख्य कारण इसमें एम्प्लॉयमेंट, रोजगार को बढ़ाना, निर्यात को बढ़ाना है।
No, very well taken. He will say it in English, but I'm wondering if it's a journalist from the south. No problems.
No, only thing I said is this is primarily to increase employment in this huge labor-intensive sector of gems and jewelry, where we have reduced the duties. It contributes more than 8% to India's exports, and 50 lakh people are actually employed in this. So this is the primary reason. There's another announcement in this regard, not on import duties, but for diamonds also. For raw diamonds, the Honorable Minister had announced that raw diamonds, we will give a special harbor rate for the foreign mining companies. So it should, both of them should be seen in that light to basically promote employment in these labor-intensive sectors. Thank you.
211.
लक्ष्मण जी, जैसे मैंने बताया कि हमारा जो होलिस्टिक डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट स्ट्रैटेजी, होलिस्टिक स्ट्रैटेजी है वैल्यू क्रिएशन की, उसके बीच में वैल्यू जैसे हम क्रिएट करते हैं तो उसका कैलिब्रेटेड डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट भी होती है। जैसे पीछे भी लिस्टिंग हुई थी, इरेडा की लिस्टिंग हुई थी, उससे पहले LIC की हुई थी, मार्केट डाइल्यूशंस भी हैं। तो मतलब कैलिब्रेटेड वे से करेंगे, लेकिन वैल्यू क्रिएशन पे फोकस है, जिसमें कि सबसे बड़ी बात है कि उनके फंडामेंटल परफॉर्मेंस के बारे में CPSEs के, उसके बाद उनके कैपेक्स से लिंक, उनकी कंसिस्टेंट डिविडेंड पॉलिसी। आपने देखा होगा नॉन टैक्स रेवेन्यू में गवर्नमेंट काफी मतलब अर्न की है, अबाउट 63,000 करोड़ पिछले साल भी आया है, इस साल भी 56,000 करोड़ का प्रावधान किया गया। तो इन सब दृष्टि से लगभग 1 लाख करोड़ जो है वो CPSE डिविडेंड और मिसलेनियस कैपिटल रिसीट्स के लिए भी रखा गया।
211. Nikunj.
Sir, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am, thank you. Bani Kinkar Patnaik from the Economic Times. Ma'am, on your debt reduction plan, so does it mean that from FY27 onwards, the reduction in debt ratio will be the primary anchor of your fiscal management instead of fiscal deficit? And one related question, while it is not feasible to, firm up short-term or medium-term target for a reduction in debt ratio, but would you be looking at any long-term goal for this?
Yes, you have correctly identified that there is an approach which is outlined in that sentence, which is that hereafter it is not the intention to focus on a deficit number, but rather to look at what will keep reducing our debt to GDP ratio in normal years. The reason for this is a fixed figure, which historically was enshrined in the FRBM Act in the past, does not take into account the specific debt dynamics of a fast growing economy like India. So that figure of 3%, in fact, there are people who attribute a part of it correctly or wrongly to the Maastricht Treaty in Europe. But the growth rates of those countries are very low. So what is sustainable in a fast growing economy is very different from the debt which is sustainable in a slow growing economy. So India is today the fastest growing large economy in the world. The deficit which we can support in a particular year without expanding our debt is not necessarily, is much more than 3%. As I said earlier, it is probably less than 4.5%. But so without getting into specifics, yes, it is a new approach that the government has spoken about. And so each year's calibration will be based on what will be a percentage which will keep our debt on a reducing path. Now that will of course be set out closer to the year when it comes into effect.
17 number, then Nikunj will come back to you.
Ma'am, this is Arun from ETV. Can I ask a question in Telugu? Ma'am, అమరావతికి సంబంధించి 15,000 crores మీరు ఈరోజు అనౌన్స్ చేశారు. దీంతో పాటు పోలవరం ప్రాజెక్టుకి సంబంధించి అనౌన్స్ చేశారు. సో 15,000 crores గవర్నమెంట్ గ్రాంట్ ఇస్తుందా లేదా లోన్ రూపంలో ఇస్తుందా? ఒకటి. రెండు, పోలవరం ప్రాజెక్టుకి సంబంధించి అనౌన్స్ చేసినాము. పోలవరం ప్రాజెక్టు పూర్తి సపోర్ట్ ఇస్తామని చెప్పారు. ఎంత మొత్తంలో ఇవ్వటానికి అవకాశం ఉంది కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వానికి?
ముందుగా పోలవరం గురించి మాట్లాడితే దానికి ఒక పోలవరం నేషనల్ ప్రాజెక్ట్స్, సో అది కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వం మీద ఉంటుంది. మోస్ట్ నేషనల్ ప్రాజెక్ట్ అని చెప్పినప్పటికీ అది సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ ఇంప్లిమెంట్ చేస్తుంది. కానీ ఇక్కడ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ గవర్నమెంట్ ఇంప్లిమెంట్ చేస్తుంది నేషనల్ ప్రాజెక్ట్ ని. అది 2014లో మనం ఒప్పుకున్నాం ఆ కండిషన్ కి. దాని ప్రకారం రీహాబిలిటేషన్ ఎంతవరకు కట్టుబాటు ఉంటుంది, ఎంతవరకు గ్రామంలో ఉన్న వాళ్ళని అక్కడి నుంచి తరలించినప్పటికీ వాళ్ళకి ఇవ్వాల్సిన అమౌంట్ ఎంత ఉంటుంది, రిలీఫ్ రీహాబిలిటేషన్ 2013 యాక్ట్ కింద, ఇవన్నీ డీటెయిల్స్ అప్పటికే ఒక లెవెల్ కి ఒప్పుకున్నాక క్యాబినెట్ నుంచి అప్రూవల్ తీసుకున్నారు. అప్రూవల్ ఒక ఎత్తు వరకు పోలవరం డ్యామ్ బిల్డ్ చేయడానికి. దాని తర్వాత కన్స్ట్రక్షన్స్ మొదలు పెట్టినప్పటికీ మెల్లమెల్లగా ఒక హైట్ వరకు వచ్చి దాని తర్వాత కింద ఉన్నటువంటి గ్రామాలకి ఇచ్చాం కానీ పైన ఉన్నటువంటి గ్రామానికి ఇవ్వలేదు. ఇట్లాగా కొత్త కొత్త ఇష్యూస్ రావడం మొదలైంది. సో నేను మీకు చెప్పవలసిన విషయం ఏంటంటే, ఇప్పటి వరకు ఒప్పుకున్న అన్ని కండిషన్స్ కి గవర్నమెంట్ ఎంతవరకు డబ్బు ఇవ్వాలో అది ఇస్తాం. ఇప్పటికీ ఇంకా కొత్త ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ కూడా కొంచెం వచ్చి ఉన్నాయి, నేను ఆ వివరంలో వెళ్ళలే. కానీ అది ఒక నేషనల్ ప్రాజెక్ట్, మేము ఒప్పుకున్నాం. సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ అది తనకంటూ ఉన్నటువంటి ఒక ప్రాజెక్ట్ అని ఒప్పుకుంది. సో అది కంప్లీట్ చేయడానికి ఎంత అవుతుందో అంత మేము చేయాల్సిందే. తర్వాత అది గ్రాంటా లేదు సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ మల్టీనేషనల్ బ్యాంక్ నుంచి తీసుకొస్తున్నారు ఏంటి అని అంటే, నేషనల్ ప్రాజెక్ట్ అన్నప్పటికీ ఖర్చు మాది కదా. సో గ్రాంటా అని అడగడానికి అక్కడ ఆస్కారం లేదు. ఒక నిమిషం, నా పోలవరం గురించి నేను మొదలు పెట్టాను కదండి. సో పోలవరం గురించి మాట్లాడుతున్నప్పుడు క్యాబినెట్ ద్వారా ఎంత అప్రూవల్ అయిందో దాని మేరకి ఇప్పటి వరకు ఎంత ఇవ్వాలో అంత ఇస్తూ వచ్చాం. ఇన్ఫాక్ట్ ఫస్ట్ టైం క్యాబినెట్ అప్రూవల్ చేసిన అంత అమౌంట్ లో అన్ని కూడా క్లియర్ అయిపోయింది. ఎగ్జాక్ట్ అమౌంట్ నేను ఇప్పుడు చెప్పట్లేదు కానీ అన్ని క్లియర్ అయిపోయింది. ఏదో కొంచెం ఇటు అటుగా మిగిలి ఉంటుంది. కానీ ఇప్పటి నుంచి అది ఎంత హైట్ కి ఒప్పుకున్నారో అంత హైట్ కి వెళ్ళడానికి, ఎందుకంటే ఒక 2-3 సంవత్సరమో అందుకు ముందో ఈ గవర్నమెంట్ ఆ గవర్నమెంట్ నేను మాట్లాడలే. మొత్తానికి దాంట్లో ఉన్నటువంటి ఇబ్బందుల్ని దాటుకొని ఇవాళ అది కంప్లీట్ చేయడానికి ఎంత అవుతుందో అది మేము వాళ్ళతోటి కలిసి మాట్లాడి దానికి ఫుల్ సపోర్ట్ ఇస్తాం అనేదే మా స్టేట్మెంట్. కరెక్ట్. రెండో ప్రశ్న ఏంటంటే 15,000 goes for capital. అమరావతి క్యాపిటల్. అమరావతి క్యాపిటల్ కన్స్ట్రక్షన్, ఎందుకంటే ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ రీఆర్గనైజేషన్ యాక్ట్ మేరకి స్టేట్ క్యాపిటల్ బిల్డ్ చేయడానికి సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ దానికి స్టేట్ గవర్నమెంట్ కి హెల్ప్ చేయాలని యాక్ట్ ప్రకారం ఉంది. సో క్యాపిటల్ సిటీ అమరావతి బిల్డప్ చేయడానికి మేము డెఫినెట్ గా వాళ్ళకి అసిస్టెన్స్ ఇవ్వాలి. ఇప్పుడు నేను చెప్పిన 15,000 కోట్లు వరల్డ్ బ్యాంక్ అసిస్టెన్స్ తోటి మేము వాళ్ళకి తెప్పిస్తున్నాం. దానికి కౌంటర్ పార్ట్ ఫండింగ్ కూడా ఉంటుంది. కానీ ఇవాళ స్టేట్ పొజిషన్ ఎలా ఉంది, అది ఎట్లాగా వాళ్ళు ఇస్తారా ఇవ్వలేరా, అది మేము సెంటర్ నుంచి గ్రాంట్ ఇచ్చుకుంటామా, ఇవన్నీ చూసి వాళ్ళతోటి మాట్లాడుకొని చేస్తాం. ఎందుకంటే ఆఖరికి ఆ క్యాపిటల్ లేకుండా 10 సంవత్సరం వెళ్ళిపోయాయి. ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ కు ఒక క్యాపిటల్ ఉండాలి. భారతదేశంలో ఒక రాజ్యం ఉందనంటే క్యాపిటల్ లేకుండా అది ఆంధ్ర. అది యాక్ట్ ప్రకారం ఈ పార్టీకి క్యాపిటల్ అక్కడ ఉండాల్సిందే. నేను ఎవరు చేస్తారు ఎవరు చేయలేదు అనే విషయத்துக்கு వెళ్ళలే. ఆ క్యాపిటల్ బిల్డ్ చేయడానికి కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వం పూర్తిగా కట్టుబడి ఉంది.
211.
Ma'am, though there are several decisions on custom duties in the budget, but the steel companies have approached government in order to increase custom duties on their finished products to discourage import of various products, especially from China and Vietnam. So what the government has decided to ignore this decision?
I'll have Sanjay talk about it, but the steel industry came and met me almost 3-4 days before the budget presentation, a week before. But of course, they've been saying for a very long time. But Sanjay, you want to get?
Ma'am, we have taken a number of measures. Steel, you see, is a very, very important sector because it is a primary metal which is used by everyone. So one has to take a very balanced view over there. So that while our manufacturing industries have some kind of support, I would not like to use the word protection, but at the same time we can't have very high duties on them, which they will ultimately pass on to consumers and increase inflation. So our effort really has been to make it possible for them to be able to produce at low rates. So here in this budget, there are proposals to reduce BCD on certain inputs. Number one, there is ferrochrome, which is used by them. We have exempted BCD duty on them. There was a demand from them to continue a concessional rate on steel scrap at 2.5%. We have continued that. So there are quite a number of measures to help and support the steel industry. Thank you.
263, you wanted to ask? 263, ma'am.
मैं नंदिता, बंगाली न्यूज़पेपर संवाद प्रतिदिन से। मैम, टीएमसी ने क्लेम किया है कि फिर से बंगाल को इस बजट में डिप्राइव किया गया है। एडजेसेंट से बिहार से लेके असम इवन सिक्किम तक को फ्लड कंट्रोल के लिए असिस्टेंस की बात की है, लेकिन बंगाल बीच में जो बंगाल है, बंगाल के लिए इस बार भी कुछ नहीं रहा बजट में।
आप हिंदी में प्रश्न पूछे, प्लीज अलाउ मी टू स्पीक इन इंग्लिश. See, it's very important for us to understand that if the name of a state is not mentioned in the budget, it doesn't mean that they don't get anything at all. As per the proposals, as per the schemes, as per the different projects which are growing in different states, every state will get what they have proposed for or what the schemes want to reach out for. No state will get missed out. So first, let us dispel this thing about, oh, you've not mentioned my state's name, so I'm not getting anything. Purvodaya includes West Bengal. So I have named West Bengal under Purvodaya. And I've also said for the development of these states in the Purvodaya, so that they can become engines of Viksit Bharat. I said that in the voter on account budget. Now also I have said that they will play a critical role in Viksit Bharat. So I don't think we have left out any state. I mean, the intention is not to leave out any state. Yeah. So that is one thing to be clear. Second, it's very difficult to say this, but I would want to say it. In schemes which are meant for all the states, and since you asked me about they didn't want to be part of some of our schemes. Can I then say Bengal is excluded? No, I don't say that. The schemes are available for Bengal also. They didn't want it. So it's very easy for some states to point out saying, you have not mentioned anything about my state. There are schemes which are running for their state which they didn't want. So let me reassure through you all states, every state is covered under every one of the schemes which Prime Minister's launched. Every project which states bid for do go through the process and they get funded either under the central sector scheme or under the centrally sponsored schemes. So no state is going to be left out just because I've not named each and every state in my budget speech. These books which come out with complete details at the back, the ones which come up with the expenditure statement or project schemes and other things which are there, expenditure profile, do name which state gets what. Take a couple of hours, go through it, and after that tell me on which scheme your state or any state is missed out, and the reasons you can tell me, ask me to explain. I will. So let that be very clear. I have not named many states in the speech, but this includes every state. Every state.
279.
Ma'am, hi. This is Rick Kundu from Mint. Wanted to understand what happens to the retrospective angel tax cases now.
Retrospective angel tax cases.
The corporates fighting
Sanjay,
them.
do you want to?
There is no retrospective tax that we have imposed. We are very, very careful about that. We don't want to impose any retrospective tax, and in same light, if there is any such previous case which is there, those cases will continue. Of course, we will see them in light of the facts and circumstances of each case. And I can assure you on behalf of the finance minister and the board present over here that it's only where there is actually a money laundering over there, only in those cases that this tax will actually be will it be imposed.
Thank you.
63.
मैम, मैं अमलेंदु हूँ, फ्रीलांस जर्नलिस्ट हूँ। केंद्र सरकार के 47 लाख एम्प्लॉई इस बजट को लेकर के काफी बेसब्री से इंतजार कर रहे थे, जो 8वें वेतन आयोग को लेकर के कुछ बजट में कहा जाएगा या प्रावधान किया जाएगा, लेकिन इस बजट में कहीं कुछ दिख नहीं रहा है। तो क्या सरकार 8वें वेतन आयोग के बारे में नहीं सोच रही है, या सोच रही है तो फिर उसके लिए क्या कुछ प्रावधान करने की योजना है?
ठीक है, कुछ अनाउंसमेंट करना है तो करेंगे। वैसे भी वो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन 26 जनवरी से ही लागू होने वाले हैं। तो उसके बारे में कुछ है तो बोलेंगे।
21.
Yeah, good evening, ma'am. I'm Siddharth from Bloomberg.
Side. Yeah.
खत्म कर दिया
हाँ एक बार पूछ
No,
चुका
no,
हूँ।
I haven't asked. I'm asking now.
ठीक है,
I'm
पूछ
Siddharth from
लिए।
Bloomberg. I
Bloomberg.
just wanted to know, in this holistic approach of disinvestment, is stake sales or privatization strategic still on the table? Because there seems to be a complete silence on that.
No, please repeat your question. Keep the mic closer to you.
Yeah, I'm Siddharth from Bloomberg.
Yes.
My question is on this holistic approach on disinvestment. Is privatization, strategic sales still on the table? Because there seems to be a complete silence on that.
Well, no,
Well,
first,
I'll have Tuhin answer if you want details. But I've explained this several times. Privatization or disinvestment, as decided by the cabinet, is a cabinet decision. It has to be honored. But the timing is something which the government will have to choose. When is the best time to disinvest any one particular or several of these companies or PSUs which have been listed and cleared by the cabinet? So, post-COVID, we have disinvested. You've seen that, whether it is Air India or the steel plant in Orissa. And many others have also been done. They may be smaller compared to the size of Air India. But cabinet decisions will have to be honored anytime.
Thank you very much. Friends, the tea has been arranged at cafeteria at 4th floor. Please have the high tea. Thank you very much. Thank you. On the dais, I welcome Honorable Union Minister for Finance and Corporate Affairs, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji. Welcome, ma'am. Honorable Union Minister of State for Finance, Shri Pankaj Chaudhary ji. I also welcome Finance and Expenditure Secretary, Dr. T.V. Somanathan, Secretary Economic Affairs, Shri Ajay Seth, Secretary Deepam, Shri Tarun Kant Pandey ji, Secretary Financial Services, Tuhin Kant Pandey ji, Secretary Financial Services, Dr. Vivek Joshi, Secretary Revenue, Shri Sanjay Malhotra, and Chief Economic Advisor to the Government of India, Dr. V. Anant Nageshwaran, to this press conference. Friends, I request you to follow this following point of order. It would be good if you each of one ask one question each. That will facilitate others to ask questions. And we will try to take most of the questions in this press conference. Ma'am will directly answer your question without any preliminary statement. Over to ma'am. Over to question. Anybody? Question 71, please.
मैम तरुण फ्रॉम जी बिजनेस। मैम आपने आज के बजट में शॉर्ट टर्म कैपिटल गेन और लॉन्ग टर्म कैपिटल गेन दोनों के रेट्स को बढ़ाया है और रियल एस्टेट में आपने इंडेक्सेशन के बेनिफिट को खत्म किया है। तो मैम क्या हम माने कि जो इक्विटी है अब आप उसको बाकी एसेट्स क्लास के बराबर लाना चाह रहे हैं, इस वजह से आपने लॉन्ग टर्म कैपिटल गेन के टैक्स रेट को 10% से 12.5% किया है।
First of all, thank you very much for coming here. After having heard the budget, I chose not to make an opening statement because you've heard me almost for 1.5 hours, and I'm sure you have you're eager to know what is in the budget and also seek clarification. For your just for a matter of drawing your attention, we've put up a single slide which has used the word employment as an acronym to capture that is everything in the budget. So each letter actually highlights the important points of the budget, and we can elaborate more on that a bit later. But employment captures everything to do with this budget, and I would like you to, for a moment, spend a time on it. And deriving from that, everything which has been said in the budget falls in place. But with that said, yes, your question is on the point there is we wanted to simplify the approach to taxation also for the capital gains. One. Second, if anything, the average taxation actually has come down when we say it is 12.5%. Because we've worked out for each of the different asset classes, each varied with the indexation. I'll ask secretaries to elaborate on it. But the point that we brought it down from below the average to 12.5, which is the lowest if you can look at the last several years, encourages investment in the markets. With that said, I'll ask Somanathan or who is going to elaborate, Sanjay, on the specifics.
So you had, there were, I think, two or more parts to your question. One was on real estate and gold and other assets. So earlier the rate was 20% with indexation. It has now been reduced to 12.5% without indexation. If you assume that the rate of return on real estate is typically above 10% per annum, and if you take inflation at about 4% per annum, the real rate of return was earlier, let's say, somewhere between 6 and 16% per annum in real estate. If it was 16%, 20% of 16% was being taxed. The effective rate was 16%. It has gone down to 12.5%. If the rate of return was 10% per annum nominal, it has also remained approximately the same at 12.5%. So actually there is either a reduction or no change in respect of the effective rate of tax on property and gold. Now, as regards the equity, yes, it has gone up from 10 to 12.5, but you'll also find that unlisted equity has gone down from 20 with indexation to 12.5 without indexation. Basically, we have a very, very simple, easy regime. All listed, all unlisted are at 12.5% long term. And all are at 20%, I mean, equities are at 20% and everything else is at applicable rate for short term. So yes, short term has gone up, and yes, long term has been rationalized. It has not necessarily gone up. And Sanjay, would you like to add anything?
The one point I would like to add over here is that we also need to keep in mind as to the kind of people who are actually paying these taxes, the capital gains on the securities, the listed securities especially. And so over there, when we did this analysis for the year 22-23, we found that about 88% of the tax is actually coming from people who have an income of more than 15 lakh. 61% of that income is actually coming from people who have an income of more than 1 crore.
That is income on capital gains on this.
And we are all aware that otherwise, you know, the standard rate is, you know, about 30%. And for some, it can go up to 39%. So this marginal, very small marginal increase is actually impacting only those, primarily those who have an income of more than 15 lakh rupees per year.
Okay, number 3
on capital gains.
Ma'am, Timsi Jaipuria from CNBC TV 18. You announced a very lucrative new tax regime with changes in tax slabs. A lot of new changes are there in the income tax side, on the revenue side. And in the speech, you mentioned that revenue foregone will be around 29,000 crore rupees, whereas government will now try to mobilize around 30,000 crore rupees. What will be these revenue mobilization measures, and from where do you think this foregone revenue will be recovered? If you can highlight, where are you foregoing the revenue and where are you going to recoup this revenue from?
First of all, it is not just because we've mentioned it in this budget, but the attempt to widen the tax net is something which we've been repeatedly saying, that India's tax net will have to be widened, whether it is in the direct taxation or indirect. Second, there are also now the PSU dividends which are improving because their valuations have gone up really high. And their performance is also now substantially increased. So revenue mobilization is not just tax-based, you have non-tax revenue mobilizations which are also coming up. Then we had, for almost now 3 years, been talking about asset monetization, which is not selling of assets, but optimum utilization of those assets which are lying in the form of unutilized stadiums or land which is available with PSUs which can be utilized for better purposes. That's a third one. Fourth, you're also looking at generating resources from newer areas. So in all those, the revenue is going to be mobilized better, and as a result of which the revenue foregone will be now made up for, is our expectation. We've said that in the budget. In my speech itself, I mentioned it. And I'm sure there are secretaries who will want to add to it. Sanjay?
Ma'am, I'll give the details. 37,000 crore, 29,000 crore in direct taxes and 8,000 crore in indirect taxes. So 29,000 crore direct taxes primarily comprises of three taxes, which is the increase in the STT only on derivatives, which is only on futures and options. And secondly, the buyback tax, which is to be now done in the hands of the recipient. While on the one hand, it will rationalize the tax and be more equitous and fair, because those who should be paying the taxes, higher taxes, in the higher income groups, they will pay higher tax, and those who are in nil tax category or in lower tax category, they don't have to pay a tax or a lower tax. While it does that, at the same time, it does bring in some revenue also, about 4,000 crore. And remaining, about 15,000 crore should come, from the capital gains taxes. On the indirect taxes, we are losing, as I said, about 8,000 crore primarily on the reduction in duties, especially in gold. There is a huge reduction from 15% to 6%. And then there is revenue foregone because of the personal income tax rates and the standard deduction being allowed in the new tax regime.
280, please. Backside, please. Give the mic.
Good afternoon, ma'am. This is Surbhi from Business Today. Ma'am, the angel tax has been abolished, which is a very welcome move. But just wanted to understand that one of the things the angel tax was also doing was checking money laundering concerns. So could you explain how these will be taken care of now? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'm glad to hear it is welcome. You've been raising this issue as with many others outside of media also saying, are you considering it? Although it was introduced during the UPA government and it was introduced in 2012. 2 years had passed, and since after that, when we came in, we tried keeping as a good governance principle, government being a continuum, the tax continued. Although we tried giving carve-outs for startups and also making it simpler, bringing parity for the non-resident Indians, the way in which they've been treated as opposed to the Indian investments and so on. Today we've announced that we will indeed remove it. Exactly the details, Sanjay, would you want to elaborate on it?
Yes, sure, ma'am. So we should be aware that this is actually a tax measure. It's not really a money laundering issue, but money laundering issue was being tackled through a tax measure. So first of all, I want to clarify that this tax, there are other provisions in the income tax itself, first of all, to find out the source of these funds. Number two, there is already, the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, which continues to be in existence. So if there is money which is being laundered, money, being paid as a bribe or for use in, other purposes for terrorism, etc., there are enough laws, including the Nyaya Sahita, Bharatiya Nyaya Sahita, and the Prevention of Money Laundering Act to take care of those issues. While on the other hand, now some genuine money for investment, actually, there is this deterrent provision no longer exists, while provisions for money laundering remain, and they should be sufficient to cater to it.
I would add that there are also certain provisions of the Companies Act which can be invoked if there is deliberate undervaluation of shares. So there are other legal remedies. The balance here is between preventing money laundering but accidentally also preventing investment. So that balance is what we are seeking to get it right.
211 backside. Yeah.
Hello, ma'am. Prakash Pedashi from ET Now. My question is, will the increased STT be applicable from April 1 or prospective? And if from April 1, will there be retrospective tax calculation for the increased amount?
It's not retrospective. It is with effect from 1st of October 2024. So we are giving sufficient time for the exchanges and the people, who collect this tax to put their systems in place to be able to collect it. It's not retrospective. It is prospective.
13. 11. 11. 11.
Ma'am, Karishma here from Business Today. Ma'am, congratulations to you and everybody. Ma'am, my question is on the special assistance to Andhra Pradesh and Bihar. 15,000 crore is the number that you've given for Andhra Pradesh for this financial year. Is there further assistance that you are looking at, or is it going to be need-based in terms of the amount?
I've already mentioned in the budget speech that 15,000 crore is coming through the multilateral development assistance, which we borrow from the multilateral banks, whether it is World Bank or ADB or AIB, whatever. And I've also ended that paragraph by saying further assistance will also be extended.
There is no definitive amount.
No.
152.
मैम आलोक प्रियदर्शी फ्रॉम सीएनबीसी आवाज में मैम सवाल यही है कि जिस तरह से आप लोग न्यू टैक्स रिजीम को प्रमोट कर रहे हैं, इस बार भी आप लोगों ने स्लैब में चेंज किया, स्टैंडर्ड डिडक्शन बढ़ाया, तो ये मान के चलें कि न्यू टैक्स रिजीम के जरिए आप मिडिल क्लास को राहत देने की कोशिश की है। इस बार ओल्ड टैक्स रिजीम को लेकर क्या कोई सनसेट क्लॉज है? क्योंकि आपने कहा है कि जो इनकम टैक्स एक्ट है उसका हम लोग कंप्रिहेंसिव रिव्यू करेंगे, तो रिव्यू में क्या ये मान के चले कोई सनसेट टाइम आएगा ओल्ड टैक्स रिजीम को लेकर?
अभी मैं बोल नहीं सकती हूँ। जरूर हमारी इरादा ये है कि सिंपलर टैक्सेशन रजीम होना चाहिए, और सिंपल टैक्स रजीम की ओर अगर हम जा रहे हैं ये रिव्यू के द्वारा, वो ही हमारी मकसद होगा कि सिंपल कर दो। ओल्ड टैक्स रजीम को सिंपल करने के रास्ते पर ही ये नया टैक्स रजीम आया है। सनसेट होगा कि नहीं होगा वो अभी मैं बोल नहीं सकती हूँ, वो रिव्यू करने के बाद ही हम एक डिसीजन लेंगे।
और ये एक आंकड़ा मैं आपको दे दूं कि पिछली बार जो हमने परिवर्तन किए थे नई टैक्स प्रणाली में, तो 70% लोग अभी तक जो 4 करोड़ के लगभग हमारे पास में रिटर्न प्राप्त हुए हैं पिछले वर्ष के, 70% ने इसको प्रेफर किया है बनिस्बत की पुरानी प्रणाली को। तो बड़ी तेजी से लोग नई प्रणाली की ओर आकर्षित हो रहे हैं और हमारा यही प्रयास रहेगा।
Yes. Ongoing filing period. Not yet. I mean, more returns are coming in. Yes.
271.
Hi, ma'am. This is Sumit Chaturvedi, ET Now. Ma'am, the corporate tax for foreign companies has been slashed to 35%. I want to understand the broad intent of this intention behind this decision, and what kind of benefits to economy increase in investment you are expecting.
You've, in your own question, answered it. We want more investment to come into this country. So that is why it has been brought down.
$95. Just to add to that, there was a widened differential between foreign and domestic companies which arose after the tax cut in 2019. When the domestic rates were cut, the foreign rates were not cut. So there was a widening of the gap. With today's change, there is still a higher rate of tax for foreign companies, but it is not now disproportionately higher than domestic. And therefore, this is something where, according to the feedback received from industry, we expect more foreign companies to invest now that this regime is adjusted in this manner.
Good evening, ma'am. This is Pal Singh from Outlook Business. Yeah. You have earmarked a significant allocation towards rural infrastructure today. So how much of a boost to consumption and overall demand are we expecting here from this allocation?
So it is difficult to quantify what would be the accretion to demand coming from. I mean, the obvious increase is whatever we have increased. But yes, would there be a multiplier? Probably yes. I think with the Awas Yojana Gramin and the Gram Sadak Yojana, these two do have a lot of multiplier effects as well. Traditionally, for capital expenditure, the multiplier has been calculated at somewhere around 2.5 to 3. In the Awas Yojana, it may be a little lower. But yes, there would be a substantial multiplier. I don't have a precise calculation.
But other than the Awas Yojana and Sadak Yojana, Gram Sadak Yojana, there's a major push towards the corridors. For instance, I mentioned in the context of Bihar, I mentioned in the context of Andhra, 2 corridors which are moving, one from Visakhapatnam to Chennai, the other moving from Hyderabad to Bangalore, Buxar, Purnia, and so on, and building of the Gaya node in the Amritsar to Kolkata are all towards building infrastructure in the rural areas in order that we attract more investment and enable transit of goods in those huge corridors. All these are essentially going to the rural areas in a big way. And therefore, it is not just through PM Awas Yojana and Sadak Yojana, but major investments in strengthening the corridors, building nodes, and therefore also in improving the rural infrastructure is happening.
11.
Ma'am, I'm Maria Shaki from NDTV and NDTV Profit. Congratulations for creating history today by becoming the only finance minister for having presented 7 consecutive budgets. Ma'am, my question to you is about the first timer scheme, because as you said, that employment perhaps sums up the essence of this budget. Would there be more blueprint coming out as to how this first timers scheme will be playing out, and what will be the role of private sector?
Just 1 minute. See, this Prime Minister's package that I announced has 5 different schemes. The first timers is, I would think, one of the very, very innovative initiative. So what we are doing there is to be able to provide first timers 1 whole month's salary as subsidy. And this will be put into their account as direct benefit transfer, but possibly in tranches. When an employer picks up a first timer, and this is through the EPFO that you get to know that they have paid their provident fund amounts, and therefore the first timer indicator that we are talking about will be established. So they can't just say one of the existing employee is a first timer and claim it. There are enough checks and balances in the system to make sure that indeed the first timer is coming in. And then the first timers will be put through that learning curve, and this will help them to acquire skills so that they become fully productive. This kind of a subsidy giving, 1, you give the first one month's salary. 2, you're also giving both for the employee and for the employer subsidy. So the applicable person for whom it is being given may even draw a wage up to 1 lakh rupees. But to the extent of 15,000 is what you're giving as a subsidy. The installments, as I said, for the first 1 month wage that you want to give will be done over 3 installments, direct into the first-time employees account. One compulsory measure that we are bringing in there is to make sure that the employee undergoes online financial literacy course before claiming the second installment from the government. So he may be a qualified engineer, he may be a diploma holder, he's a first-time employee in a office, he becomes the first-time employee and the employer also claims that he's been recruited. We try giving him the 15,000 rupees. He may have a salary of 1 lakh, but up to 15,000 rupees is what we are going to give. And in that, if you're giving 3 installments, the first installment will be given. But before he draws the second installment, he should undergo an online financial literacy course so that he can claim the second one. So we are not training him in engineering, we are training him in financial literacy. Post that, of course, the place where he goes to work, he's going to be working in any case. Then subsidy to be refunded if in case the employer removes him from the work within 12 months. So the employer gets a subsidy as well, but he will have to refund it if within 12 months this first-time employer has been removed out of the work. This will cover, and we expect it to cover, 1 crore persons per annum. And the scheme will run for 2 years. So up to 24 months, you can have new employees brought in, new first-time employees brought in, for whom the government will give 15,000 rupees as from our side, 1 month, what we think, 1 month salary. Although his salary may be any amount, but to a cap of 1 lakh. And then he undergoes some financial literacy course, post which the second installment and the third installments can be withdrawn, put into his account. But most important is if the employer removes him within 12 months, the employer will have to refund the subsidy given to the employer. So that's how that scheme works.
278.
If I may just add, details are available in the budget speech in the annexure on page 31. So there are details of all the 5 schemes in this package. If you go through them, there's considerable amount of detail which you can get.
Hi, good evening. This is Priyashmita from Informist. I have 2 points from the budget that I would like to ask. The first is nominal GDP has been pegged at 10.5%. And we have seen that growth is on a high momentum, and even the RBI has pegged growth at 7.2%. And the Econ survey said that it is going to be between 6.5 to 7%. So a 10.5% nominal GDP looks a little conservative. What is your view on it? And the second is that there's a mention that beyond FY26, you would want to reduce your debt to GDP. And you've mentioned that, the 4% debt to GDP it's a thing of the past. So what do you think is a sustainable debt to GDP or a desirable debt to GDP at this point? Thank you.
What was the first question again?
Conservative nominal GDP projection.
See, 10.5% could be a combination of 7% growth and 3.5% GDP deflator. So a combination of wholesale price plus consumer price could easily be 3.5%. That's a very likely scenario. So 7 plus 3.5, yes, it is slightly conservative, but I don't think it is way off what is likely. Or it could be 6.5% growth and 4% inflation as per the deflator. So I think the number is reasonable, slightly conservative, yes, but we would prefer to achieve the numbers. Second, on the path after 26-27, which has been outlined in the finance minister's speech at the end of the part A. So the commitment, as she has mentioned, is to endeavor to reduce the debt to GDP every year. That is in future the fiscal consolidation path. What is the percentage that would result in that fiscal consolidation is not something that we are disclosing here today or can disclose today. It will depend on circumstances, but there is a commitment to lower the debt to GDP ratio. So if every year it has to be reduced, there will necessarily have to be a particular level of deficit which we cannot exceed. And that will depend on prevailing growth rates, interest rates, and the other parameters which go into the calculation of the debt dynamics. But I can tell you that it is most likely to be a figure not above 4.5%.
249.
मैं सुनील सौरभ बोल रहा हूँ। मैं आप पहले तो आपको काफी बधाई दे दूंगी, बहुत अच्छा बजट आपने पेश की है। दूसरा मुझे ये जानना है कि रेलवे के लिए क्या कुछ खास रहा बजट में?
Which organization you are from?
कौन सा पत्रिका?
पेपर में हूँ, लोक भारती पेपर है।
सॉरी,
लोक भारती।
लोक भारती।
जी हाँ। तो पहले तो बधाई दे दिया हूँ मैं आपका, बहुत अच्छा बजट आपने पेश की है और रिकॉर्ड भी की है। 7 साल से लगातार आप वित्त मंत्री के रूप में काम। मेरा कहना है कि रेलवे के लिए क्या कुछ खास हुआ है, क्योंकि कोई जानकारी हम लोग को अभी तक नहीं मिली कि रेलवे के लिए क्या गया है। दूसरा, मैम, रेलवे में सीनियर सिटीजन्स को कंसेशन मिलता था। आप यहाँ पीआईबी में है, पीआईबी जर्नलिस्ट को भी कंसेशन मिलता था। कोरोना में वो बंद हो गया। कोरोना को खत्म हुए भी 2-3 साल हो गए हैं, तो फिर से ये बहाल नहीं हुआ। क्या इसकी उम्मीदें हम लोग कर सकते हैं कि आगे बहाल होगी या नहीं?
रेलवे का जो एक्सपेंडिचर बजट है नेक्स्ट ईयर, इट्स 2,55,393 crores, which is the highest ever, and it's a very substantial increase in recent years. So that is a very large amount of investment in the railway. So I think there is a very adequate provision.
जर्नलिस्ट के लिए कंसेशन
ठीक है, सुना।
277 प्लीज।
इसमें सीनियर सिटीजन और पीआईबी जर्नलिस्ट को भी जो स्लैब में रिवीजन हुआ है उसमें फायदा है। सीनियर सिटीजन को फैमिली पेंशन में स्टैंडर्ड डिडक्शन का फायदा हुआ है। रेलवे में, अच्छा ठीक।
हेलो मैम, दिस साइड हर्ष कुमार, दिस साइड फ्रॉम बिजनेस।
वो बजट का फायदा जो दिया है सर, वो भी तो मिलेगा सीनियर सिटीजन को और सबको, रेलवे में भी मिलेगा।
Hello ma'am, Harsh Kumar this side from Business Standard newspaper. Ma'am, during your speech you mentioned about the FDI liberalization. Can you give a bit detail about it?
We are trying to, since 2014, bring in ease of doing business in India, and in every sector where there was only 26% allowed for FTA, we raised it to 49, and then where it is possible, we've raised it to 74, and so on. So there's been a consistent, continuing effort to relax our policy towards FTA. First, it went sector by sector. Then there was this approach taken so that most of which can go through the automatic route. So in that process, further simplification, if necessary, we are willing to do, is what is conveyed.
Also, ma'am, you have like increased the Mudra loan limit to 20 lakhs, like that cap. So can we expect the increase in Shishu, Tarun, like their types increase? So how much it will be? Can you give detail on that?
We've said this only today. See how this works.
Okay, thank you.
I request you to please one question each person. 123, please. Here.
Shrimi Chaudhary here from Business Standard. I just wanted to understand that budget proposes withdrawal of equalization levy. So if you could just give some explanation of what led to that, what is the intention behind that, keeping in mind the pact between India and US, which has ended on June 30th.
No, as the Pillar 1, Pillar 2 negotiations have been going on since 22. And since then, one of the things which was becoming more than obvious was, if at all we are going through this Pillar 1 and Pillar 2, which we intend to, the negotiations and the OECD, backed by the US administration, have all been pushing for this. We wanted a fair solution, so negotiations have been going on. But the point of contention from then has always been, should we collect an equalization levy then, if at all we are getting into this global understanding through the Pillar 1 and Pillar 2? In any case, for India, equalization levy also meant for those who are living abroad that you were holding it, but eventually they're going to only adjust it somewhere. So in the interest of moving towards Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 solution, which the negotiations are still going on one aspect of it, on the other, in all probability, we are close to a conclusion. It was necessary for us through the parliament to take steps to ensure that we are entering into that scheme of things without this equalization levy hanging on us, because this was important for us. But if it is a global system, this cannot continue. And therefore, with a positive approach towards the Pillar 1 and Pillar 2, we've moved forward to inform the Parliament that we would like to close this.
270.
I may clarify that, it is only the 2% levy which has been withdrawn. The 6% levy which was earlier imposed, that continues.
What will happen to the tax collected so far from all these companies under this 2%
That has already been collected. We'll see. I mean, it is only this withdrawal is only prospective.
Ruchika from Business Standard this side. Ma'am, the miscellaneous capital receipts have seen an increase in this budget to almost 50,000 crore. Is there the miscellaneous capital receipts?
Okay.
Can you share the government's game plan as to how will we achieve this increase?
The miscellaneous capital receipts are budgeted as 50,000 crore, which was like 23-24 also. It was 51,000 crore, the interim budget. Now it's 50,000 crore, 24-25, and this combines with all kinds of receipts which are otherwise disinvestment receipts, asset monetization receipts, and other kinds. It will be clubbed with that. So this budgeted figure is 50,000 crore.
16.
Ma'am, very good evening. Sapna Das here from CNBC. Ma'am, two questions. On the incentive-like employment scheme that you have announced, 2 lakh odd crore is your overall fiscal envelope over the duration of the scheme. Could you give us a sense as to, we are already almost halfway through the current financial year by the time you pass the budget. So practically around 7 months will remain for the financial year. But any kind of an allocation that you have done for this scheme for this year, ma'am? One is that. And ma'am, just a corollary also on the miscellaneous receipts question, though not very much part of this budget, but nevertheless, ma'am, government had a very, kind of a bold privatization program. Do we understand that this is now being calibrated? That's it, ma'am. Thank you.
First question. As you rightly observed, there are only this is not a full financial year. The schemes have just been announced. They will now go through a process of quick design, appraisal, and approval. However, budget provisions have been made for these schemes, partly in the Ministry of Labour and Employment and partly in the Ministry of Corporate Affairs for the internship scheme. So from memory, I can be corrected. I think it's 2,000 crores has been provided for the internships in the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, and about 5,000 crores has been provided in the current year in the Ministry of Labour and Employment. But we stand committed to funding them fully to the extent that may actually be required. These are just very rough estimates based on how much time it might take to kick off. On the miscellaneous capital receipts?
Well, I think in the interim budget, FM had announced, we are going for a holistic strategy for management of equity in PSUs. And I think which includes, value creation and also using the performance, the capex, the dividends and consistent dividend policy and the capital management all together, and also the calibrated disinvestment strategy, which also includes listing and market dilution, but all together in a holistic way so that value maximization is there. I think the same strategy is going to continue.
122.
Hi, Rishabh with NDTV Profit here.
I have two questions. One on the space fund that was announced, the 1,000 crore fund. What will be the composition of this? Which will be the nodal agency, and what sort of startups will the government invest in? And on the NPS, you also mentioned that the NPS committee has made progress in the speech. Could you elaborate a bit on that?
So we have seen that there's a lot of interest of the private sector on participating in the space program. Hitherto, the participation used to be on being a supplier to the space program, but now development of the satellite, mounting experiments there, they're getting into that space. And if you recall, even FDI was opened up in that sector. This is an attempt that Indian entrepreneurs, Indian startup who want to risk capital to get into that area, that should be facilitated. We believe that the amount is 1,000 crore, but that can have a very large multiplier effect. And that's what the scheme announces.
On your question on the, I think your second question was on the government NPS, right? So as you know, there is a committee which is looking into it. The committee has done a lot of detailed calculations of the fiscal implications of different ways of addressing what are the expressed sort of priorities of the employees. We have been in dialogue with state governments. We have had discussions with each and every state government. We have met the staff side of the government has a staff consultative machinery, a formal machinery. We've had 4 meetings of that machinery to understand what are the staff's priorities. And our attempt is to design something that is fiscally prudent, but also meets what are the core priorities of the staff in terms of having a secured retirement income, which provides for their needs. So this is a balancing act, because obviously there are costs. The more you give, more expensive it is. And so we are at an advanced stage of working out various options, and we are also discussing these options with the staff side. Just to correct the budget estimate that I gave earlier, 10,000 crores has been provided in Ministry of Labour and Employment for the new employment schemes, and 2,000 in Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Yeah.
125. Good afternoon. I'm Nikunj from Reuters. A follow-up on that FDI facilitation. You said that government will take steps to facilitate FDI. The Eco Survey also yesterday said that the government should import capital from China so that there's a right balance between investments and trade. So will the government also take steps to quickly facilitate investments from China that have been pending for long? And secondly, you've come up with an NPS for minors. So will that also have some sort of tax benefits to nudge people to enroll for NPS so that a pension coverage increases? Thanks.
See, Economic Survey gave its view on the investments from China. As things stand today, investments do go through the Press Note 3 process when it comes from China or from any of our neighboring countries. So that process is still on. Economic Survey has indicated that it might be time for us to open up and allow for. So that's a Economic Survey. I'm glad that the Secretary is seated here. It's normally an arm's distance. But that doesn't mean that I'm disowning the suggestion. You want to say?
In general, as you can see, our aim is tax code simplification and not complication. So beyond that, I don't have anything specific on that, but the general direction of travel is obvious. We are not creating more and more tax deductions for individual tax instruments.
Respected Madam, मेरा नाम नरेश वत्स है और मैं स्वतंत्र पत्रकारिता करता हूं। आज जो आपने किसानों के लिए और ग्रामीण क्षेत्र के आधारभूत संरचना के लिए काम किया है, उस पे 2 तरह की राय आ रही है। एक राय तो ये कहती है कि गालिब ने ये कहकर तोड़ दी तस्बीह, क्यों गिनकर नाम लूं जो बिन मांगे बेशुमार देता है। एक वर्ग तो इस तरह से तारीफ बजट की कर रहा है, लेकिन दूसरी तरफ प्रतिपक्ष के नेता राहुल गांधी ने कहा है कि आंध्र प्रदेश और बिहार पर जो दरियादिली दिखाई है, कहीं न कहीं ये लगता है कि ये कुर्सी बचाने का बजट है अखिलेश यादव जी भी ये कह रहे हैं, आप कैसे देखती हैं?
जिन इंडी अलायंस का मेंबर्स साथ होकर के भी 230 पार नहीं किया और जहां बीजेपी अकेला 240 तक पहुंचे और प्री इलेक्शन अलायंस के साथ आज सरकार तीसरी बार बनाए, प्रधानमंत्री जी का तीसरी बार स्वतंत्र भारत के चरित्र में पिछले 60 साल में जो नहीं हुआ अभी हुआ है। कुर्सी बचाने की बात करने वाले पार्टियों थोड़ा सोच ले। उनके अलायंस 230 कुल मिलाकर कितने पार्टियां थे? 25, 26 पता नहीं, मैं गिनी नहीं, बट इंडी 37 पार्टीज कुल मिलाकर के 230 पार नहीं किया और वो बोल रहे हैं कुर्सी बचाने के लिए। जब प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी तीसरी बार प्रधानमंत्री बने और देश के लिए इतना घोषणा भी कर रहे हैं जिससे भारत देश का हर राज्य सामने आए, डेवलप हुए, और 1.50 लाख करोड़ इस बार बजट में स्टेट्स के लिए हम दे रहे हैं बिना इंटरेस्ट 50 साल के लिए फ्री। फिनांस कमीशन तो हमारे उनके सजेशन में इसका जिक्र तक नहीं किए, हम ही कर रहे हैं स्टेट्स के साथ काम करने के लिए। हर स्टेट का उनके अपने अपने प्रोजेक्ट्स जो प्रोसेस के चलते हुए आता है उन सबको हम मानते हैं और जरूर उनको जो फाइनेंस करना है वो हम करेंगे, मगर जिक्र इसलिए नहीं किया बजट में कुर्सी बचाने। जब उनका टोटल को एक और बार चुनावी सीट जो जीते हैं वो 101 और बार उसको गिनकर देख लें, 230, 37